Let's get right in. Let's get right in. Wait for my guy Will. Hopefully we get him to pick up shortly. Big up to all the people that inside. You know what it is. You know the guys that are here again. Back for another week of fun conversation and that. My guy Will's dropped off the call little bit. It's all right though. We're gonna give him a sec to see if he's gonna jump back in. But in the meantime, you know what I mean? Big up to all the people that listen every week. You know what it is already. Episode 66. 66 from in this motherfucker. You know what it is like. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think Will's jumping back in actually. I think he's jumping back in. I just got the grandiose intro off, you know what I mean?
Yes, it is. ¿Qué pasó, amigo?
Yo.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
What are you telling me?
I'm lit, fam. What you saying?
Oh, that's great. That's fantastic to hear, bro.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
we high energy today, fam. We high energy today, fam.
Good. That's good. Nah, I'm
Yes,
good, bro.
sir.
I'm here, man. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
man.
We back to serve up the people them again. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
me,
listen,
fam.
like I just said before, Will had jumped in, but we're gonna say it again because our guy Will is here now. Episode 66. You know what it is. This is the OnlyMans podcast. Episode 66. 66
The
missing
one
1 6, but
and
it's not a
only,
devil.
fam.
You know what I mean? The one and only. Where else? So you know what it
Nowhere,
is
fam.
already. You know what I mean?
Nowhere,
My
fam.
guy, secret life of, you know what I mean? Young sings all straps like a baseball bat. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
the one himself, you know what I mean? Wild Midwest still, you know what I mean? Rose Garden General still, you know what I mean? It's my guy. Secret life
every
will
time,
make
fam.
up, you know what I mean?
Then we got Drizz, the young Messiah, YM, Lord Poseidon, himself, fam. Mr. Smoke, fam. All the smoke, fam.
Them was there.
And we here, fam. We here,
And
fam.
we here. Whoa, my guy, what you telling me, man? How's the week been treating you?
Nah, the week's been a bit of a mad one, fam. If I'm being honest, bro, it's
How
been a
come?
bit of a weird one. I think, just background things happening. Do you know what I mean? But that's just life, innit? Things happen and all
Right.
that, and then you deal with it and you move forward, and then bam, it's done.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
on the up end of it, you know what I'm saying, man's back to making plans again and making moves again like a real boss, fam.
Okay.
I can finally stand with you, man, and be like, yeah, I'm a real boss too, dog.
Okay. Yeah. That's what we
Get me.
like to hear, man. That's what we like to hear. Couple things.
What about you, man?
You know what, broski? You know what? Good, man. Good energy. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
obviously, there've been up and down things happening over the weeks, and you know what I mean. Sometimes you feel up, sometimes you feel down, but
Yeah.
it's we here, man. As you said, we here, we live. Do you get what I mean, man? Grateful to be able to be doing this thing that we do, to be doing all the things that we do. You know what I mean?
True
The
that.
plans that we've got, and we trying to enact out. Like, I'm looking forward to the future. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking forward
Yeah,
to
man.
really getting some stuff off, man. Like, some of these ideas and some of these concepts and some of these things, I'm looking forward to manifesting them out. Do you get what I
Nah,
mean?
for
So yeah,
true,
man,
fam.
it definitely puts like a
Speaking
fire.
speaking of manifesting, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we were speaking before, and for the benefit of the listeners, it's like, sometimes when you like really start to get on your purpose, it's like things will just start happening for you, man.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? And the more that we just like stay on our grind, stay on our dean, as it were, yeah, fam, things can't not happen for us.
for real,
Yeah, man.
for real. It's like the universe only works one way in it, and as long as you move in tandem with that, then, as you
Mate,
say, like things can't not happen for you. Do you know what I mean?
you get me?
Nah,
I
yeah,
just
that's
I
real.
just got a massive hit of deja vu just then when you said that, fam.
Swear.
Yeah. But I've heard you say that lots of times, fam.
Well, you know what? It's funny you even say that. I was having a conversation with my girl the other day in it,
Mm.
and we were talking about like time. I think we'd also spoke about it a bit on the podcast like before, and I think that's why I was
Yeah.
talking to her about it. But we're talking about time, and it's just like, yo, it's mad how we conceive time, and it's mad how we think of time like 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a
Yeah.
week, 52 or 54 weeks in a year. You know what I mean? Like all of that
Yeah.
sort of shit. We think of time in terms of like the formatting of time, and it's like, all right, if you take the clock away, right, and say you're just like in a white room and you take the
Mm.
clock away, like how will you be able to tell the passage of time? You've got no watch, no clock, no nothing. There's no external influence. It can be like, all right, it's light outside, so it's day, and it's, you know what I mean? You're
Cause,
just in a room
cause
with no clocks. Like, what do you then perceive
the
time as? Do you
only
get what I mean?
the only thing that you could possibly in that scenario look at and be like, oh, time is passing, is that like your body aging. But the way it works, in our like you could go 7 years without,
Uh,
let's say, like a perfect example is like one of my little cousins that like came to the barbecue, yeah.
uh,
Like I remember when he was like 13, yeah, and he like was starting to do the whole at the family barbecue like the other day.
you breaking up, you know, broski. You breaking up, man. I can't. Yeah, just while obviously Will's getting the thing together and that. It's just think
Still
about
back.
that for yourself. Yo,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh shit.
yeah, yeah.
Am I locked off?
I didn't hear anything you said. Like the whole thing
Oh
was like
damn.
cutting out and that. Like the last thing I heard you say was I was at my little cousin came to the barbecue.
Oh, I was saying that he got big, dog. He got very
Right,
big,
right,
fam. And it might
right,
have been like maybe like 4 years since I've seen him. But
right.
like, yeah, nah, he that's a grown man now, fam. He look like a grown man, fam. And it's like he would have never noticed that. Do you know what I mean? He'd just be like, oh yeah, normal.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah,
I
yeah,
would never notice like how people be like, oh, every time they say, ah, you lost so much weight. I'm like, get out of here. I've been eating so much, guys. Get out of here.
yeah,
But you know what
yeah,
I mean? It's
yeah,
like you don't notice how that passage of time is affecting you until you have a deep look. But usually we don't have deep looks. We just look.
yeah. Exactly,
You know what I mean?
exactly. It's even like that to what you're saying. It's like even if you were gonna try and monitor the changing of your body, you wouldn't even really notice it if there was no external stimuli to it because you're with yourself every day, so you see the each page of the flip book in it, like you see each page of the illustration.
Exactly.
Do you get what I mean? So
So
it's
you
not.
don't see the
It's
movement. You just
yeah,
see
yeah,
you just see the image, but you don't see how
yeah,
it moves.
and that's what it would be in it. And it's like to that same idea. It's just the concept of like how we look at time. And because you had said you had deja vu before in it, and it's like, what if time exists not like in a linear sense where
Circular.
it's what if time is a circular thing that we've just put a clock to it so we can try to like understand it and control it for ourselves, but what if the
Okay.
actual nature of time itself is cyclical, like how the
Well,
universe is cyclical? You
what
get me?
if
Like,
what if I told you that they've been telling you that this whole time, but you just didn't deep it? Every
okay.
every watch and every clock face is a round, fam. It's a circle, 360-degree circle, fam. Split into 12
Mm,
pieces.
mm,
Each one of those 12 pieces is 30 degrees, fam.
mm.
Yeah, like bro, every part of this reality is telling you, like, dog, all this, like, it's not what you think, fam. all this time and like this development and what it's all happening like in cycles. Even if you
Yeah.
think about how like civilizations happen, they begin,
Right.
they thrive, and then they end, and then another one begins, it thrives, and it's like a cycle every time, cycle. All of this is just,
Mm.
we're just going round and round, bro. We're just going round and round.
It's like
But
when the kid
with
told
the aim of
Neo. I'm sorry, I was gonna say it's like when the kid told Neo, like you have to realize that the spoon's not actually there in it. Like,
there is no spoon. If you want to bend the
yeah,
spoon, just gotta realize there ain't no spoon, and you can bend it. Just like time, fam. Bro, alright, think
yeah,
about it like this. You could be having the greatest time of your life, yeah? That time is gone fast, bro. It's very quick, fast, just passing, it's just going, bro. And then when you're having one of them boring days at work, it's just a long time. You look at the clock, it's 3:05. You spend like 40 minutes doing some stuff. You look at the clock, it's 3:06, fam.
yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
it's it's we're
But
doing it.
again, because we like perceive time in like seconds and minutes and hours, that's why
Mm,
they always say time flies when you're having fun. But like, what if the actual thing was like, nah, dog, like time fluctuates in terms of how it moves. Like when you're
that
operating at a high level, time accelerates with you, which is why hours can go
yeah,
by and you don't even realize. At the same
that
time, when you're operating at a low rate, time slows down at that rate.
slows much
So
down, fam.
fucking 10 minutes feels like an hour, but you look at the clock and it's 10 minutes. Like, do you know,
Yeah.
like, it's mad, isn't it? Yeah, that's,
It's,
bro, you
fam,
just,
I,
yeah,
I
that's
remember,
mad.
a day when I was in work here. I clocked in at, I think it was like 3:05 or something like that. But fam, we did a lot, fam. We served bare people, fam. There's so many
Right,
people, fam. And I was like,
right.
oh shit, it must have been like an hour now, fam. I looked at it, it was 1:15, bruv. I was like, what the fuck? What's happening here, bruv? And I was like,
Yeah.
dog, this is gonna be the longest shift of all time, fam. And it was the longest shift of all time, fam.
Now compare that, yeah. Compare that to the times where, say, like we've been in the studio and shit, or you know, whatever, and we just
Mm.
in there, bro. We feel like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we'll put a track together, da 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 da.
Yeah,
And you look at the clock, bro, and it's like, fam, we've been in there 7 hours, fam. Like, the fuck,
innit?
like,
It's
you know
like
what
it's
I
not
mean?
enough time. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's mad. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You just said something just then that just was like, oh shit. You're like, fam, it's been telling you the whole time, fam. Like the clock face is round, it goes in a circle, it's a cycle, bro.
It's all
Yeah,
360s, fam. All of it,
yeah.
fam. The cycle, the seasons is a 360.
The
The year
seasons,
is a
yeah,
360. The day is a 360. The week is a 360. The month is a 360. It's all just continuing, fam. Because we only have 7 days and then it starts again.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It doesn't
yeah.
continue being like Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fun day, sad day, this day, that day. It's just Monday, Friday, Saturday, and it goes back again, man. It's just,
And bro, you know what it's like, yeah? It's like the gears in a fucking watch. You know how like there's bigger gears and smaller gears and they all
yeah,
rotate in
yes,
tandem.
sir.
That's what it's
Because
like almost designed like in it. It's like the 24 hours in a day and then fucking 7 days a week and then there's how many fucking you know what I mean? It's just like they all operate in different cycles but in tandem with
it's
each other. Like yeah.
it's like we're in a little circle, right? Which is the day, and then we're in a slightly bigger circle, which is the week. And then we're in a slightly bigger circle, which is the month. And then we're even in a bigger circle, which is the month, like a year. And then we're even
Yeah.
in a bigger cycle, which is like a decade. And then an even bigger cycle than that is like a lifetime.
A century,
So
then a
it's all,
millennium, and
it's,
then yeah, yeah, yeah.
you get me, and it's all just spinning from you. I, we've all been here multiple times now, fam. Like this
Mhm.
is the conclusion that I've come to. Like since I started seeing a lot of things once I started realizing that like oh we've been here lots of times, fam.
Mm.
Like I get more like deja vu's now.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I get more of those moments that like oh I've done this before, I've been here before, I've seen this before.
this feels familiar. This feels like, because it's not just the seeing in it. It's like the moment. It's like this. I've lived this moment before. You know what I mean?
It's everything. The smell in the air,
Yeah,
how the
yeah, yeah,
temperature is, like all that, fam. And then it like, have you ever noticed how deja vu like literally just happens like in an instant like that? It's just a minute,
yeah,
and you're like,
yeah.
wow, and you're trying to tell people, and they're like, oh, that's mad, that's mad,
Oh, swear
that's
down,
crazy,
yeah.
fam. I swear down, yeah,
Oh, mad
nah,
thing, yeah. No, happened to me the other day as well, innit?
and
Yeah, just pass the drink, please. you know, you know what I
it
mean? Like,
like dog, nah, you talking bears, fam. Pass that, fam. You
but nah,
talking
it's
bear,
true
fam.
though. It's true though. It's just like it's
Mm.
mad how even the concept of the analog clock time, like even
Mm.
how that design is based on the tandem that we
Oh,
operate. Because you've seen
snap.
like
I forgot.
the what's that? What's that?
You know, we're talking about this right now, yeah. I saw something earlier, like today in the day, yeah, and I was like, I'm gonna screen record this and dash it in the group so that man can see. And
Mm.
I just forgot. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna send it in the group right now. I don't know if you'll be able to
No,
see it. You
no,
might
that's
not be
calm.
able
That's
to
calm.
see
Yeah,
it.
nah, nah. Send it. But like, yeah, it's mad
It's
how it's all it's all metaphoric unto itself in a sense. You get what I mean? It's like the metaphor of the internal of a clock and how a clock functions. That's what time is. It's not the time that it's saying on the clock. It's how all those little gears and cogs and
all
all those
moving
little
it
things,
together and
they're all
symmetry.
moving in complete tandem and synchronicity.
Mm,
And some cogs
mm.
spin faster than some other ones, and some ones are over here and
Yeah,
some are down there, and some are
the
bigger and some are smaller, and some have a more oglog shape.
the bigger the big. This is also what I've realized. Yeah, uh, and it also ties into like, let's say if you've got like a really big idea that you're trying to like bring to fruition. Yeah, it's like something really massive. It takes a lot more energy to move it at a high rate,
Right.
right? So, which is why a big dream takes much longer. It might take like 10, 15 years to really like bring a huge dream into fruition. Like let's
Yeah.
say like
Yeah.
Microsoft guy, Bill Gates.
Mm.
It
Mm.
took him. It didn't. It wasn't like an overnight. Like, oh yeah, I started this and now I'm a billionaire. It took like at least a decade to really like get in the game, and
Yeah.
then it took another like maybe like 5, 10 years to like be that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It takes
Yeah.
time to bring something that big into. It takes a lot of energy, sorry, should I say, to bring something that big into this reality.
It's like giving birth, in it.
Whereas, yeah, whereas like, do you know what I mean? Like little things like, oh yeah, I want to like have a little sip or something, or I want to have like a little drink or like a little talk or something or whatever. Like, but that can happen. Like
Yeah.
today, you don't know how it's gonna happen. Tomorrow, boom, it's happened. You've got like, you supplied, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
That's like a small version, but we're all stuck on the small cogs because like we live in this time where like everything has to happen right now. Everything has to happen
Yeah.
right now. Right now, I mean, I got this big dream. I want it to fruish right now, fam.
Yeah. And if
I
it
got
don't, then
all
I
these,
wasn't
yeah,
supposed to do it.
in it, and it's like if it doesn't work, then it wasn't supposed to happen. But it's like, nah, you just didn't give it enough time to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you didn't attend to it enough to come to fruition.
Nah, legit. Legit. It's
And it's
like
like all that attending, it's like what we do. Sorry to cut you, but it's like what
nah,
we do.
go bro,
Yeah?
go.
We do this music thing, fam. Like,
Yeah.
bro, like honestly, I can literally say, like, of the people that I know that I work with, do music with and stuff, yeah. None of these other people that are on the scene are better than we are, fam. We're
Oh
sick,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
like
No
we're
doubt.
something else, bro. Like really, we something else, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like we not like these man. That's why we're not up like they are now, fam. Because we've got like bigger things to achieve. We're not like here for numbers. We want
Bro,
impact,
you
proper
literally
impact,
just
real
called it,
things.
fam. It's like when it's a bigger thing, it takes longer to bring to fruition.
Hmm.
That quick shit, that right now shit,
Yeah,
like it's easy, bro. Like you can, you know what I
that's
mean?
cool.
Yeah, it's
Niggas,
easy,
niggas,
bro.
niggas, niggas get on real quick and then be off as just as fast as they got on, fam.
Double the time, fam. Double the
You
speed
know
they
what I
be off,
mean?
you
And
know what I
it's like,
mean?
we not there for all that, fam. We trying to do bigger things, fam. Much bigger things,
Legit,
fam.
legit, bro.
And
Legit,
so
bro. It's like,
it might take longer and it might take more energy, but the fruits will be all the more delicious for that.
fam, you know what it is, bro? It's like an oak tree, innit? It's
Mm.
like when you just see the seed of that shit, it don't really look like much. You know what I mean? It might not really look like
Like a
much to
little.
you, but
Mm.
you don't understand that there's an entire oak tree that lives inside that, bro. You know what I mean? And the thing
Blood.
about them is that they need
Mm.
time to become what they're supposed to be, and you can't
Do you
rush
know
that
what?
process. You know what I mean? Like you
Do,
can't rush
do you
it.
know what? You know what proper takes time here?
Mm.
Avocado trees, fam. I think avocado trees are like the
Yeah,
perfect analogy for this right now, fam. Do you know how long it takes for an avocado tree to like grow from uh, like the seed to like fruiting? It
how
takes
long?
like 13 years, bro. That
Jeez,
1 3, fam. A full
jeez,
13 years, fam.
that's a
Like if you
bit in
get
it.
it, if you get it from like trimmings, like if you cut it from like a fruiting tree already, it's still gonna take like 3 to 5 years, fam, for you to
Fam.
get like to the point where the tree is strong enough and now it start making fruit. It's that, but that's from a cutting of a tree that's already been doing its
That's
thing for
already
like
bloomed.
13
Yeah,
years, fam. Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like,
That's
oh, like,
mad.
yeah. It's like we all that, fam. We all the seeds, fam. We all no, sorry, not we are the seeds. We have the seeds. We have all the seeds,
Yeah,
but we just don't have the patience in this day and age to see it through for that 13 years. Do you know
yeah,
what I mean? Because you got to eat
yeah,
right now, fam. Your rent got to get paid tomorrow, fam. You feel me? So you can't be waiting for no 13 years. Blood, like, what? I ain't got time for that, fam. Send me the bread today, fam.
yeah. I want the shit right now, innit? I want it right now,
No,
bro.
fam.
And that's how people live in it, and you understand it. You get it, but
I get it, man. I get it.
it's a short sighted kind of thing we live in. Do you know what I mean? Because you're right. Someone
And
will plant one of those trees. If they don't know it takes 13 years, after a couple weeks, they see nothing happening. They're like, "Oh shit, nah, this is dead, bro.
yeah,
Nah, this is
this
a dead
dead
seed,
fam.
bro." You know what I mean? It ain't doing nothing. And then they stop attending to it. That's where the issue comes in. People stop
That
attending to the seed because they think the seed's died.
because
When it's like, nah,
it's
bro,
taken
you don't
too long,
understand
fam.
that there's a different thing that's going on, fam. There's something metaphysical
Mm.
happening that unfortunately doesn't mind inconveniencing you. Do you get what I mean? Like
The
the
word, fam. No,
the
it's not
avocado
that. It
tree,
doesn't mind. It doesn't care about all that,
it
bro.
doesn't give
Doesn't
a
care about
fuck, bro.
inconveniencing you, bro.
It don't care
Because
how
it's
many
saying
bills
to
you
you,
get paid.
yeah, because it's like if you come to me, yeah, and be like, oh, Will, I need you to like cook me a nice dinner for like me and my folks or whatever, and I'm like, I bet, but it's gonna take like this long. I'm not being like, oh yeah, it's gonna take this long to like make you sit there and be hungry or like feel away or
Legit,
whatever. But it's
legit.
literally just gonna take that long, fam. It's
That's
like
how
it's
long it takes.
if
Yeah,
yeah, if you wanna like a roast beef, yeah, no, it's gonna take a couple of hours, fam.
yeah, yeah. I
You know what I
can't
mean?
make it go faster. I
I
can
can
turn the heat up.
in
I
it.
can do all of that shit, but it's not
I
gonna
could
cook any
burn it.
faster, bro.
I could
You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like,
I could turn up the heat and I'd burn it, which
and
you
ruin
don't
it.
want that, and I
Yeah,
know you don't want that. So I'm gonna make sure that it comes out right, fam. And it might be like a 3 4 hours. You know what I mean?
legit.
Maybe even
But
longer
when
still,
but
depending
then
on
when
how
it's
big
ready, though,
the thing is. But when
when
it's
it's
ready,
ready,
everybody can eat, fam.
legit,
Because
legit.
there's too much for one person to eat.
Mm, mm,
That's that's what I see that happens.
yeah,
Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? It's like
yeah.
any person that really brings their like ideas into fruition, yeah, it's like it's too much for you to eat by yourself. And all those people that eat by themselves, they get sick, bro.
Yeah,
And you know what happens? They get angry at life, bro. And then they're
yeah.
like, oh, I don't even want this anymore.
But they don't want to share it still. You know what I mean?
But
Yes.
it's just the simple fact that they won't share the fruits that they're eating.
Yeah,
They want to eat the fruits by themselves. They have no qualms with that. But then it's the other after effects of like not sharing the fruits that you have that
yeah,
makes them be like, oh, I don't want this anymore. But then it's like,
yeah,
no, you wanted this. You keep choosing this because you're not sharing the fruits that you got, dog. It's your
yeah.
fault.
Nah, legit, legit.
Mm,
It's just a concept a lot of people just don't grasp because we live in this world where, again, people are kind of conditioned to you. If you can figure out a finesse, you keep the finesse to yourself. Like if you can figure out a way to do
yeah,
something, don't tell too many
especially
people because you know what I mean.
especially
Like that's
especially niggas, fam. God
oh
damn, I ain't
yeah,
never met a nigga that's no more selfish. I ain't never met a motherfucker that's more selfish with some knowledge than a nigga, fam. I don't understand what it is, fam. You don't want your peoples to come up.
bro.
'Cause
Niggas
I
these days
have
be
cousins,
bad mind, boy.
bro. I got cousins and uncles and shit that like, hey, bro, they leveling, fam. I sit down, talk to them like, yo, how you really doing this? And it's always, just hustling everything, just hustling everything. It's like, no, but how are you hustling? What are you hustling? How are you doing it? Help your
Yeah.
boy, fam.
Like
Seeing as you eating
if
and
you
you
can't
got
help
all the
me, bro,
fruits,
like you know what I mean? Like we
yeah, who
family and
you
shit,
gonna
bro.
help?
Like
Yeah, who you gonna help, fam? If you ain't gonna help me, who you gonna help, fam?
legit, bro.
You know what I
Legit
mean?
fam.
If you don't want to see me up, who do you want to see up, fam?
But you see, even that though, you see, just even the concept and having the mentality of wanting to bring your people and share them, like some,
Some
it's
people
like
don't
doing
have it,
gym in
fam.
it. It's like doing gym.
Mm.
It's like for in a lot of ways, a lot of people just have that shit. But for a lot of ways, there's people that need to work on that. Like it's important to even
Word.
at the lower levels, bro. You need to be able to like break bread. That's where the term breaking bread comes from. It's like this is the little bit that we have, and we're gonna break it up so we can all eat. That's where the
So
term
we can
literally
all
comes
have
from.
a bite, fam.
You know what I mean?
We gonna
Because if
break
we
it,
all
yeah.
eat, we all gonna feel better. Now, if one of us just
In
nyam
it,
the bread, like even
we're
if
all
you
gonna
feel
be.
full, yeah, you're gonna feel shit, bro, because you
You're
had the
gonna
bread
feel
by
like a piece of
yourself.
shit. But
Yeah.
bro, my God, bro, this is my life, bro. I, this my thing is, I, I'm the kind of guy like if let's say today I just decided I want to eat a steak here,
Hmm.
I'll get a steak for everybody around me, dog, because I don't want everybody to be looking at me staring while I'm eating my steak, fam.
Yeah,
I'm not even
yeah,
gonna get to enjoy it like that, fam. Because I'm
yeah, yeah.
thinking, oh, these people are looking at me, or they want a piece. Oh, damn, there's not even enough to like get them or whatever. Like, no,
Legit.
everybody get your own, fam. Everybody have yours, fam. Everybody have yours. And now we can all enjoy it with peace of mind to be like, oh, everybody enjoyed.
That's it, man. Again, we communal animals, man. We forget this shit. We think we so smart and we so fancy. We're communal animals.
Nah, we
Like,
stupid. We stupid,
you know what I
really.
mean? Like, bro, if you with your family, fam, and everybody's starving and only you one can eat, fam, and you eat,
Man,
that food is not going to
man.
fill you, bro. You're not going to feel good at all. Like, that it's the
Yeah,
nature of what we are.
you,
Do you get what I mean? Like,
your stomach gonna be all kind of runny and what dog? It's gonna be
bro,
all kind
like
of grumbly and ooh,
the
man.
being that we are,
Hell
blood, like
no,
your body's not even gonna like that because your body's gonna be able to feel the fucking hunger around it from the people that you love, dog. Like, you
bro.
know what I mean? Some of the
Ah,
best
is
meals,
that
fam, some of the best meals man had back in the day was say like if you know things were a bit tight with mums and stuff when I
mm,
was a kid and shit, and she would, you know what I mean, bust down whatever she need to bust down, and
mm,
we eat because the love that goes into that shit, fam. Where like I don't have a lot, but I'm sharing it with you. That love
that
fill up your belly, dog. You know what I mean? Like it's different, bro. It's
it's
different. You know what I mean?
because it's the man. Again, we're talking about this, right? And I had already brought up the fact that I don't like to like do it. But I've done it before.
Before you go,
I've
let
done
me
it.
just do these voice notes. Let me do these voice notes, and you
Oh,
go
there's
right
voice
ahead, G.
notes. Swear
Yeah,
danger.
there's a few to be fair. Hold on.
What's happening, guys? I hope you're having a marvelous. What the fuck's today? Wednesday. I've been smoking like all fucking day today, so
Yes, sir.
my brain's not all there. But that being said, got me another one. Here we go. Fucking token a joke.
Yes, sir, dog. Let's go.
Nice little rip there.
Let's
Alright, the
go.
token the joke is it's the only concert you can see for 45 cents.
All right.
Oh god.
Whoa, yo.
Yeah, that's the bunk
50 Cent
right
featured Nickelback. A rap. Fucking token a joke. Got me some strawberry indica and blueberry yum yum. It's a hybrid. Look like Forrest Whitaker up in this bitch. One eye's open, one eye's closed. Alright guys, have a wonderful fucking Wednesday.
Big up to you. Big up to you,
That's
bro.
the illest, fam. Man said 50 cent and you get a Nickelback, fam. Jesus Christ.
You barring them up in it. I said,
Tubman, I might have to steal that still, fam. Yo, Mr. What's his name? Burnt Pickle. Yeah, nah, dog. I'm stealing that bar, fam. You gonna hear it in the song soon, fam. I'm taking that, fam. I'm taking that. That's my bar now. Safe.
We got, who is it? SMK Bigger with a couple voice notes. Let's see what he's saying.
My brother.
Here's Secret. What's good, my guys? Peace to the
What's good?
kings, man. Over there on the
What's
UK
poppin',
side
man?
of things. But yeah, man, I'm in the building, man. The OnlyMans podcast. You know what's up.
Come on,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Yeah, what's going on? What's on the agenda for the day?
I appreciate you, broski. One sec.
Yo, Secret. Fun fact, hey, yo, listen, my daughter's planted an avocado seed inside of the garden in the yard.
Oh, word.
I'm gonna say had to go been about a month before I even noticed it. It was growing inside of the garden and shit. I pulled the shit up, and at the bottom of it was the avocado seed. Yo, I was so mad. That's about like a year and a half ago. So listen, I would have had about 11 more years before I bear fruit with my avocado tree, with my daughter's avocado tree.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yo, SM, it's gonna be a minute, but you know the greatest thing is she's the one that's gonna really reap the benefits of that tree being planted in your crib, fam.
Yeah.
She the one that's gonna be able to be like, oh, I'll go to dad's and grab avocados, isn't?
For real.
But
Because it's like,
that's the whole game though. That's this
that's
whole
the whole
thing. It's
point.
like, bro,
That's the whole point, innit?
you can live selfishly here and keep every day going to find avocados at the supermarket. But then that means that your babies are gonna have to also live they're going to be forced to live selfishly like that and also go to the supermarket to get their avocados. But now you've got a tree in your back garden and it might take some time, 10 years, 11 years. Oh, okay. But in 10 years' time, your daughter will be pulling up at your house and being like, hey, dad, can I grab some avocados? You know, because whatever, I don't know, breakfast, dinner, whatever. And you'll be like, yeah, sure, go crazy. Go have as many as you need. Because now you can do that. Because you've got the
That's
tree
real.
right there. You've got the source right there, fam.
One sec. I got one more from man.
Right. They stopped the cultivation process, man. They stopped cultivating whatever it is that they're trying to get done or whatever it is they're trying to get over. You feel me? They stopped cultivating. They stopped putting that time and that effort, that energy into what it is they want to do. You feel me? So yeah, get like that. Yep.
Nah, for real, man. It's true. Like, it's just exactly to what we were saying. Just people don't see the rewards or the benefits or the thing that they expect to see when they expect to see it, and it's just like, oh well, fuck this then. Like, do you get what I mean?
Do you
And
know what
it's literally
do you know what I realized about that? Yeah, it takes a certain mindset. Yeah, and it's like there's no one that's devoid of this type of thinking because everybody make plans for the future, man. Even if it's just like small. Oh yeah, next week I'm gonna go link up the guys and we're gonna like do music or whatever. Small plans like that. Everybody does that, but then it's like we all don't. There's like a certain there's like a barrier to like how far you can think in society. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like if you
yeah,
start
yeah,
thinking like a more than a month ahead of you, like dog, man, you on some other stuff, fam. To the people in the society, you like, man, I don't know what's wrong with this guy, fam. He's something else, bro. So
yeah.
imagine now
Legit.
if you're planning for something in like 20 years time, fam. They're gonna be like, yo, that nigga crazy, dog. I don't he wildin', fam. He talking about 20 years. He put in every penny that he got into it now, every day, every single day. But he gonna do that for 20 years until it starts to fruit, bro.
Fam,
Nah, not for me.
you see, bro. Again, the Bible. Yeah, I know that sounds random, but it's an allegory, fam. You see what you're
Hmm.
describing? It's Noah's Ark, fam. You see what I'm
Yeah.
like in the story. If you subscribe to that, I'm just like fuck the religion thing. But I'm saying, if you just watch the story, God said to my man, brother, there's gonna be mad rain, fam. It's going to go crazy. He started
So
building
you
the
gotta
thing
do
because
something.
he was like, yo, all right, cool. Like, we got, and people was looking at man like, brother,
Nah, you wildin', dog.
we in the middle of this. We talking about a boat, my nigga. Like,
Yeah.
the fuck, bro, what
What
you
happened to
doing,
all them
fam?
niggas, fam? What happened to all them niggas, fam? Preach it, fam.
Wash
What happened
out,
to all
fam.
them niggas, fam?
Wash out, fam.
Exactly.
Lord Poseidon,
Exactly.
wash out, bro. What you mean?
The only nigga that made it was the nigga that was like, oh shit, we should do something about that.
Yeah, who's being called crazy because people didn't have the
Word?
foresight that he had. Do you know what I
Man.
mean? And it's like, again, take away the actual story of it, the metaphor, the analogy of the story is just that we in a thing where
Mm,
you really have to be able to have that long-term vision and
mm.
be able to put up with the fact that people around you won't get it, and you may, well, more than likely be ridiculed for that as well. You know what I mean? People
Oh,
make you
more
feel
than
like you fucked
likely.
up
Nigga,
because they can't.
it's
You know what I mean?
almost a certain, fam.
It's almost a
It's almost
certainty. Yeah,
certain that
legit.
you're gonna be ridiculed, fam.
You know what I mean? Like, and you have to have not only the vision and the long term scope, but also the tenacity to be able to go through that
To
process.
keep
Do you
it,
get what I
fam.
mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because again, that shit, like, it's not easy, fam. Like, imagine Noah, blood. Like, big old God told Noah, my nigga, build this shit because I'm flooding this shit
Okay,
out,
Drizz.
fam. Washing
Imagine,
this shit.
imagine if the God, yeah,
The
spoke to
God, bro.
you, Drizz. Yeah, he said to you, yo, Drizz, you need to do this real quick because like this is gonna be a madness. Do you know what's mad about that? Yeah, like in those days, in like the back in the days, maybe you could be like, yo, God just told me like, ooh, do, and then people. 50-50, they'll be like, damn, God said that. I bet we're gonna help. Or like, nah, we don't believe that. But now it's like, man, niggas ain't trying to hear all that, oh yeah, God had said, fam. Because how many
Bro.
people then said God had said, fam?
Yeah,
How many
for real.
people have said God done said like, oh yeah, we don't believe that anymore, bro.
Yeah,
We
for
do not
real.
believe that anymore at all, at all.
For
Like
real, bro.
to the point where like we've got people that are saying, "Oh, God is dead." How can God be dead, Charlie? You're here alive, kicking right now, fam. How can God be dead?
Depends what you
Cause
call
man,
God in it. That's the
cause
thing.
yeah, cause man don't really realize what the God thing is, fam.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people have like they got this concept of like some nigga in the sky with like a white beard
A
and like
big
he wear
white
white
beard in
robes
it.
all the times and all them thing there.
With a
But
deep
dog,
Barry White voice in
fam,
it.
think about all the miracles that have ever happened in your life here. The very first thing that you gotta deep here is that you had to be there for that miracle to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had to be there. The second thing you gotta deep is all that miracle stuff that happened is because a human being did something beforehand. There's some kind of thing that a human did that because cause and effect. If I do something right now, perfect. SMK Bigger said his daughter planted the avocado tree. Yeah, she did something a year ago, a year and a half ago. He said, yeah, but in
Mm.
10, 15 years time, there's gonna be benefits and rewards for that. Cause and effect.
Yeah.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, and
And
it's
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 like,
that exact thing, man.
where man, this thing, I keep trying to tell people like, fam, you guys don't get how much of a mind game this whole like life thing is. It's everything that you're seeing around you is as real as you are.
Yeah.
But if you never realize that, oh damn, I'm here and not here at the same time, you're never gonna realize that this physical world is here and here, not here at the same time. You're never gonna deep like how actually like, well, like if you really deep it, like this thing, this life thingy, it's mad, fam. It's actually nuts, bro. Like actually, it's crazy, fam. Because like you didn't do anything for this. You didn't do anything to warrant being alive. No, you were just born. You didn't ask for this. Maybe you did. Like in the physical sense, you didn't ask for this. You just showed up, and then like everything is just beautiful and it's nice and all that. But then we have these conceptions of like, oh, when it rains, it's not a good day. Who said that? Who told you that when it rains, it's not a good day? Because the plants don't think that. The plants are like, oh yeah, this is the greatest thing.
Word. Word.
Like them grasses in the park, fam, when it rains, fam, they're not thinking, oh, this is a terrible day. They're like, oh yeah, hallelujah, dog. And it's like we build up all these like conceptions of how things are and like how things should work and like, oh yeah, if it doesn't work like this, then like, oh, it must not be. No, look, dog, no. You just
Bro.
gotta realize you here and not here at the same time, fam. Because your
Fuck.
physical body's here, your physical body is like stamping and touching things and whatever. But your ethereal body, your mind, the spirit, the one that's doing the seeing and decoding all the seeing, it's not here, bro. It's
Yeah.
upper. It's a higher dimension, fam.
And in like the
It's
simplest
upper,
way,
fam.
how you can like double down on what you're saying is like,
Mm.
if it is here, then just show it to me. You know what I mean? Like, where is it? You know what I mean? All to this point now, they can't tell you where in the body, the soul, or the spirit, or any of that shit comes
No,
from.
they
It's like,
can't. No,
because it's not there,
because
bro.
no, they keep trying to be like, oh, it's the brain. No, it's not the brain. It's really not the brain. Because
Yeah.
if we're talking about sentience, right, we're being like, oh, yeah, the brain is where sentience come from. That's ridiculous. Because, like, if you right now, yeah, walk somewhere and stub your toe, yeah, like, it's the toe, it's the cells in your toe that are like blood. A madness just happened,
Yeah.
fam.
Yeah.
They thinking, fam.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're not waiting for the brain to be like, oh yeah, that hurt. They just hurting, bro.
They tell the brain that this happened, and the brain goes,
You
"Yeah,
get
you man
me?
are in pain in
Yeah,
it."
nah,
Like,
that's hurting right there, fam. That's proper hurting, fam.
bro, you know
Like,
one thing like I noticed as well, because like this. Hold on, let me
mm,
play this voice note. Then I'll know if it was it.
You take the concept or the thing, the creation of God or creator of God, and then put it in like a human form, you always
mm.
going to have different interpretations and different ways people see
Every
God.
time,
You feel me?
every
This is
single time, fam.
you feel me? The black man is God, you know that, and the black
Come
woman
on,
gave
bro.
birth to the black man,
Oh,
so you can imagine what she is.
Come on, bro. Come on,
okay.
bro.
Can I just say something about that message real quick?
Uh,
See, man started talking the truth and he started talking about all, you know what I'm saying? He started saying what he was saying. And it's like, why they gotta be ringing like, see,
yeah,
that's them other side spirit trying to disrupt the message. Cause he got something to say. I've noticed this year when I start speaking to
yeah,
people about things like proper things here, it's like
yeah.
it's either one, they'll switch off or there'll be some kind of a distraction there for them. And it's like, see, that's how you know that all of this, yeah, it's all linked, fam. Like, cause the man,
Now, Will.
yeah,
Now,
I'll
Will.
be getting
You
mad
remember?
with the things, fam.
Do you remember a few weeks ago we had a conversation on the pod, and I sort of brought the question about, how can I try to maybe approach things better, or because I keep finding a pattern that's happening is when I'm trying to speak to people about real things, and like there seems to always be this thing that comes up. See what you've just said, yeah?
Yes.
That's what I've been realizing over the weeks. It's like, oh, okay, this isn't even really you that's doing
It's
this,
not
not thinking
them.
all
It's not
thing,
them. It's not their
but
fault, bro.
it's spiritual warfare. Not to sound all churchy and shit. I don't mean it in
No,
the hallelujah
no.
Jesus
See,
way.
it's not.
Like,
See, but man, take it that way. Yeah. But like the
yeah,
spirit thing is deeper than the religion thing, because
yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
the spirit thing been here since before the religion thing. We know that humans have been around since longer than any of these religions, fam. Even the longest running, it might have been around for a thousand years or whatever, but humans been around for at least like a nice little 100,000, 150,000 years, fam.
Well,
We've been
again,
about, bro.
in the simplest way, brother, all of the
Mm.
religions usually have a one guy that is the vocal point of the religion,
In it,
which means that this
in
guy
it.
had to be spiritual for people to look at him and be like, yeah, we should do what he doing, blood. Like
Nah, you
he
see, the murky thing about it, yeah, is that that person they're talking about is you, fam. But then they
exactly.
externalize where the power comes from and say, oh, the power comes from like a man in the sky somewhere, fam. All of them do that. All
Yeah.
those religions, they externalize where the power comes from. They say, oh, it comes from somewhere up, the universe, God, or whatever. It comes from Allah, or it comes from whatever. I don't know what the Jewish people call God, Yahweh, right? But
Yeah,
it's like,
Yahweh,
no, you
Jehovah. Yeah.
didn't. You missed it. You missed it. Because like all of those texts, yeah, if you really start to delve into it, like you were saying, it's all like an allegory, fam.
Yeah,
It's all algorithms, right?
literally.
Like what? Oh, damn. I so wanted Terrence to be on this show today, fam. I spoke to man
Oh
earlier.
yeah.
We had a mad convo, fam. We had a ill convo, fam.
Remember when you man come
Like,
down
bro.
here and I was telling you like the convo I had? I think I've said it on the pod as well, but I was telling you
Yeah.
like the convo that I had with him and like the way that he kind of broke it. Yeah, yeah. Now we need to get Terrence on this shit.
Nah,
Yeah,
yeah, we need to get him
definitely.
on here, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think we should
Because
get him next week, fam. I'll tell him next week, pull up, fam.
yeah, nah, calm. That's calm. That's calm. We can
Mm,
definitely get that. Because like again, I think even just how he explains it is just it repositions the
mm.
concept. Do you get what I mean? Like it's not like oh shit, I didn't know that. It's like
That's
oh
like, oh,
shit, I always
I'd
knew that. I
never
just never
realized
thought
that.
of it like that. Do
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I
Like
never
yeah,
realized.
I
Mm,
never realized or I didn't remember that I. Do you know what I mean?
mm.
Like yeah, we need to
Yeah.
get Terrence on here. Definitely, we need to get.
He, like, that kid is something else, but I don't know what's going on in his brain, bro. he, got, he got some other things happening in his brain, fam, to the point where even me, I'm like, raw, this guy, bro, boy. And
Yeah, no.
I'm the one that be telling people, like, dog, you ain't even got no clue what's happening in my head, dog. If I was to tell you what I really think about these situations and all this
Oh
stuff, yeah, you
yeah,
gonna be so mad because like none of
yeah,
this matters, fam.
yeah.
None of this makes
Word,
any difference, fam. But
word,
then
word.
because you're right there in the moment and you want me to react to whatever's happening, I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day for you, fam. Because you're gonna be mad at me, and you're gonna be mad at you for being mad at me, and then you like, yeah, it's long, fam. Long, long, long,
That's
long,
true.
long.
No, it's very true, man. It's very true.
Mm,
And again, that's I think we had spoken about, but it's people lead with the ego, man. Like people lead through the ego, and so
mm.
even just the conceptualization, just be like, you know what? None of this shit matters. Like a lot of time, the ego makes you feel like nah, like it matters to me. It matters to me. You know what I mean? Like
Innit?
which isn't necessarily an invalid
It's not a
feeling,
bad
but
thing.
it's it's it's
Mm,
just understanding like and being self aware in terms of the balance of shit. Like, one thing I
Yeah.
always try to say is like, yo, however you or anybody feels about anything at any point is 100% valid and it's 100% right. If that's how they feel, that's how they feel, and no one can ever tell them that that's wrong because that's how they feel. But people should also be self-aware enough to understand that just because I have a feeling about something
It
doesn't mean
doesn't
that
mean
reality
that
hinges on that
in
feeling.
it,
Do you know what I mean? Like,
it doesn't mean that everybody has that same reality, fam. My
yeah.
God. Yo, okay. Perfect example, yeah. Perfect example. Like,
I,
bro, you could like bring people to the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life, yeah. And you like, guys, look at this beautiful scenery I brought you to. Don't you think it's beautiful? And then they still gonna be like, ah, look at them prickly thorns over there. Oh man, look at that dog poop right there. Oh man, look at like the pair of underwear there that somebody left a long ass time ago. And it's like, yeah, but you're missing it, bro. Look at the view. Never mind all this dumbass stuff that's around you, all this dog poop and all that stuff. Don't worry about that. Look at the view, dog. Look at the earth. How it's telling you that it loves you, fam. But you don't want to see that. You just want to see the dog poo, bro. That's sad, fam.
and that's it in a complete nutshell. Like, there's this beautiful view, and you busy telling me there's dog poo here. Like, look at where your priorities are. Do you
Man,
know what I mean? Like,
in it.
the universe is existing in a moment here. Like you just said, bro. Like, when you look at just like you see the trees and the animals, like those trees didn't
It's
just get
telling
there by
you.
osmosis, bro. That's like
Mm,
how many years in the process, how many like different seasons and stuff those trees and seen, the
mm.
different birds and that you see had to be born from another bird that came from wherever. Like, all of the
Fam,
universe is happening in this one big massive fucking moment, and you can be like, oh
no,
shit.
no. But not only is it happening, it's happening just for you, especially for you, dog.
Yeah. And you telling man about
Espe-
the dog
I
shit,
was,
bro.
I was talking to Terrence before, yeah, and we were talking about how, like, cause I was telling him some things as well, and he like there was some things that he didn't know that I told him too, fam.
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
we were talking about nature in it, and I
Right.
was like, yo, do you know like when you like walking out in nature, yeah, and you see like lots of green, that color green there, yeah, that like leafy green, that like grassy green, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the real color of love, fam. So when you see that, yeah, that's the earth telling you, no, I love you so much, and I feel for you so much. You in all this stuff, but you don't need to be. You
Yeah.
can just come with me. And you can, bro. If you've ever noticed, if you ever like walked like in like a forest or like where there's like
Yeah.
lots
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
trees or lots of nature, yeah. When you live there, you feel so much better. You
Yeah.
feel great,
Yeah.
dog. Why do you think that is? Because all those plants here, all those trees around here, they suck that negative energy out of you, fam. They suck it right out of you, fam. And then in the place of that, they put their good energy into you, fam.
Bro.
Why do you think man go and meditate in the forests and that, fam?
To be one with
Because it's
nature, fam.
healing.
Listen,
It's healing,
I
fam.
had said this a few weeks back on the pod, in it. I watched the film
Mm,
Avatar again as an adult after not seeing it since I was a child or since I was a young
mm.
teenager. I watched the film Avatar back again, bro. And it's like, oh shit, fam. Like, they
Yeah,
explain
nah,
a
they
lot.
was
Like,
lying to
bro,
us, fam.
one of the things they say in that, like the girl Avatar, Zoe Saldana's character, like, because they
Yeah.
trying to cut down the tree of life in it, and she's saying like, yo, what they don't understand is that this whole thing is interconnected. Every root, every leaf, every insect, every animal is an interconnected existence. We exist with them, and if they're not here, we
At
die,
all
because
times,
it's
fam.
all
At
connected
all times.
at all times. Do you get what I mean, bruh? Like, it's just, it's, you know what, you said it again when we were talking about clocks, fam. It's like, when
Mm.
you really look at this shit and think about this shit, the answers are right there. Like, the answers are
Yeah.
all
It's
right there,
telling
bro.
you, the whole reality is telling you what time it is, bro. But
You know what I mean?
we're so caught up in our own things and like how like oh you know my my mum had said this, or like my dad had said this, or like my friends told me that. It's like
Yeah.
all that stuff that's cool. You know what I mean? And it's not like you should disregard what everyone is telling you or whatever like that.
Yeah.
But you also gotta realize that, like, bro, all right. One of the deepest things that I've probably been marinating on all week here is the fact that our parents, yeah, I'll speak on behalf of my parents.
Right.
I don't know about everybody else's parents, but I speak on behalf of my parents. I say I know for a fact that those people are just kids that grew up, fam.
Are just kids
They
that grew
got
up and had kids. Yeah.
no. In fact, sorry, they didn't even grow up. They just got bigger, fam. They're just
Yeah.
kids that got bigger and figured out, like, oh damn, if I like do this, everybody can eat. Or if I be like this, everybody will be out. But if I be like this, then everyone will be a shambles, fam. They're just
Yeah.
kids. They're just kids, bro.
Yeah.
There's still people that there's not a single person on this planet Earth that has been here or like remembers being here multiple times. We've all been here lots of times. But the whole thing is every time you come back, you don't have any memories of that.
It's like when you start the game again, fresh in it, new game. You know
Again,
what I
you know
mean? It's
what I
like,
mean? Like you starting a whole new game, creating a whole new character, and
yeah,
also you're not like all the save data that you had is gone. But then
yeah,
the ill thing is you still have the muscle memory of how you did all the levels.
yeah. But you have to just know
But
that you've got that in it.
but
Like,
you just have to like be able to concentrate enough to extract that muscle memory of like, oh yeah, I did this level before. But like what we do is like we get very distracted with all the shiny things and all the people around us being like, oh yeah, you're the greatest, and oh yeah, all the distractions, you know, all the distractions. And it's like that's what stops us from being able to really tap in and have full control over not only your life, but what your reality looks like, fam. What the people around you's reality looks like, fam. Because
no,
we
it's so
have that power, fam. We have
it's
it.
so true,
But
bro.
we're just stuck in dumb stuff. And damn, man, I can't like bro, I'm trying to not be in that stuff anymore, fam. I'm trying to like do some other different things now, fam. And
Yeah,
like when I have people around me that are like bringing me that energy,
yeah,
like it's not even like I want to respond to the way that I respond, but I just shut off, man. I
yeah,
shut down. I can't deal with this. I
yeah,
don't want to deal with this. So I'm now cut it out, bro. It's not I want to. And sometimes like damn, sometimes like people be telling me all kinds of things, fam. Cause you know it's me, fam. And like for some reason people just feel like they can just tell me things and tell me things and tell me things. Like I don't have my own things to deal with and I gotta now contend with your stuff and try and find a solution for you whilst also trying to find a solution for me. All
yeah.
that, yeah. It's like I see it, fam. I see it, fam.
And you know what it is in a lot of ways. It'll be
Mm.
because there'll be an admiration that people will have for you in the way that you operate. Do you get me? So they'll come to you with their
Just
stuff
get like
because
me, dog. Just get like me. Forget about all
that's
that
the
stuff.
will. That's the thing, though. Like what you have to realize, yeah, and this is something I've had to accept in it, is that a lot of people, not everybody, but there's a lot of
Mm.
people now who never actively try to be accountable for the shit that they do or the shit that they should do. So they'll
Mm.
bring shit to you trying to either get you to feel how they feel about it or to kind of fix the shit for them. Like people don't want to be accountable for
Because misery
themselves
loves company. They've
because
been
misery
saying
loves
that for
company.
years.
And so if you now
Oh my
don't
lord.
reciprocate the misery, it then now becomes a fuck you as well. And then they go and find someone else who will like indulge that.
Oh
Do you get what I mean?
damn. Bro, you blowing my mind right now, fam. I swear down, fam. Cause
Yeah,
like
what I mean.
there's things that I've been like thinking about and marinating on this whole week, yeah. But just hearing that what you said now, yeah. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense, fam.
Because, brother, you know what you have to understand, yeah? We talk about all this
Oh,
crypto and Bitcoin and all this sort of shit, yeah? You see, the one true
oh,
currency that we trade with is energy.
time, Charlie.
That's the
Oh,
one. That's the
okay,
one
time.
true currency that we
And
trade with. Like,
mm.
because yeah, time, yeah, but
But then
really,
you putting your energy in that time, so really
the
you
only
spending energy,
commodity we have to give really is
the
energy.
energy.
Do you
Mm-hmm.
get what I mean? So we always hear these like little phrases like "protect your peace, protect your energy." You know what I mean? Bad energy, stay
Nah,
far
them
out
niggas.
because it's trendy and
Nah,
it's cool, but people
bad
don't really
energy stay
conceptualize what
far
that
away.
means.
True. Oh, because the niggas don't know what it really means. And they don't even understand that the bad energy that they're trying to stay far away from is inside you. So how are you
It's
going to stay
inside you.
far away from that bad energy? Because every good energy that comes to you is going to get repelled and blocked away by that energy that's in you. So really, you saying good energy stay far away. Make it stay far away.
And you know what, Will? It's so interesting, yeah. Again, like just how the universe works in it. You see, one
Mm.
thing I usually find, one way or another, is I will find that the universe will usually force people's energy, like it will expose them in a sense. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
like,
it
say,
always does.
you know what I mean? You say something happens, whatever, and
Mm.
if you try to respond to somebody in love, for example, and you're like, yo, man,
Mm.
like, listen, dog, and you find that that person is very uh, defensive against that,
Mm.
it's like, okay, that's your own energy that you have to deal with. Like, because a lot of times we as
Yeah.
people, we're so self-centered, we think that, oh shit, like you're mad at me because there's something wrong with me, or I did something, or
Mm.
I, or me, or I, or me, or
Something
I, or
or
me.
something. But
When
really, sometimes
really,
it's not that.
really, it's a lot of times, bro. Listen, I've always had this concept in my mind, yeah. You see, when
Mm.
you speak to people, yeah,
Yeah.
like people are speaking to you, but especially when like emotions are heightened and people like upset or
They're
angry or
speaking
whatever,
to themselves.
they're speaking to themselves. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're they're
Mm-hmm.
they're and you're just the conduit that triggered the thing that allowed that energy to be
Mm.
exposed. It's like natural
I've
gases.
noticed that in myself, fam. I've noticed
It's,
that a lot in myself, fam. Especially when
mm,
I'm trying to like people bring me their business and I'm like, oh dog, you do like this or but if you be like this, it's like I'm really talking to myself. Fam. I'm really
yeah,
like
yeah,
advising me on how to like do the next step.
yeah, yeah.
But I'm really trying to tell these people,
But
oh
Will,
yeah,
but Will, you've said it before though, fam. Everything is one, fam. Everyone is you, bro. So
I
do
know,
you
fam.
see how this whole thing works, bro? It's like a, you
Mm-hmm.
know what this whole thing is, yeah. And again, I was speaking to my girl about this earlier. Yes,
Mm.
you've seen that art piece of like the different stairways, but there's like one stairway that's upside down, and then there's
Yeah,
one
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
sideways.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
all this shit is. And to because we just conceptualize like stairs go up and down, to us
Mm.
it can seem confusing, but the whole thing is so interlinked. Do you get what I mean? And it's like in that exact same way you're speaking to yourself not only on the internal, but when you really get it, you're also really speaking to yourself on the external, which is why even in them kind of things, I always try to move with love, even if you're not getting that
Yeah,
reciprocated to you, because it's like
bro.
my thing is I'm gonna give you love because that's what I hope to receive in life.
That's what I would like from. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I want to see in my reality.
Yeah,
I don't want to see no hectic business and no like man fighting or nothing like that or trying to
you get
fight
what I
me.
mean?
Yeah, them things there. Fam, it happened to me this weekend, fam. I'm not gonna like get into the details of it like on the show or whatever. But it's like, oh man, I tried to bring you to something beautiful, but all you could do is focus on how bad it was.
Do you know what I'm saying, brother? Like
And it's like, man,
in the exact same vein, without getting into anything like that, like
mm,
you know of recent things that have happened that involve
yeah,
me, that you know what I mean, where
mm.
it's like, damn dog, like I feel like I've
It
really
ain't even gotta
tried
be
to
all that, fam.
to show you love, man. Like, you know what I mean? I've really tried to go out of my way, and it's like,
It
again,
ain't
what
even
I
gotta
have,
be all that, fam.
and what I have to realize is like, when these things happen, it's not a reflection of you. Do you get what I mean? Because a lot of times it's very easy to want to react in that ego moment, because fundamentally, and I don't mean this in the basic way it sounds, but in a fundamental way, you like, you're
Yeah,
justified in how you've been. Do you get what I
yeah.
mean? In a fundamental way, and it's like, when you try to create when you, I'm trying to talk about something without talking about it. When you try to essentially like create anything, fucking you making like clothing and shit, and your idea is, you know what I mean, you want to be able to do this thing to help people get clothes and this and that, and you know what I mean, that's your driving force. Like, I just want to, I've seen too many people that don't have clothes. I want to try and make clothes for people. Like, that's what this is about.
Yeah.
Even in that, if you find, people are resistant to that for whatever reason, like look at the Marcus Rashford thing, bro. Like, the nigga said, like, yo, I want to feed kids in
And
school
then the
because
nigga wanted
kids in
to
school,
feed kids, bro.
I
And
want to
man was
feed
like,
kids in
nah,
school
go feed them
that
kids,
can't
bro.
afford to, like, there's kids in school that can't afford to eat proper meals because, you know what I mean, whatever. And I just want to do something to help them kids. And people were like, nah, come on, I did it. Because he said he wanted to feed the kids, bro. It's like, when you know, and this is the thing about, they call supreme confidence in it. When you know that your intentions are pure, I don't want to say good and bad, because that's, you know what I mean, everyone's good and bad is different. But when
Yeah.
you know that you're moving with pure intention, you have to understand that purity exposes impurity. And a lot of times there are people that operate in life and don't understand that they have impurity within them. I'm not saying that I don't have that, like I'm perfect. We all are this living
Ooh.
creature.
But
But
then,
what
oh,
happens?
Drizz.
Go
But
on.
Drizz, I also realized that there's niggas out here in the world that know, they know, okay, all right. They know full well what really time it is, fam. When we're talking
Yeah,
about this spiritual warfare and what, they know
yeah,
full well what really time it is, fam. And they
yeah.
know how they are, but they'll try it and like, hey, I don't know how to like word it, fam. I
Justify,
don't know.
like,
Yeah, they'll try to like justify and stuff, yeah, but it's like, no, not even
bro,
justify,
like,
no, because no, wait, because you're a good person, you're a person with good karma, yeah. You're a geezer that got like good karma, fam. You got like a good aura around you. You got like drawing energy, pulling energy.
mm,
There's people in the world that have like pushing energy, they have repelling energy, they don't have that like pull it in thing,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So like
yeah.
they'll find somebody that's like got that pulling in energy and like just be around and
Leech the
just be
energy. Like,
around.
let's
Mm,
just call it what it is. Like, man
yeah.
will, like, bro, there was a phrase that was stuck in my spirit a couple months ago. I think we had spoken about it, but this concept
Mm.
of energy vampires. And I don't know
Oh my
why.
gosh.
I didn't even like, I thought I understood it at the time, but I didn't even really deep it the full way.
No,
But it's exactly to what you're speaking to. Like I said before, the only
they
currency we
know full
really
well,
have in
dog.
world, the only currency we really have in this life, fam, is energy. Do
Energy.
you get what I mean? And so there are
And
people,
those vampires, they know full well that
they
like
know
they
what.
all right for them to keep like generating and like being uh like living, I guess, the life that they want to live, right? For them to keep like generating the energy that like creates that life, they have to be around somebody that has drawing energy.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
That like, and as soon as that person's drawing energy starts to get like less, because a motherfucker can't draw energy enough for like three people all at the same time. It's
yeah,
You can only pull in enough for, it's like eating. You can't
yeah,
eat enough for like five people at once, fam.
yeah,
You
legit.
can only eat enough for you at any one time, fam.
and hope that there's enough for everyone else to eat as well. Do you get what I
And
mean? And
exactly, and
yeah,
or at least if you like us, the drawing energy folks, you like, oh, I could eat as much as I want, and
yeah,
everybody gonna eat as much as they want.
legit, fam.
Because it just
Legit,
keeps
fam.
coming to you. There's nothing that you do, brother. You don't do anything. You don't really do expend lots of energy to like have uh, the the surroundings that you want, the life that you want. You want to like do this, that. Like you can just do that because you've got drawing energy. Do you know
Word,
what I mean?
word.
And it's like, yeah, I know. I realized a lot of people, man. You gotta goddamn get away from them niggas, dog.
Nah,
Them
legit,
niggas they ain't thinking about you at all, but they just thinking, yeah, like he lit, yeah, like I'm gonna be lit just now, fam.
bro. People, a lot of people in the energy vampire thing, they think about you in the context of themselves. Do you get what I mean? So they
Mm-hmm.
think about you in regard to how you affect their life and what essentially they
Mm.
can gain from you. You know what I mean? And like that's why
Yeah,
I even say our friendship and shit. I think the reason why our friendship is the way it is, because
I
bro,
don't
there've been
want
plenty of
anything
times
from you, bro.
we've now
I
listen,
really don't want
listen.
anything from you.
But no, but listen to what I'm saying
Go,
though, innit?
go,
I'm
go,
saying
go.
it's not one of those things where me and you think exactly the same and we finish each other's sentences and that like there are
Nah.
times we have differences of opinion or
Oh yeah, nah, we be butting heads like a
but
buck, dog.
again, I'll even use like the music thing for an example. Yeah,
uh,
again, I can't, and I was having this conversation with Brandon, I think, but I was saying,
mm,
you see the people that I do this thing with, that I hold close, that I really, my G's that I work with, I don't deal with
mm.
no contract and no paperwork and not like, I don't have to do that with
Nothing like
certain
that, fam.
people. Like, my
Mm.
guy Will does a lot of stuff for me, like, in terms of me being able to operate in that field, like, my guy
And
Will
I
is
always
quite
feel like I
essential.
don't do enough. I always feel
And
like
it's
I don't
like,
do enough.
but my guy Will, with that, yeah, has never once asked me for a payment. Like, yeah, this is gonna cost this, bro, and I can't do this. But my guy will always be. If I have it to give, I will give it because I appreciate, man. Because as man said, that
Mm.
giving energy, that drawing energy, that's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
It's in your soul. I say this
Mm-hmm.
thing all the time. I was born with this curse called integrity in it, and I can't get it
A
away from
mad
me,
thing,
bro.
fam.
I've tried to
Mad
be a
thing,
front
fam.
nigga, and I can't do it.
Me too, dog.
I
Me too. I
cannot
did,
do it.
fam.
I
Me
can't do
too,
it.
fam.
Do you get what I mean? Like this thing that I have, it is a part of what I am, and
Mm.
so the people that I operate around and operate with at the highest level get the benefits of that the way that I get the benefits of that. However, that is
Mm.
sort of whatever that manifests into, whether it's money or time or energy or a product or
Whatever it is.
whatever the fuck it is, it's that
Mm.
sort of thing. And the reason I feel comfortable, because you know me, bro, you know that like all of this business stuff, you know I'm very on my dean in it. Like I
Oh
don't
yeah.
fuck about when it comes to that shit.
Nah, nah, none of that,
You
fam.
know how man do my thing in it. But the reason
Mm.
why I can always feel way more comfortable having something like that with Will is because I know where his energy lies. Like I've seen him at good and
Yeah.
bad times, and I
And
know where his
Oga,
energy
I just like, bro, when I do work for you, yeah, it's so cool that like you pay me, dog. That's like ill, dog. Like
bro, come on,
you've been
fam.
putting money for me, but like really, like I say, like I gain so much here outside of being paid. I gain so much for my then that makes it seem like it's a selfish thing. Do you know what I mean? But it's not that,
Nah,
fam.
bro,
It's
nah,
like
it's not that, fam.
I'm
That's the energy,
like I
fam. That's what we
realize that,
talking
yeah,
about, bro.
I realize that like as I grow, you also grow, fam. Because you
Bro,
brought me
thank you,
into your
thank you,
process.
thank you,
So
thank
we
you.
so like you grow, I grow, fam. Like to the point where like you're like, oh yeah, the first mix is lit, fam.
Do you get what I mean? Like and that's the
It's
whole thing.
growth.
When you operate in that field of energy with other beings that operate in that field of energy with you, y'all can do nothing but grow together. Because the way you
Mm-hmm.
operate, it's the trees in the Avatar movie, fam. Everything is
Mm.
interconnected. So if I grow, you're going to grow because I'm growing, fam. Because that's how this energy works. And like you said, fam, there's people in the world that understand how valuable that energy is because they have a lack of it. And the one thing that creates a demand is a need. You know what I mean? So say again, bro, you're you. You know what I mean? The one thing I've always respected about you, and I can say that I've seen you in many different scenarios to verify it, is no matter what room you're in, no matter who you're around, what the scenario, like you are always you in every situation. And
Hey,
so
what
being
am I
you,
gonna be? What am I gonna do,
and
dog?
and so being you, yeah, it comes naturally to you. Like you do that all day, you do that effortlessly. But there are people
Yeah.
out there that understand how valuable that energy of being you is. And again, what you have to just realize that in life, bro, like the thing about vampires, fam, like look at the Twilight film. They don't always come like blah, suck your blood, blah. Like it's not always
No,
that.
they come pretty
Sometimes
and
they just
beautiful, and you know what I'm saying,
sometimes
they
they
be,
just
oh
need to get
yeah,
next to you.
I
You
got
know
this
what I
for
mean? Like
you. I can help you with this. I can do this for you. Who de who? I saw that film. The nigga was trying to like bring that girl to their crib and that so he could turn her into a vampire. He said, B,
yeah, fam.
check it out. I love you forever and ever, infinity. But like, if you want to like be with me in infinity, I gotta do this thing to you and make you me, fam, basically.
Coercion and manipulation, bro. And
Mm.
let's get
Because
deeper into this now. Yeah,
that girl, yeah, the girl Bella, she like her thing was like she never seen a nigga so beautiful in her life, bro. She never seen a nigga that looked like this, so strong like this. The nigga could fly, dog. The nigga could fly.
yeah,
He could literally pick her up and they could just jet off somewhere. Fam. My
yeah.
nigga, what girl in this whole universe in this whole universe, fam, would be like nah to a nigga that fly, fam? He could be the ugliest nigga that there ever was, fam. If that nigga fly, oh yeah, you lit, dog. You gonna
We
get all the
literally
girl,
call
fam.
like being cool and shit being fly. Do you get what I mean? Like we literally call it that, bro. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
Like,
exactly,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
You know
And
what
it's
I mean?
like,
Like,
yeah, man. I noticed them. There's like all right. I'm a observant guy, fam. I know sometimes I might seem because you know me in real life, fam, and I might seem like I'm just like off game or like I'm not really like in the room or like whatever. I'm just like somewhere there.
right?
But nah, dog, I'm like every frequency that's happening, I'm analyzing it, fam. And not like in my brain analyzing it, but my whole being is analyzing what's happening around us,
Yeah,
fam. And
yeah,
sometimes I'm like, oh, do you know, this is not even gonna lead to anything like really crazy. So like, all right, we'll just see where it goes. If it's something that's gonna lead to something like absolutely mad, then yeah, just cut that off and like, hey, nah, we don't need to deal with that.
yeah,
But all the other stuff of like people trying to like manipulate man and like trying to like do this or like you speaking like this or that I feel like this or like you trying to like bring me these ideas so I start thinking like this or I'll be watching and most
yeah,
time I'll be like yeah nah that sound dope yeah I'm trying to see like where you trying to take me with this.
yeah,
You get me?
yeah.
I'm trying to see like where are you leading me with what you're leading me with.
For real, for
You know,
real.
and I've
Because
realized like, bro, a lot of people, yeah, nah, a lot of people they say a lot, but they ain't really about it like that. You know what I'm saying? They be
bro,
saying a lot about all this love and what, but they ain't really about it like that, fam. That's what I'm realizing, fam.
and actions will always show it, fam. I told you, fam. The thing about
Every time,
moving with
fam.
purity, yeah, the thing about moving with purity is it always exposes impurity. Like it's
Mm,
one of those. It can't help it. The impurity has to jump out. Niggas that can tell you they love you all day. They're your people. They're your people, fam. Let something happen and see who your people are. See who's standing there. See
one time, fam.
who's really on, like, bro, even though this is fucked up, like, because I love you, let's try and, you know what I mean?
Let's
Like,
try and figure something out. Let's work, sir. let's work
Because
something out.
if you're my brother and I love you, and I'm your brother and you love me, and there's an issue because we love each
Right?
other,
We should be able. We
we
should be able to talk to each other,
we
right?
should
We
be
should be able to
actively
talk,
like,
right?
yo, fam, let's figure this out, bro. Like, let's come on, like, because
Yeah,
I don't want you to be fucked up with me. I don't want to be fucked up to you. Like, let's figure this out because we love each other, right? And
man.
if you find that for
I
some
think.
reason that's not the case, or you have to, once you understand for yourself that you try to operate in a space of love, even if you're not getting that love reciprocated. I always say this, yeah, the way that I am to people isn't just based on who they are. Like, the reason I value your friendship so much is because I've seen you reciprocate that level of friendship to me, which I understand is rare because I've been someone who gives that and many times hasn't always got that back. Do you get what I mean? And it's like,
Because niggas, man, I don't understand. Like, fam, sometimes, yeah, I get to the point where I'm like, I really don't understand people, fam. I really must just like, it must just be like a thing in me where I just don't get people, fam. Because,
nah,
like,
it's not true, fam.
bro,
It's not true,
I'm,
bro.
yeah, because I'm like, yo, all right, if I'm a person, right, obviously, human being, right, and I'm
Obviously,
like,
wink,
yo,
wink.
right, wink, wink. And I'm like, yo, all right, dog, I'm trying to like, you, all right, you, like, from what I understand of how this like human being thingy works, yeah, is that like, oh, you know, if I feel like this, or let's say if I see you, Drizz, yeah, and you hurt, and you like, let's say like you got, I don't know, something happened to your leg or something, you know what I'm saying, and
Right,
you
right.
limping or whatever, I feel that like
Yeah,
empathically, I feel that like, damn, that could be my leg too.
yeah,
You feel
yeah,
me? But I
yeah.
don't think other people got that. And then also at the same time, yeah, it's like they don't really understand how that that empathy thing works. So when somebody comes around and they feel like they've got a grasp of this concept of empathy, yeah, it's like if you don't fit into that mold, then you're just not empathetic at all. You just don't understand.
But bro,
But
do you
it's
want to
like,
know what?
no,
Do you know once? I'm
I
sorry to
feel that
interrupt you.
shit, bro.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know what the scarier thing can be when you start talking about like the forces of good and evil per se.
Mm,
Like what happens here again, vampire energies, the empathy thing you're talking about, and just let's use empathy as an example. What happens is when these energy vampires get around you, fam, they see how you operate, they study the things that you do, they see how you exercise, say, empathy, and they learn to mimic those behaviors. They learn to remember the words that you
mm,
say when you say it. So when you're having these conversations
that's
and shit, man could
crazy.
be like, yeah, bro, like, yeah, nah, I'm empathetic because you know what? Like, I feel like this. And you know
Ah,
what? If you hurt your leg, bro, I feel that too because
that's
they
crazy, fam.
learn when you're radiating that energy, that's what you said.
Oh,
So I'm gonna
that's
copy and paste
crazy.
that so that when we have a conversation, I can say back to you, yeah, like say if you hurt your arm, Will,
Oh,
like I'm gonna feel
fam.
so that you as Will are gonna be like, oh yeah, bro, like you get it, because I feel that way too. Do you get what I
Swear
mean?
diggity,
It's like a
fam.
mimicking. Remember Ditto
Nah,
in Pokemon,
okay,
fam? How Ditto could like
literally,
just turn into any other
oh
Pokemon.
my.
It's Ditto, bro.
You're literally blowing my mind, bro. Because I'm standing here thinking like, "Rah, yeah, nah, yeah." There's a lot of things that's happening in my brain, dog, and I'm like, no way, fam. There's
Bro,
no way that man's saying this right now, fam. Then it's gotta be in it. It must be right. If somebody else confirms something in your reality, yeah, it
mm,
must be right. Because then it's not
exactly.
just your perspective that's seeing it, it's another perspective that's also seeing it. So it
Yeah,
must be, right? It gotta be. Because that's real. Like if I can see that and you can see that, then it must be, right? It's not like oh, I can see that and then you can't see that, so maybe like I'm making it up.
exactly,
It's like I can see the evidence of whatever the actions that have been happening, and so can you. And
bro,
so, oh my Lord Jesus
bro.
Christ.
Like I said,
Okay, hey,
the
my mind
thing,
is
yeah. The thing, yeah.
My
Like
mind
I
is
said, bro,
blown, Charlie.
I'm gonna use that Pokemon example as I said. In Pokemon, yeah, if anyone don't know, Pokemon like Pikachu and all them sort of shits there. But there's this one Pokemon called Ditto, and it's just like a blob of jelly, like pink jelly in it. And it couldn't do anything, it couldn't fight, it couldn't defend itself, it can't do anything. The only thing it's able to do is any
It's
other
mimic
Pokemon
the
in front
other
of it,
thing.
it can turn its physical form into that, kind of like Mystique in X-Men. It could turn its physical form into that, so it looks just like the thing. So say if there's like fucking, I don't know, some legendary Pokemon, and it turned into it, you look at it,
Pidgeotto,
and you'd be
a
like, yeah,
Mewtwo or something.
yeah, Mewtwo. You'd be like, oh shit, fam, that's a Mewtwo, bro. But then if you'd be
It's
like
not
running
really.
away because the Mewtwo's gonna fuck you up and it's so powerful, da 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 da. But then if you stop and go like, wait a minute, like, hold on, and then you go and like push it, it wouldn't be able to do anything because it's not actually a Mewtwo, it's a mimic. And that's what I'm saying about this thing. A lot of times when people get around you and shit and learn how to mimic behaviors and
Oh, they
words and
learn
all
how
these
to
sort of
be
things,
like
bro.
you, bro.
Brother,
Oh my
brother,
lord,
do you get
bro.
what I
Like,
mean? So
fam, this
whenever, because
today,
what
yeah,
happens, one sec, because what happens here is at some point your spirit says to you, there's something not right there.
in it, fam, in
There's
it.
something weird there. And so what you do, because you move in love, you might go and approach that directly. You might be like, all right, let me just see, like, however you do it. And then what will happen is because this person's learned to mimic your behaviors and movements because you move and behave in love, they mimic that. So then you kind of say to yourself, oh shit, maybe it's just me. Like maybe I'm just, I don't know, picked up a,
Man, maybe I'm just bugging
yeah,
out.
maybe I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm
bugging
just
out.
bugging
Like,
out.
bro, like I said, I'm not gonna discuss it on this pod now, but
No,
we've
we
had
don't really
conversations about stuff
do,
where I'm
we
saying
don't
to you,
really gotta
like,
do all
I've
that.
picked up on something, and you know what, like, let me just express this so everyone knows. Like, I want to just make sure everyone's. Do you get what I mean? And it's like when
Please.
you do that, and people are like, "Nah, bro, it's cool. Like, nah, everything's blessed, fam. Like, are you sure? Because you know what, like." I kind of felt like there was a bit of an energy, like something just said that, no, it's cool, bro, it's cool. And then down the line, things go crazy. It's like, okay. So I did see that spirit. I saw that in
No,
you.
you
But
did. You, okay,
but when
this,
I try to confront it, because you've learned how to mimic how to operate in this realm, I guess. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm just bugging because man, he's moving how we move and he's saying what we say, and you know what I mean. So maybe I'm tweaking, but you have to remember
nah.
that thing that you feel is always right every
Bro,
single time.
I was
It's
saying this to
always right,
Rachel
bro.
earlier on, yeah. I'm not gonna put her business out like that, fam. But she was asking me about like a certain situation that she in or whatever, yeah. And
Right.
I'm like, dog, what is your spirit telling you to do, fam? She's like, oh, because she's conflicted, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, should
Yeah.
I say this or should I do this or like, what should I do? And I'm like, yo, what is your spirit telling you? At the end of that conversation, it was like, nah, you right, dog. My spirit said to do this, so I'm gonna do that. And it's like, yeah, man. It's like, bro, there should never be any situation that you're in that you don't consult your spirit. Because
Yeah.
how do you mean that you're gonna not consult your spirit and you're just gonna get yourself into things, fam?
Fam.
How are you just gonna get yourself into situations without being like, your spirit, is this the thing, fam?
Bro, you know what it is, yeah? The
Mm.
this the spirit thing, it works like a JavaScript in it. And what happens, yeah,
Oh.
when the JavaScript picks up on an error, it's like, oh yo, like there's something wrong
Mm.
here, like there's something wrong because this script is written, it is what it is, and there's a mistake. But what happens is we have the ability to override our
Oh, what a
JavaScript.
cutie.
Do you get what I mean? We
Yeah.
override the JavaScript, and so what happens is the JavaScript goes, all right, bro, like, cool, we'll move forward then, but there's something wrong, fam. There's something wrong. And usually, like you said, fam,
Like,
like,
yo, because the code is not working. The code
yeah,
is not working. So when you open the app, it's not gonna load from,
yeah,
and it's gonna be moving all janky and what, because the code is not right, fam. The code
yeah,
is not correct, bro. And it's like, nah, I've been noticing, fam. I'm a observant motherfucker. You know?
yeah.
You're like, I seem like I'm just like there, like not saying anything or doing anything, or just like, yeah, nah, but I'll be
Yeah,
observing, fam. I'm an observant motherfucking dog. I've seen a lot of shit, fam. In these
yeah,
last like few weeks, yeah, I've seen a whole heap a bunch of things, fam. And I'm like, no way, fam.
yeah,
How could this be, dog?
yeah. Nah, for real, bro, for real,
But
fam.
it's
And
like,
like,
yeah, your eyes can't lie to you, and your heart can never lie to you, dog. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Niggas, like you could be with a nigga talking about like all kinds of things, like the deepest of things, fam. But it's like you can see that nigga, you can look at that nigga and be like, oh nah, he not even connected like that. So now my heart is also disconnected in this conversation and this exchange that we're having. You get me?
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
you can't like undo that shit. Like
yeah,
if it's happening and you can see like, oh no, that's not correct. You can't undo that shit. You can't unsee that shit. It's like if you, alright, have you have you ever seen man, Two Girls One Cup? You
yeah,
remember that?
yeah,
When
yeah.
that thing went round and all them things there, or like what was the thing, Blue Waffle or something like that. Yeah,
All of that
I
shit.
don't know
Yeah,
if you, yeah, all that. You
yeah,
can
yeah,
never unsee that stuff, bro. You can
yeah,
never
yeah,
like not see that stuff. If you've seen it, it's done, fam. You've seen
yeah.
it now,
You've
fam.
seen it, bro. You've
And now
seen it.
every time that you see like a girl, you're just thinking, oh, Blue Waffle. Straight away.
Two girls,
Or
one
you
cup,
thinking,
bro.
oh,
Love it.
yeah, if you see an Asian girl, you're thinking, oh yeah, two girls, one cup. It's over, fam. It's done. Like the perception is already made, fam. Because
That's
the
so funny.
information already made its way into your
Yeah,
brain, fam.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Do you know what I mean? And it's
yeah.
like you can't like unsee that stuff. You can't like be the person that you are now that you've seen that stuff. You can't. Uh, you can't
But you
reverse
see,
that process.
and fam, you know what's mad, yeah? Just to add to what you're saying, bro. You see, one thing
Mm,
I've noticed more about myself as well,
mm.
like when you notice that stuff, just like you're saying, you can't unsee it, and the spirit that you move within doesn't allow you to pretend that you haven't
No, it
seen it.
would
Do you
never
get what I
let
mean?
you
But
do
you see
that,
what my
bro.
problem is, what I've found, yeah?
Mm.
Like, I don't know whether it's the YM shit, I don't know, bro, but I have almost like this messiah complex where my compassion, bro, like I'm a very compassionate
No, it's
person.
not your fault. It's not your
You know
fault,
what I mean?
bro.
Bro, like,
You just being human.
my nigga, do you know how much easier, quote unquote, my life would be if I wasn't a compassionate person, bro? You see what my
No, oh my gosh, nigga, you talking to me, nigga? Dog,
brother?
like fam, if I wasn't as compassionate as I am right now, yeah, I'd be up. It's a lot of niggas that would have their heads trampled and all sorts, man.
Yeah,
But
for real,
like, yeah, cause,
for
cause
real,
I
bro.
am how I am. You know what I mean? I let a lot of shit slide in my life, bro. And like,
My brother.
I get around people here, and we start talking about things and they're like, bro, how do you let that slide? How do you let that just like be a thing? And I'm like, yeah, but like, it's just stupid. It's just dumb shit that we like, whatever, going back and forth about, whatever, like whatever. It's just dumb stuff. It's just stuff. You know what I mean? But like, that's the difference. That's the difference between you and I and all the other people, fam. Well, not all the other
Not
people, but
all, but
like,
I hear what you're saying. I
okay,
hear what you're saying.
most other people that we interact with, yeah, they're never gonna like understand where we're coming from because we've got like we see things a much different way. It's bigger, fam. It's
Yeah,
much bigger, fam.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean? And like most of the times, like blood, most of the people are like, it's like they're in a fishbowl.
yeah,
They're in like a little fish tank. You know what I'm saying? Oh, in fact, no, I'll say, yeah, they're in a fishbowl, fam. Most people are in a fishbowl. They got like a little tiny existence of like, oh yeah, there's a shrub there. I chill there. I go over there. I eat, and I go back to my shrub and I chill out.
mhm,
Right? But
right,
then there's other people that got bigger fish tanks and shit, and they're like, oh yeah, nah. Sometimes I like go over here and like eat there. and sometimes I go over there and eat there, but I'll still go back to my shrub,
Yeah.
right? But then there's the other people, us, right? We live in the ocean, like the actual open waters, fam. And it's
Yeah.
like there's no like reason for us to be trapped in such a small confinement, right?
Yeah.
But like because we're around these other people that are in goldfish bowls and fish tanks, we then like minimize ourselves so that we
That
can stay
yes,
in the
yes,
bowl and the
yes.
tank.
Fucking yes, bro. Yeah.
But we don't
Yes,
need to
fam.
do that. We
Yeah.
really don't need to do that, bro.
Brother.
Do you know who really showed me that, fam?
Uh,
My little cousin, fam. He, like I said, he like 18, 19 years, but he doing his music thing. Bro, like I'm so proud of, man, fam. It's a mad, fam. Because I remember when he was like, what, he must have been about like 10 years old or something like that. And the nigga used to be like, nah, I really rate what you're doing. I'm gonna try and like do it
do
as
that.
well. Do you
Yeah.
know what I mean? I like that. And I remember he used to tell man like, yeah, nah, do your thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Roll your shit. And like, yeah, in no time, you'll be just like me, fam. But he better than me now, fam.
Gang.
Not in
I
terms
hear
of
what you're
like
saying. I get what you mean.
yeah,
I get
not in
exactly
terms
what
of
you mean.
like bars or
I get
like
what you
bro,
mean.
like I'm a different level now, fam. I've reached a different level now, fam. Yeah, like there's like in my mind here, there's really no one that can like bar with me like that, fam. If we
Yeah, fam.
really go in and but you have to be like that, right? You
That's how
gotta
you
be
have to.
like
That's
that.
how you're supposed to feel,
For
fam.
this thing, you gotta be like that,
That's
right?
how you're supposed to feel, fam.
Like no, yeah, right. And it's like nah, like he's getting that. He's getting that confidence, fam.
Right. Right.
And like I'm watching it happen, bro. And it's
Right.
so cool, fam. Cause this a little nigga, fam. This one of my young niggas, fam.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he doing it, fam. He laid down a verse at the crib. I was like half asleep, and he did the thing. He did this thing where he was like, see, ha, and I was like, nah, he got it, he got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
he got it, dog, he got it, cause he know what's really happening, fam. He
Yeah.
know how to create them spaces that leave that little ha, so it seems so cold, fam. I
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
nah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And make sure
and
you
it's
hail
like.
him, fam. Make sure like you
Oh
big up.
no, no,
Yeah.
bro,
Make sure you
bro.
big
I
him up, bro.
like literally. I was talking to him like yesterday, yeah, and I said, bro, nah, don't get complacent, fam. I'm be giving you calls every other week, fam. I'm trying to see what's you know what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
trying to see what's really cracking, fam. Because are you
No.
really about it or not, fam? And he like,
Yeah.
nah, I'm really about it, fam. And I'm like, alright, then alright, alright. I'm gonna guide you next week and see what is cracking, fam.
You
Mm,
get what I mean? And like again, that's that same thing, bro, because you recognize and you see that energy and you see that confidence growing and you understand how valuable that is in that world, like in this
mm,
world, sorry, like as
mm.
people who do this shit. You my nigga, I was listening back to like just some of my old shit, like yesterday
I do
actually.
that.
Like just look like sometimes I'll just listen back to shit and I'm listening, I'm like, rah, I can like there's some tracks from like 2015, I think, like them sort of times. I was listening, I was like,
Mm,
right, I can hear that this kid hasn't quite got the confidence yet. I can hear that this kid is trying to
mm,
figure it out. I can hear it. And as I'm listening and just going through the different catalogs and different shit, and like as being able to look, it's almost like a time machine, bro. Like just
mm.
listening back, it's like I can hear this kid's
Cause it's
confidence growing. I can hear him, I can hear that he's finding his direction. Like I can hear how I can, and it's like I'm almost
cause
listening to
it's
the shit like,
cyclical,
bro.
fam.
I'm almost listening to the shit like, speak to these niggas, dog. Talk to these
In it,
niggas, dog.
my nigga,
Like,
I mean, bro, I like, bro, I'm not like, bro, I don't mean to gas myself or nothing like that, yeah. But I listen to my shit, yeah, and like, you know me, fam.
yeah,
I'm a humble guy, fam. I'm never gonna be like I'm better than everyone or I'm this or that or like I'm never gonna talk about myself in that capacity. But like, I listened to back to some of the things that like we did or like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
And it's like,
yeah, yeah.
nah, this guy really, really got it, fam.
Yeah,
This is crazy, fam.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then I think to myself, yo, what happened to this kid, fam?
Distractions, bro. Oh, you're on mute, fam. You're on mute. But like, nah,
My
distractions,
fault,
man.
dog. My fault.
Distractions, fam. And
Nah,
it's
for
you know
real,
what,
fam.
fam.
Every
You
time.
you you encapsulated it so perfectly a moment ago, fam. What we do, yeah. And I've noticed this about myself. This is what I was gonna say about the compassion thing. What I do, yeah, is man swim in the ocean, like you said, like big ocean can move about free, and I know that I can do my thing. I can, you know what I mean? Because we do this shit in it. But people live in their fish bowls and shit. And my thing is like, rah, bro, you know what, fam? You can come into this ocean, you know, but this ocean thing is lit. And man are
Yeah, it's
like, oh
free,
yeah,
fam.
like yeah,
It's
that's
legit free, fam.
and man will say like,
All you have
yeah,
to
yeah,
do,
like,
or,
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, cool. But you notice that man don't come out of the fishbowl. And what
you
I
know
find
why?
I do it myself, bro, I go, you know what, fam? Maybe if I come to you, maybe if I come to your fishbowl and show like, you see, you know what I mean? Maybe I
In
can help.
it,
Maybe I can
in it,
help you get the
in
confidence to
it.
come into the ocean. That's what I find I do.
If I
That's what I
dive in
find
the
that I do.
ocean, if I dive in your fishbowl or your fish tank, yeah, and then I can swim to the top, and you can see me swimming to the top, yeah, like
Exactly.
that has to do something to you, fam. It has to
Yeah.
do something to you, fam.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it doesn't do anything to you, then hey, Charlie, I don't know, I don't know what I can do for you, but yeah,
But you know what
it's
happens a
like
lot of
hey,
times in that scenario, yeah. What happens is the fish that was originally in the fish tank, bro, they start to secretly resent you, and they
oh
whether they're aware of it or
no,
not, I don't.
damn,
It's not always a
but
conscious thing, but they start to
mm,
secretly resent you because in themselves they truly they know that they are not gonna leave the fishbowl. But you're so cool, and look how colorful your scales are, and the way you swim. Like yeah, like I can do that too, but really they're not gonna do that. And what tends to happen is those fish then start to make you feel bad about wanting to swim in the ocean.
in
That's what then
in it,
happens.
bro,
They
like
try to villainize you
bro,
swimming in the
my
ocean.
goodness.
And what happens
But
is that compassion thing where it fucks you up is there's a part of you that thinks like, rah, like is it bad to
I
swim
can
in the
help man,
ocean?
fam.
Like it's
I
like
can put man up, fam. I can no, because like in your compassionate mind, you like no, I can help man, fam. I can
yeah,
put
yeah,
man
yeah,
in a
yeah.
position. I can do this and all. But
Because
like
I
in
know this
they,
fam. Like
yeah, but in their mind, they like I can't do this. I'm not able to do this. I'm not able to pull off this. It's like no. The illest thing is about the whole like compassion thing is like you see more of people than they see of themselves
yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely.
because they've got
Definitely.
that compassion part switched off. You
Yeah,
get me? It's
yeah,
like they could. Oh man, I'm seeing my little brother right now. Yeah, he doing this thing. He making like a little some beats or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just in the kitchen. I just walk past. And I'm
yeah.
hearing like, oh yeah, nah, you doing this thing, like you really making beats and like, raw. I'm looking at his screen and I'm like, raw, it's like an actual beat, fam. It's not like it's not like a play thing, bro. Like man
He's
actually
doing his
does
thing.
like
He's
match
doing his
match
thing.
beats, bro,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they
yeah,
good, fam, and
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
actually good, fam,
yeah.
and
Fam.
they getting better, bro. And
And
it's
that
like, bro, nah. See, if I'd have never been me, none
mm,
of these kids would have the
is
the
it.
uh, the
Is it.
the opening to do what they're doing. Do you know
And
what I mean? None of these kids would have like the openness to be like, oh yeah, nah, I'm gonna do this, or like I'm gonna like mess around with this.
and fam.
If it was, not in like no big headed way, but like I say, if it
Nah.
wasn't for me,
Yeah, for real.
these kids wouldn't be doing what they're
It
doing
just
now.
is
These
what it
kids would
is.
have
You're
been
not
talking,
gloating. It's
yeah,
not arrogance. It's
nah,
just that's what it is.
nah, it's not a gloaty thing, fam. You
And
know
brother,
me, I'm not a gloaty guy,
bro.
fam.
And listen, fam, listen. It's one of those ones, yeah. We spoke about it before. We said it, bro. The
Mm,
Bible is an allegory, fam. If you look at any of
mm.
these figures through time, any of these, fuck the name, fuck what color was his skin,
All
and
that,
fuck
all
all of
that,
that, yeah.
all that,
If
all
you
that.
just realize that all of these people are you, dog, what did these people come and do? They came and were themselves in a pure way, in such a way that the energy that they expelled touched people and changed people's lives. And people saw the way, like, rah, I can live like that. And because they saw that,
That's
they were
mad.
able to do it, bro. You see, the artists, the I don't want to just say the creatives, but the people who really do this thing, not just music, but the people who really do this,
Yeah.
fam. We the prophets that the Bible is speaking about, fam. Like,
Oh yeah,
fuck
hey.
BC and AD and how many years, like,
No, hell
fuck all
no,
that.
dog. Hell no.
The
All
whole
that.
thing is an
That's stupid.
allegory, fam. It's an algorithm, fam. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's you, dog. These are just people who in their time used their voice to speak to the world. And because they understand how valuable that was, fam. Like, bro, look at this shit, fam. How many years later, but what happens? What happens again? We go back to energy vampires. What happens is over time, these books and these doctrines are used to do what? Manipulate and control. And
And
it's the full
control, fam.
circle thing. And that's where the energy vampire thing comes from, fam. If I can control you, I can always have your energy around me to feed off. And I can't
See,
literally hold you down and tie you
my,
down. So I have to almost be
I,
manipulative and victimize myself to,
yeah,
like,
I have to,
because
I have to, I have to, I
if
have to,
I'm
I
a
have to.
victim, it's going to activate your compassion. All of this is magic and spells, my bro.
Oh
Like,
my
do you get what I
God,
mean?
no
If I'm a
way,
victim,
fam.
your compassion's activated like an
No.
airbag. Your compassion gets activated like an
Je-
airbag. You can't help it. There's nothing you can do about it. As long as
Jesus Christ.
bro, it's the warfare thing that we deal with.
No, I'm really deep in. I'm really deep in a lot of things, fam. Right now, I'm really deep in a lot of things right now, fam. Like honestly, yeah, nah, Drizz, you right, uh, bro. I'm deep in it. As we talking. Oh my
For
God,
real, for
no
real, for
way,
real. It's
fam.
the same when you saying shit, bro. It's the exact same thing. But this is what I'm saying. This is what true energy exchange is, where
Ain't
we
it?
understand the power of. I have this when I speak to you, bro. I just have this fucking thing like, oh my guy, I love this guy, man. He's so cool. Like, this guy is so sick. Like, when I speak to him, he just motivates me. And because that's my energy when I speak to my guy, he gets that, and he's like, "Oh shit, Drizz, man, I love talking to Drizz. That's my guy. That energy gives that energy."
Every
And
time,
because he
bro.
feels that,
Every
he gives
time,
that energy
fam.
back to me. Do you see how it works on an infinite
Yeah,
loop? It's an infinite loop, and it's
it's just
effortless,
looping.
bro.
It's just
What was I
looping.
talking to you about on the phone like earlier, fam? I was saying, my G, most of my favorite podcasts are like an hour, 2 hours, like two and a half
Yeah,
hours. Like they went
but we
long in
be
it,
out here for like
bro.
4 hours, bro.
Every week we be giving these niggas
we
four
not the
hours
same.
minimum,
Yeah,
bro.
we not the same like these guys, bro. But
Minimum
see,
live, my nigga.
again, like I'm not one of these young guys. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm older now. I'm like 29. Do you know what I mean? I'm older now, and one of my little cousins came up to me and said, "Man, you know what you're doing wrong?" I said, "What am I doing wrong, dog?" He said, "Man, your music is so cool. Everything about you is so cool, but like no one knows anything." And I was like, "Damn, you're right." And I've been thinking about this as well. Fam. And he's like, "Man, why you ain't got a TikTok? Why you ain't? I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna like do this and that." I'm like, "Damn, all right,
Word,
yeah,
fam.
like,
Word.
hey, man, run it, fam, run it, fam." Because it's like you get in life, yeah, we get these opportunities to like learn things,
Yeah,
and sometimes it's like you get an opportunity to learn something, but it might be not from the person that you want to learn from.
yeah. Or the thing that you want to learn.
You see, it might
Yeah,
be like a little kid trying to teach you about how life works. And you're like, my nigga, I've been here for like 30 years, bro.
you can't tell
What are
me
you
you're
telling
only
me?
this. Yeah,
What are
like
you
what can you?
telling me? But then
Yeah,
it's like that little kid, yeah, he got the purest view of all the things that are happening for him. And it's
fam.
like, That little nigga ain't got all the hang-ups that you got. He little nigga ain't got all them like, oh yeah, nah, drawbacks, woody woo. Nah, they still there in the like, oh, anything's possible kind of range. And
Bro,
it's
and
like,
just
yeah,
they're
man,
younger, fam. They're connected to this shit
that
way
part,
more than
fam.
my nigga. Do you remember like when the internet came around, bro? And our parents'
Mm.
generation just thought it was another fad, another thing the kids are
Yeah,
doing. Like
yeah,
they didn't,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
we were
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to tell,
yeah,
like
yeah.
we would, and they're like, "Why are you on the computer so much?" and this and that, and because they didn't get
No,
it,
because
bro.
this is
Because
how
they
we
were
talk
further
to.
disconnected, fam. We were right to the source. We felt the newness of this shit. We were like, "Yo, I can talk to someone fucking over." Like we understood how amazing that was in our youthfulness. Because again, we spoke about this on the phone too. Like babies are the purest forms of human beings. Like they're way smarter than we'll ever be. Like from that point,
That's
you
why
only
I'm
kind of
saying I
get like
can't wait.
older and
That's
dumber.
why I'm
Do
saying,
you know what I mean?
Emmett,
Like
that's why I'm saying I can't wait until I have kids because I want to ask them bare things, fam.
fair things,
I,
bro.
I want to know, like, I don't care about all this other stuff that they got going on in the world. Like, oh, yeah, you know, preschool and like, nigga. Listen, if you can talk to me and we can understand each other, listen. I'm gonna ask you a lot of things. You probably gonna ask me a lot of things. That's cool. I got a lot of answers.
Word,
I do got a lot of answers.
word.
But I just want to know where you're coming from. Because, like, where you're coming from is, like, the source of all of us.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
the longer that you stay within this, our world, the more you forget what really it is that you came here for, let's say, or the more you forget that, you know, you were like made like this or born for this or whatever, like, and then now you got to try and refigure it out. No. Let's not do that. Let's not do
word,
that.
word.
From the very beginning, just ask them, what are you here to do?
And they'll tell
I
you.
I really don't think like any parents really ask their kids like, what are you here to do? Because like all the parents, they just want their kids to like be something. They want their kids to be someone. They want their kids to like have a good life or whatever. But it's like you never even asked that nigga what he wanted to do, bro. You
Yeah,
never even asked him. And now you're implanting all these ideas of like, oh yeah, you should get higher education and you could do this and you should do this and then because it could do that for you and all that. It's like, okay, that's cool. That's really cool. You know what I mean? Like I say, I got cousins that's like, yeah, no, they're really doing their thing, man. And I'm very proud of them, all of them
that's
at the
dope,
same
man.
time,
That's
bro.
so dope.
You know what I
That's
mean?
so
They're
dope.
really doing their thing. But I talk to them sometimes and it's like I feel a sadness because they wanted to do something different.
Mm.
I feel a sadness talking to them because they wanted to do something different. They look at me, yeah, and like they think that I don't know, maybe they think that my life is perfect or like, oh yeah, this is all good. No, it's really not that perfect. I'm out here still chasing invoices, bro. I'm out
Well,
here still being like, where the money's at, dog?
but
What
do you
you talking
wanna do you wanna hear something
about?
hilarious that I thought to myself the other day? Yeah, I was just because again, again we do this shit in it, but I was just thinking to myself,
Mm,
it's like you know what? I remember being a youth, yeah, when I first started like writing bars and doing all that, and just
mm.
thinking like, right, you know what? When I'm older, man, like I'm gonna be a rapper. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be traveling and doing my thing, and
Nah,
yeah, there's
all
gonna
that.
be hard times, but I'm gonna like put it in the music and shit, and you know what I mean? I'm gonna
In
have
it.
like a
In
pretty girl, and you know what I mean? I'm gonna
it.
be doing my thing,
In
and
it.
it's gonna be so sick,
Well,
and
you know what's
obviously.
ill? You know what's ill?
Fam, let me finish. Let me
All
finish,
that
fam.
came
Let me
into
finish, fam.
fruition.
Let me finish, fam. Let me go,
Sorry,
fam. Let me, because
sorry,
you're
my
gonna get
dog.
there first, fam. You're gonna get there first,
Sorry, my dog.
and you grow up and you go through life, and we doing what we doing, But
Mm.
from a pessimistic point of view, it's very easy to be like, I want things to be like this, and maybe this didn't go the way this
I
should have
know.
gone, and then,
I
what's
wish it'd
mad,
been
bro?
like this.
You
And
know what's mad, bro?
you got everything that you wanted.
I got
You
everything
got
that I
it.
wanted,
You got
fam.
it all.
Everything I
I
said,
know.
fam. I got
Because from when you were
everything that
saying
I
it, I was
wanted,
like,
bro.
yeah, he got that. He's got it. He's got that. He's also got that. He's also got that.
And I remember having visions
I
of
know.
like traveling, you know what I mean? Like this is when I'm a kid in it.
Right?
And it's like, right, man, I'd be traveling and sometimes I'd be just be like a bit down and shit because, you know what I mean, this life that I'm trying to do, you know, I'm trying to figure it out and things ain't always going right. But that's a part of
Yeah.
being the artist. That's the whole journey, you know what I mean? And when I put it in the music, my people then feel me and did it. And it's like, bro, like I am literally who I wanted. Like I'm that, and that's why I know I move with purity, fam. Like it's a different level of thing we talking to, bro. Like when I operate and move, fam, that's what enables me to be able to show love to whoever it may be, regardless of however they may be. Because what I realize is like, rah, bro,
Okay.
like you wanted that from when you was a kid, fam, and you fucking here, fam, and it's not the way you
You,
thought it
you
was gonna
got it now,
be,
fam.
but you got it, fam. You fucking
You
you that
got it now.
again. I
But
think
you
I
know
asked
the
you. Go
you
on,
know
go
what's
on.
really ill here that I've realized about people. It could be. It could. I was talking about this with Terrence here. It could be like 98% good. Fam. It's not
2%, innit?
98% good, yeah. But
Yeah,
the fact that you so focused on that 2% that's not perfect, it's not running how you want it to. Now, all your whole mind is trying to fix that 2%. But
yeah,
it's like, no, you don't really. What you don't understand, what most people don't understand here about that 2% is that it has to be there. There's gotta
yes,
be
yeah,
there's gotta be blackness for there to be whiteness. There's
yeah,
gotta be goodness for there to be badness. There's gotta
yeah.
be
Left
the
and left can't
opposite.
exist without
Yeah,
right. Up
the,
can't exist without down.
exactly.
They need each other to exist. Yeah,
There's no inside without outside.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So it's like you really have to like come to accordance with, and that's the point, fam.
and that's
Motherfuckers ain't in like that, yeah. Niggas ain't trying to like accord with themselves like that, fam.
yeah,
They just think like, oh yeah, if like I'll be cool with everyone and it'll be high, innit? But no, Charlie, listen, you can be cool with everyone all you want, fam. But at the end of the day, everyone's gonna go home to their houses and they're gonna be in their beds. They might even be chilling with their girls. And then there's you, just chilling there by yourself. You're just looking at your ceiling.
legit.
You're just staring at your ceiling, dog. And it's like, oh shit. Oh, I'm by myself. I'm actually by myself.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
a matching thing.
yeah,
And like most people never realize that like, oh, I'm by myself. It doesn't stop just because like you brought somebody to your house. No, it like, but that's just a distraction. You
yeah,
like other people in your reality is just a distraction from you being you. Uh,
yeah,
like I know it sounds mad and like you know we all need like relationships and all that stuff to like be the forest that we can be. But like let's say let's say a battery, right? It has to already be big. It
yeah,
has to already be able to handle like a 24 hours of like giving out energy
yeah.
for it to be
Constant
like a
rate. Yeah,
24-hour battery. Do you know what
yeah,
I mean? It has to already be able to do that thing.
yeah,
And the thing that it is with most people here, they just don't have the capacity to like share their energy out with people
yeah,
because
yeah.
they don't have enough energy themselves
Because they're always used to sharing off
because
somebody else's energy. You know what I mean?
no, because bro, alright, the only way that you can have energy yeah, is if you lift up yourself, right? But if you constantly just beating up yourself in your own mind, yeah, you've
Yeah,
got nothing. You've got
yeah,
zero, bro.
yeah,
You
yeah.
worse than a broke nigga that ain't even got a job.
Word,
If you
word.
if you can't be like, oh yeah, I'm cool within me. You worse than that nigga that ain't even got shit happening from. You
Word.
worse than that crackhead on the street, though. You just like that nigga, fam. Because you addicted to that feeling of being like, oh, I'm not enough.
And that is the real
And every
issue.
yeah,
People are
and every
addicted to their misery, bro.
in it,
That's the real thing.
and
That's the
every
real thing.
time something good comes up here, you have a bad reaction to that shit, and then you sit there to yourself and be like, "Damn, why did I react badly to such a beautiful thing that happened to me?" No, it's because inside you're fucked.
Yeah,
Inside you're fucked up. And
yeah,
you won't acknowledge the fact that damn inside I'm fucked up, and I just need to like have a set to myself and be like, yo, chill out, like, you know what I'm saying, like the things that you would say to yourself, but most people don't talk to themselves. So how can you ever say something to yourself if you never talk to yourself, bro?
bro. The shit. It's like when people go rehab, innit? What's the first thing they
Mm,
always say, fam? The first step is admittance, fam. You have to admit.
that part.
But
You have
they
to
never
be like,
explain
oh
why
no,
though. They never explain why.
no.
You know what admittance does? Admittance
Mm.
creates accountability. Your energy can't soar
Accountability.
without accountability, because
Oh
accountability
god.
allows you to
Right?
acknowledge the role that you've played in a
Right?
situation and
Right?
stand on and say, yeah, I did
Because
that and I
man,
will take whatever consequences
in it,
came because I did that.
bro.
What
Because
happens a
I
lot of
can say,
time? Go on, go on, go on,
yeah,
go on, go on.
I can say definitely, yeah, in all failed. Okay, we'll call them failed relationships. I wouldn't call them that myself, but like other people in society would call them failed relationships. I would just call them like uh
Isn't it? Like,
it just the learning opportunities.
yeah,
I'd call them learning opportunities, but everyone will be like, "Oh, that's failed," right?
right.
But it's like you you enter something with someone, and you have all of these like predispositions and all of these like precognitive things that you're doing and being like, "Oh yeah, this person should be like this or this person should be like that," but it's like you don't understand that that person is also looking at you like that. That
Yeah,
person is also looking at you like, damn, if you just like had like another inch of six pack, if you just had a lower, another one single octave lower of voice, or like a note, like a lower of voice, if you just had like $1,000 more, if you just had like
there's always a something.
this,
Is it just this or just that?
it's always a something, right?
Yeah.
And like, bro, alright, there's a guy called MTR. MTR standing for mediocre tutorials and reviews or something like that. It's
Right,
yeah, right? And he is a guy that like like the whole like red pill manosphere thing.
right. Okay,
He's like the softer side of that. Yeah,
okay,
he'll like be like, oh yeah, these men are saying this and that, but then he'll like give his opinion about things, and then
right.
it will make it land a bit softer. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
makes it land a bit softer for him. And
yeah.
like I watch that guy's channel like a lot, bro. And what I realized from watching man's channel here is that like a lot of people don't the things that they say they care about, they don't really care about that much,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
that makes sense. They
yeah.
say that they want this and that, this and that, this and that, yeah. But then this and that comes to them. They don't want it.
They don't want it, fam. They don't want
They
it.
don't want it.
They don't want it.
And it's like, man, I hate to be that guy here, but it's mostly girls. Because girls have such unrealistic expectations of niggas. Like you want a nigga to be Superman. You want a nigga to be goddamn what? This is like the perfect girl for Batman, fam. They want like a nigga that's like Batman, so he like physically at his peak, and he like financially at his peak. He doesn't gotta speak to no girl, cause he got what's that girl's name? I forgot her name, but
What the
I
Catwoman
don't
one?
know. The yeah, no, not Catwoman, but like the girl that like Batman's in of him. I
Okay,
forgot what her name is from. But
whatever. Batman girl.
that's
Yeah,
there's just her. Yeah. He does all this thing, he saved the world and he like we blowing up all the villains and all these things there. But it's like, dog, you gotta realize just like how that Batman guy is to us is the same as like, oh yeah, a fucking a girl that's like a stripper, but then she like keeps herself to herself. She
yeah,
never like be interacting with no other guys and that. And like she got, you know what I'm saying? She got her own monies. And nigga, that's not a girl that exists in real life, dog.
legit, bro. Legit, bro.
That's like all those little like things that we put here is the reason why we all I'm not talking about just like the girls or the guys here, but it's like all these things that we put as the reason why, like, let's say a guy or somebody can't be a suitor for you, yeah, is like, this is ridiculous. This is the
Yeah,
dumbest thing I've ever seen, bro. Like, oh, so you're gonna like pass up on a guy that is he he's okay. He's good looking to you. He's got money. He's got properties and houses and what all that stuff. But then he's just not funny.
yeah, legit, legit.
I guess
Which,
sometimes I think to
if
myself
that's what
like,
you want, like ultimate, if that is what you
no, that's
want,
that's
then
that's really
calm in it.
great.
Yeah,
That's really great. But then that's very short sighted.
yeah.
because because the thing about like them funny niggas is that like when something serious is happening, they're
They can't
still
talk
gonna be
about
a
it.
funny nigga, dog. They can't
Yeah,
turn it off. So
yeah.
you're gonna be getting madder and madder at the fact that this nigga can't stop making jokes about all the shit that's like happening.
And
And
now
you're like,
you
no, this
mad
is a
at
serious.
you mad at the nigga
Right,
that's funny for
right,
being funny. You know
right.
what I mean?
You mad at
When
the nigga for being funny? You should, when like really, you should have been mad at you for being like, damn, I shouldn't have got this nigga because he doesn't know how to like do other stuff. He just know how to be funny.
you see, it's so mad, yeah. You see me, yeah. Like in terms of just my
Mm.
history with like girls and women and shit like that. It's like I've never been like Mister like bare bitches like that. Like I've never been that guy. But
No,
I've you know what
I
I mean.
know.
I've you know what
Yeah,
I mean. Whatever. But
yeah, me too, me
the
too,
thing
me
that I've
too.
always found, the thing that I've always found, yeah, has always pushed me over the top. Like I remember even fucking back to like high school times where there's like this one girl everybody was on, and this girl was on me,
Mm.
bro, and I wasn't like Mister the fucking king of the school. But you see, the one thing I've always found that's always pushed me over the edge, yeah, is the same thing we were talking about before, fam. The same thing that has caused me so many dramas in my life. That integrity and the pure heart and pure spirit. Sometimes, bro, when I run
Yeah.
into girls and I'll just like deal with them honestly, fam. Even to the point, like before times, obviously, I'm in a loving, committed relationship now. Ooh. But
Oh yeah, man. You know.
before all of that, like,
Hey, shout out to the wifey, dog. Shout
oh
out to
yeah,
the
big
wifey,
wifey,
dog.
bro. But even her, fam, like, I have these conversations with her in it. And I was
Oh,
saying, see, the thing that makes you so head over heels, so deeply invest, is because you know that I'm a real one. You know that my word means something because I stand on it and I stand behind it. You know, again, we like laugh sometimes in it, but whenever we have like arguments and did it, my thing in a lot of shit is about accountability. Back to that same thing in it, because it's about like, yo, listen, if I do certain fucked up to you, whether I'm meant to do it or not, I need to understand that whether it was my intention or not, this happened. Because
yeah.
really, what you want to know is that there's an acknowledgement that I've done something that's caused you to feel away,
Something,
but at
something.
the same time, there has to also be an accountability that each person is responsible for their own state of being. And you can never put your state of being on me and villainize me if I ever do something that you may
Never
not
that.
agree with. Just
That's
because, again, we may have a difference of opinion about
cause
certain, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
cause that's an impossible situation for him. All right, cause like you feel away, but I don't.
But I don't.
You
Now,
feel
who's
away,
wrong?
but I don't.
Now, who's wrong?
You know what I mean? And you trying to tell me how you feel, but like I don't feel that.
and this is the
I don't.
difference. A lot of people want to always say their side. They don't want to hear someone else's side. And this is where, again, this compassion thing I'm telling you about, that's where I find, I don't want to say it fucks me up, but it's just sometimes it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, man. Like, because whenever these things occur, yeah, even if I know in my heart, like, you're bugging, I'll always try to put myself in your position. Where it's like, you know what, let me try to look at this from how you may see it and how it can come across to you and how it might make you feel. Because it's not just because I understand that my perspective is just mine. That doesn't mean that's how the
Yeah,
world is.
yeah,
Do you
yeah.
get what I
You're
mean?
literally speaking my life, dog.
I would be remiss. I would be remiss to think that my perspective is what it is. So I always find myself trying to put myself in the other person's shoes. And what you realize a lot of
No, you.
times, I'm not speaking about my girl now when I say this. I'm just saying in general, like. But what you realize a lot of times is like people ain't trying to put themselves in your shoes, bro. Because sometimes
No,
when
they're
things
really
happen,
not.
I sit back and
They're
I look at
really
it
not,
and I
bro.
go, wait a minute.
They're
I've
trying to. They're
operated
trying
in
to
so
hear
much.
that. Like, oh,
I've operated in so
your
much love with
views.
this person. I've operated like I've really tried to show respect and things, and but this person ain't trying to do that to me, dog. Like this person ain't. Now imagine if I did that. The thing I always say when these things happen, the thing I always say, and I don't say it to be arrogant, it's nothing like that. But what I understand in a lot of situations, my words hurt more. Like I
Yeah.
understand that, which is why I always try to use my words to uplift people. Do you get what I mean? I always try to use my powers for the forces of good and not the forces of evil. Do you get what I mean? And it's just like, it's like, fucking hell, dog. Like, at a certain point, it's like you almost, again, you have to be very disciplined to not let the ego go, wait a minute, dog. Niggas is playing with you, fam. You have to be
Well,
very disciplined and be like,
I think that's always been my problem. I
right,
think that's always been my issue. Is that like I'm I'm not really into the whole like confrontation thing and like
I know, I know.
all that shit, bro. I'm not about that, fam. I've never been about that, fam. But it's like, oh, people around me, they really want that. They really want that, like, they want that aggression. They want that, like, but it's like, I don't have that in me, dog. I really don't have that in me. I don't have no vengeance. I don't have no malice. I don't have no, like, none of that shit. I don't have any of that stuff in me, bro. I can't, like, honestly, yeah, like, let's say, like, if you, my guy, my brother, fam, were to, like, do something that I really feel like, oh, yeah, no, that's, like, really, like
Fucked
against
up
man.
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm the kind of person that would just let you be, fam, because I understand that people are just people, fam. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Right.
not gonna try and like if I feel there's an opportunity for me to like maybe like implant something and be like, oh yo, chill out, like you know should like look at it like this or whatever. But like yeah, most times I'm like, all right, do your
Yeah,
thing, dog, because
yeah.
I can't stop you from doing you.
What
I
you're gonna
can't
do? Yeah.
not yeah, I can't make you not do you. Man, I don't.
No, I hear it, man. I hear it, man. I definitely hear it because again, a lot of times, and whether it's good, bad, whatever it might be, what my approach I find a lot with them sort of things is like I'm a head on kind of guy in the sense of
Yeah,
not combative, but listen, there's an
but
issue
let's
here.
just get this out of the way.
There's an issue here. Let's deal with the issue because if we deal with it in an open way, then it's a loving environment. We're open. Because if you allow me to speak, I'm going to allow you to speak, and I'm going to try and hear you. We can openly sort this out. Because trying to do things in little weird gestures and just little, you know what I mean? I don't operate well in those situations. Like I find it hard to fake the funk in that sense. So I'll always try to again, say I feel like someone might have done something to me, or even I might have done something to someone, whatever. I'll always go out of my way to hit
To be like,
somebody up
yo,
and be
no,
like,
my
yo,
fault,
listen,
dog. Yo,
you know what?
okay.
Like, I feel like this kind of happened. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that man know, like, listen, that's never my heart for
Yeah,
you. Like, never
it's
my
not
heart for
that
you,
thing,
fam.
man. It's not,
You know, it's
like
never that.
man,
It's
like,
never that. And
yo,
like, I just want to
man.
make sure that, you know what I mean? Man, know that and da. Now, if man take that
It's love
message,
every time, fam.
if man take that message and however they respond, whether they say, yeah, you know what, I had a problem with that, or whether they say like, no, it's fine. If man take that message and somehow down the line, you're the person that's wronged them, again, at a certain point, you have to realize like this is probably more about you than it is about me. Do you get what I mean? Because
See,
all I can
because,
try to do is approach you
like,
in love in it, and
you
maybe I
can't,
should do that in me. You know what I mean? Like,
you can't even tell men that, fam.
yeah,
Because
that's
then
best.
it's gonna create another thing, and it's like, bro, you don't understand. I'm trying to alleviate the whole BS and just like be. I just want to live, bro.
Yeah,
I just want to live, bro.
yeah.
I like, bro, the way that my life works here, it's not, it's not like everybody's life, bro. And I'm slowly starting to realize that, like, oh, dog, things just happen for you. Perfect example. There was one day I was just like sleeping at the crib, just sleep, like literally sleeping. Fam.
Right,
A phone call happened,
right,
and then later on that afternoon we had couches, fam.
right. Okay.
This is just like, oh, yo, it must have been about like 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Yo, you want couches? There's couches. You want
Okay.
them? I'm like, yeah, we need couches. Fuck you talking about? We need couches.
Yeah. Run couches. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we got couches at the crib, fam.
God.
We only paid like a little, like $50 to like get them over to the crib or whatever. Like we just paid the guy to like bring them over or whatever. But it's like,
Right. Right.
we didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
In fact, I did it every. Man. Let me know. Yeah, we didn't have to do anything, dog.
Right.
We
Right.
didn't. We really didn't have to do anything. They just showed up.
Right. Right.
And the only thing was like, oh, we gotta get them inside the crib. That was the only thing.
Which
And now,
for sofas, it's like that's calm, isn't it? Like,
fam, nigga,
yeah.
it's niggas out here spending $5 on sofas, fam.
Word, fam. Word, fam.
Sofas and couches and what, fam. We got them for free. All
Run
we
it.
have to do was get them to the crib. Nah.
Yeah.
But this is what I mean. Like this is how my life goes, dog. I I don't operate any different way, fam.
Yeah.
Life just happens. Life just happens for me, fam. Not to me, not with me, but for me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So even when I don't see what's happening for me, I've got this thing of like, oh yeah, nice. It's gonna happen for me. And we're
Yeah.
gonna be lit, fam. We're gonna be out. We
Yeah.
out.
A phrase I say often is the universe conspires in my favor. You know what I mean?
Word. The universe conspires. Oh wait, I got a bar like that. The universe conspires to give you everything you need. Oh damn,
Yeah,
what's
that's the intro on thing in it.
the universe conspires to give you everything you need. See,
How are you?
but it's
It's been
like
a
it's just
long day. Jesus
see,
Christ,
but
yo, they don't
it's
know,
just
fam.
that first line, bro, and that tells you everything you need to know, fam.
Yeah,
There's like, bro, like all of this is working in your favor, fam.
yeah, man.
All of this is for you. This is what I was telling you before, yeah. When you live and exist like the way that we do, yeah, it's like there are no forces in this thing that can be against you. because you're really working with the forces, fam. Because like the forces, they also want to be heard, bro. They also want to like say something, and sometimes like we might like record a song and whatever, and be like, oh yeah, whatever, it's a song that I recorded, it's cool, cool. But then it's like you listen back to it and you're like, nah, this nigga, I don't know who this nigga is, but he's speaking, dog.
He's
He
saying
preaching.
something. He's talking. Yeah.
Yes, sir. He preaching, dog. And you didn't even realize when you was doing that what you was doing, fam.
Brother, it's so mad, man. Like, again, without going too far behind the curtain, like the recent thing that obviously like we've been working on and shit, it's like the whole process of that, like I said, bro, it's like I try to utilize that exact same thing of like the spirits around, the energies around that work in my favor in accordance with the universe, fam. They also have something to say. So let them speak. Invite them and let them talk.
Yeah,
Don't write nothing, fam. You don't fuck it. Just listen and interpret, bro. Like an interpreter, fam. Just
that's
let the
it.
shit speak for
That's
you,
it.
fam. And I
That's
listen
it.
back to some of them shits. I'm like, do you hear what this nigga's saying in this shit, bro? Like,
My
yeah,
but my nigga, it's like even when you write, yeah, even have you ever
it's the
noticed?
yeah.
Have you ever noticed this is just like a thing? Maybe it just happens to me. I don't know. Maybe this is just a me thing. But like I'll be writing sometimes, yeah. And like, dog, I'll be like when I'm writing, I'll be so disconnected to what I'm writing. It's
Yeah.
just words are happening there, just compiling. But then I listen back to it and I'm like, boy, this nigga. Who's this nigga
Yeah,
from? How is he speaking like that about?
yeah.
Yeah, how's he speaking my life like that, fam?
Talking to shit happening right now in
How
it,
that
like
nigga speaking my life like that, dog?
yeah, for real.
And it's like, no, it's you, fam. You. I,
You're speaking to you in it.
bro, you're speaking to your own self, fam. This is the thing that I've realized about like releasing music. Yeah. It's like, bro, a lot of people won't understand it, but it's okay. It's really okay that they don't get it, because there's so many other people that are waiting to get it.
Fam. It's
And
it's it's such a mad thing, man. Like,
it's
I don't mean to cut you, sorry, but it's just like that exact same thing. Yeah, it's like we're conditioned to think, oh, if 100,000 people don't fucking buy your album, then when it's like, nah, bro. Like when there are people fucking across the world that message you and say, I have had this song
nah,
on
I
repeat for the
can't
last
believe what
2
you did,
weeks,
bro.
like. It's like, man, you speak English. Like, where you from? When you get those sort of little things, it's like shit, fam. This is something
Yeah,
beyond me.
nah, this is
Sometimes I look at my little like Apple thing and that just to see where the shit goes. I just like to see where the music travels in it. And I've been looking at some of these shits like, fam, like the shit I made in my little Ruby WV, fam, has gone to here and here
it's
and
mad,
here and
fam.
here.
It's
Like,
mad, bro. Mad,
and it's getting
mad.
played, fam. Like someone's or people or whatever is like listening to the shit, fam. Like,
Someone in Norway, bro. I
bro,
never
in
been to
fucking
Norway
Norway,
my whole life, bro. But there's someone in Oslo yesterday, in fact, that played my song, fam. And
brother,
that someone in Oslo been playing my songs since, bro, like since they came out, fam. It's been a month, fam.
bro.
Whoever that person is in Oslo, yeah, shout out to you, my brother, cause like for real, fam. Like
Yeah,
you,
fam.
yeah,
It's
like
nuts, fam. You just
nigga,
look at some of these
yeah,
shit.
innit?
It's like, how, fam? Like,
Niggas talk about the reason why they're doing this, but it's like, man, I realized that like the things that I say are very powerful, fam. I if I'm a I'm a if if we live in a world of magic,
mm,
I'm like one of the teachers at the school of magic. I'm like a Snape or something. You know what I'm saying? Niggas think like, oh yeah, he this or that, but like really at the same time, I'm like imparting the knowledge on these young niggas. Yeah.
word, word.
And it's like, oh man, they look at Snape like he's such a bad guy, but like, nah,
He really a good guy, fam. He
But
really
look,
was a
look
good guy,
how you
fam.
have to be built, though, fam. Snape had to be
I
willing
know,
to
fam.
be
He
to
had to.
be the
He
bad
had
guy
to.
in their eyes,
He had to
and he
be
had to
willing
every
to be the
day
bad
know,
guy,
like,
fam.
damn, I'm trying to save these niggas, dog,
I'm trying to help y'all niggas and shit.
and y'all are treating me like this. But that's the whole point. The Bible is an allegory, fam. What's the story of Christ? A nigga came, he did nothing but help people, and they
And
killed
they
that
killed
nigga, dog.
him, dog. They killed
And
him.
they
And
killed
not
that
only
nigga.
did they kill him, they stabbed him after he was dead, dog. They stabbed him to just make sure that he was dead. Just to make sure.
Do you
And
get
it's
what
like,
I mean,
oh.
fam? And if again, just look throughout time, fam. Look at the people who have found a way to captivate energy to fucking help people, fam. What happens to any one of them, fam? They
No, they
kill
killed
them
them. They
niggas, dog.
really killed them.
Nip got
Nigga,
killed in his
no,
own
but
hood, fam. You know
no,
what I mean?
you listen.
Like,
You're getting even close, yeah, and you like. I see what happens when you get too close to the picture, yeah.
yeah, you're right. You're
It
right.
gets
You're right.
distorted,
You're right.
bro. It gets
You're right.
distorted,
You're right.
right? But
Right.
then
You're
it's
right.
like if you go further, yeah, and then you'll understand what the picture's trying to say. In which case, you can now take a step back and be like, "Raw, the picture's much bigger, fam." Bro, there was a guy, yeah. He was 21 years old when they killed this nigga, bro. He was 21. Bro, 21 is
A
that's
baby.
nothing, fam.
A baby.
That's a baby, fam. But this 21-year-old nigga said some shit that was so deep, yeah, that like them people had to roll to his ass, fam. And like they didn't just roll to his ass and be like, oh yeah, one guy show up there. It was like a squad of men, fam. And they were like, oh yeah, nah, he gotta go today, fam. They just let off all the bullets, fam. He was in his crib with his his pregnant girlfriend at the time. He was in the crib with other people that like were like, oh nah, this guy is on some things and things. We
Brother.
gonna like definitely listen to what he's saying. But this is a Fred, fam. Boy,
Why the new Black Panthers? Drizzy Francis, the
they
new
did
Fred.
not
Come
waste
on, bro.
time with that nigga, fam. I know,
21 years
fam.
old, fam.
Bro, the first time I ever saw like a documentary about that nigga, I was like, yeah, nah, that's me, dog. That's me. He in me right now, fam.
Do you see it? Do you understand?
I've never heard anyone be like, "Oh, you're a revolutionary," and I was like, "Ah, damn, you right? Yeah, damn, I'm a goddamn. I can change some things. I can change things."
Um, it's bruh, it's that exact thing, bro. It's that exact thing. It's that exact energy,
Hmm.
fam. And when you understand, again, I said it earlier in the thing, the only true currency we have is energy. Yeah.
Energy.
When you understand energy, and I'm not saying I'm some fucking magical sage, and I'm not trying to say all that in it.
No,
Like, we
man.
all on a
It's
journey, we
not.
all
It's not.
learning.
It's not.
But
Yeah.
that's the point, fam. That's the point. You can
Exact.
always
Okay.
learn as long as
Check it
you
out.
accept that you don't know everything. Do you get what I
In
mean?
it.
And the more that
In
you
it.
accept that, the more that you're able to take in. And if your heart is in a good place, fam, like, again, we speaking about Fred Hampton, fam.
Mm.
We What did I say to you before? The Bible is an allegory.
It's an
What
allegory,
did
fam.
man try
Because
and do,
every
fam?
time
He
somebody
tried to
tries
help
to,
his people
yes. Because
and
every
speak
time
truth to
somebody
word,
comes
fam.
to try and help, they kill off, man, fam.
Kill that, fam.
Kill
But
that,
you
fam.
know what,
Dead
fam? But
off
Will,
that, fam.
you know what the fucked up thing is, fam?
Mm.
That's the point. I heard
I
Daylight
know,
say
fam.
this actually. I heard
I
Daylight say it. He
know.
said it was so thing. He said when these people rise up, the new age prophets, because that's what this shit is. That's what these
Mm.
people are. Like, that's what we is, bro. Like, it's a different level of thing we're dealing with. Prophet
Yeah.
isn't like a person, it's a spirit. Anyway, when these things rise up, yeah, the forces that work against prosperity and love, they conspire to eradicate the physical form because the form exists in physicality. What they don't
Mm.
realize is in the spirit, you're carving that name into the planet Earth. You see all of these people that have galvanized so many people years after their time, your Malcolms, your Martins, Fred
Yeah.
Hampton, Marcus Garvey.
All
Like,
them
you
niggas.
see these people, what happens is, usually when they're alive, they doing what they doing, but there's active forces saying, nah, fuck them niggas.
Nah,
Like,
you
there's an
should,
active thing
in
where
it,
it's,
man.
but you see, the second that their physical form is removed from this place, and their spirit leaves their physical form, it carves the name into the planet because that energy seeps into planet Earth, bro. So
Every time, fam.
a man like Martin
Because
Luther King wouldn't be able to be the icon, for lack of a better
bro,
term, that he is if he didn't
because you know
die the way he died.
because you know the illest thing about mine, yeah.
Uh,
That was just a regular nigga, dog. He just wanted to do things, dog. He like
Martin was a regular
bro.
nigga who
Yeah,
smoked and
he's just
drank
a
and fucked
regular
bitches,
nigga.
bro.
He
Like,
smoked, drink, he smoked, he drank, he's fucking bitches and shit. Like, yeah, nah, that's just a regular, that's it's a regular nigga, dog. He's just a
and
regular
again,
guy,
it's
fam.
all conditioning, fam. Even the profiting and people
Damn,
you're
I
supposed to
forgot.
follow
I
were
was
conditioned.
profaning. I
Huh?
was profaning, but there's kids in the house. I forgot. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I hope he didn't hear me.
Yeah, you're
Sorry.
right. You're right. You're right. Let's put the explicit label on it. Let's try and ting it. Let's use our words and that in it.
But it's
But now,
cool.
bro,
You
it's
good.
just.
You can explain all you want from you in headphones. You good.
But it's just literally like. But you see that just that little thing there. That's my
Mm.
compassion, bro. Oh right, fam.
I
You can't
know,
swear there. You know
fam.
what, fam? Cool. I ain't
I
gonna swear either,
know,
fam.
fam. Right?
That's just it's
But
just who I am, bro. Like it's not a thing that I think
other
about.
people would just be like, "Oh yeah, run it, fam, with the expletives, fam." I'm in
Like
headphones. Yeah, we lit, fam. Run it.
it's a
I
different
know,
thing. But
fam.
you see that energy, the same energy that these people were speaking about.
Mm.
Fam, erase all of that. Bro, I'll keep saying it so people understand. I'm not trying to be mystical or anything like that. It's not no like crystal ball shit. Sorry, crystal ball stuff. It's like the Bible is an
Nah,
algorithm, dog. When Jesus could only be what he is today because of how they killed him, fam. If he was just a guy that just grew old and stuff, like they may talk about him, they may think, but
you
the
know.
power that stands with it is like, rah, there was someone who walked in such an abundance of the spirit that they were willing to take the butt whooping of a generation for that belief. Whether you believe in the
Mm.
thing, whatever your religious spirit, whatever, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. That's
There
not the
was
point.
somebody that was willing to stand in that fire to be like, nah, we don't all have to stand in this fire, fam.
Yeah. And once you
We can be
conceptualize that,
there.
bro, once you conceptualize that, again, it reframes everything. We've had these conversations so many times, and we again we you know about music and you know what we're
Mm.
trying to do and stuff like that. The thing that has empowered me like the last couple years and stuff is just the real realization of like all of this stuff that they've conditioned artists to think is important isn't important. And
Yeah.
I need to make sure that you see when I'm like recording and stuff like that. You know, the thing that I always think about, I don't know if it's morbid or not, but what I always think
Mm.
about is if I die tomorrow,
Mm.
what have I left in the world? Again, you know, there's
Oh, damn.
unfortunately rappers pass away all the time, and you know, sometimes you go back to the music and it's
Man,
a message of
goddamn.
violence and this and that,
That's
and
like goddamn every week, dog.
people
Fuck,
don't
man.
understand that like Will says it every week, and at a point he was almost, I don't want to say discouraged to say it, but he says it every week, from words are magic, dog, and people don't understand that
Man,
the words that you say, you're writing your JavaScript into the universe, innit? And the
man.
thing I
I ain't
always
never
think,
gonna be discouraged to say that, fam.
no,
I need niggas to hear that.
but you know what I'm
Fam, I'm
saying
gonna
though,
be
innit?
saying
Like,
that, fam. Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's just like it's one of those ones where my thought is always, if I'm no longer here to speak, because one thing I've always found in my life is like whenever I speak to people, they're always like, yo, like you're so
you're
profound,
so
like
deep, fam. You're so
like
profound.
you
You're
should
so
write a
deep.
book, you
That's
should
like,
be a
no, I'm not.
counselor, like you should, you know what I mean? And it's just like
I'm
I'm
not
just
that deep,
talking to you,
dog.
dog. Like I'm just me in it,
We're just talking, right?
like we just
Man.
talking, do you know what I mean? And it's like the thing that I realize in a lot of this stuff is you have to be willing to stand for something. Again, when I'm recording these songs and stuff, I'm not thinking about the first week release and we can. My thing is like, if I'm no
No,
longer
no.
here, I have children, let's say, and I'm no longer here, and this is the only. I don't want to keep referring to like anime, but I love anime because it touches on a lot of subjects. Naruto, very quickly, is a kid in an anime who essentially has like a demon fox spirit sealed inside his body. And it's a thing that destroys people and it's evil, but he's a good kid and he basically tried to navigate the world with this thing that lives inside him. It was his dad that sealed him inside him, and the whole point was like, this thing is going to kill me, but
the
my
generational
son is
curse
going to be
thing.
greater than me and he will be able to deal with this. And so obviously he grows up as an orphan, you know what I mean, he goes through his own struggles,
The
but
generational curse thing.
the generational curse thing. But the whole thing, within the curse, Naruto's dad kind of locked a memory into his head. So it was ever like, if my son falls victim to this spirit, at a certain point, this memory is going to speak to his spirit, like whether he's getting like messed up or he's unconscious or whatever. And basically, the Naruto's dad's spirit is speaking to him, and he's saying, "What you don't understand is that your purpose is to do this in it. Like your purpose, I couldn't do this,
This
but
is what you're supposed to be doing.
you are the better version of me. Everything, all the difficulties that I went through in my life, and I essentially sacrificed my life was so that you could live with
Parents, bro. That's
parents,
literally parents. That's
parents.
every parent, bro. That's literally, bro. Ayo, and okay. Can I take it a little deeper, even still?
Go, fam. Go
Can I
ahead, bro.
take it a little
Go ahead,
deeper,
bro.
even still? All right. So you see your parents here. They're they're just kids. They're just kids that got bigger and figured out how maybe like if I navigate like this, it'll be good for these other people that are like dependent on me. If I navigate like this, it'll be terrible for those people that are dependent on me, right? They're just kids. They just figured out how to make things work for them. They're just
Yeah,
babies, all of them. Because there's nobody here that's had like two goes at this, even two goes at this. Because the second go round, you'd do everything much better for him. You'd be the perfect this, that. You'd be the you know what I'm saying? Like, but there's no that. Everybody's literally figuring out as they go, fam.
yeah,
Everybody literally is figuring out as they go, fam. And like the thing of the generational curses. Oh, well, I mean, damn, that's such like a bad way of putting it. It's like, all right, if you, Drizzy, spend your time, I don't know, like getting ripped. You like
right,
go to the gym every day, you do this, and you just get massive, right?
right.
The kids that you have at that point, they're gonna have the genetic predisposition to be massive, fam,
Yeah, yeah,
right? And
yeah,
it's just the same way with like all this music stuff and all this other stuff. It's like the things that you work on in your life, the things that you master in your life, that's what you pass on to the next generation. That's what
word,
you give to your children. That's the real inheritance, fam.
word.
Like money doesn't do anything for anyone, dog. I mean, it
Word.
does in the sense that, like, it puts them in like a less position where they gotta worry about like less things or whatever, whatever. That's cool, but like when we're talking about how life works, life doesn't care about your bills. Life doesn't care about your like inability to do something or whatever. It's just lifing, bro. It's literally just lifing all the time, and it's like we're we're trapped in this thing. We're caught in this thing, and our parents they never told us. They never gave us any idea of like what it would be. They always just said, "Oh yeah, when you like a grown up and when you're older, you can do whatever you want and you can be free and you can like that, all that fam." So we in our heads are like, "Damn, I can't wait until I'm older, fam, because I'm gonna like do this and I'm gonna have a house like this and I'm gonna do this and all that gas, bro, all that gas, bro. But it's like, man, both of you guys, both sets of people missed the point, man. See, the parent is supposed to learn from the kid as much as the kid learns from the parent,
Yeah.
because that kid, it's you, fam.
Yeah.
That's a tiny you, fam.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And like,
Exactly, bro.
even
Exactly,
even
bro.
even if you were to just left them alone to like find their own way, they're still gonna have your mannerism and traits, bro. It's not like something that is it's not like something that's introduced to you. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you could have, let's say, like grown up just with your dad. But
Right.
then your dad will be like, "Oh, you do this like your mum, or you do this like your mum, just
Yeah.
like your
Yeah.
mum. You
Yeah.
do
Yeah. Yeah.
this." It's like those mannerisms. They don't go away, bro. They don't like
Because
diminish.
it's what you're made up of. It's literally
It's
what you're
because
made of. Yeah.
exactly, because literally that's you, fam. Fifty
Yeah.
percent DNA from that side, 50% DNA from that side, and bro, like DNA. Oh God, like man, we gonna get deep, fam. We gonna get deep, fam.
I.
DNA.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. It's not just something that we're like, oh yeah, everybody's got it. Ooh, ooh. Why do you think everybody got that? Why do you think that everybody has a very specific signature of how they anatomy works, or like how they like perceive the like, bro, all of this stuff, it's like it's so deeply ingrained in you, but then it came not from you but the people before you. And like your job, yeah, is to transmute, let's say, the bad things that you got from your lineage, and try to transmute that into something good, right?
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
can pass that on to your lineage, fam.
Pass the baton in it. It's passing the baton from. It's
Exactly.
like
And you
if the
pass
guy
the,
before
yeah.
you got slowed down for whatever reason, your job
See?
is to try and make up that pace for the next person.
In it.
Because if you just allow yourself to succumb, oh well, they got slowed down, so I'm slowed
Oh
down.
yeah,
It
then why
slows
we
down the
slow? You
future.
know what I'm saying?
But if you take it upon yourself to be like, you know
Exactly.
what, I know that can't win this race by myself, but if I can do this, it
Nah,
gives us a better chance. Like that's,
that's why you my nigga, dog. That's why you my nigga, dog. We
bruh,
right here together, dog.
fam.
We right here, fam.
And this is why I love talking to you, G. This is why I love talking to you, because it's just like, again, it's that thing of just man just get it. And even if man don't get it, it'll always be a thing of like, talk, just keep talking, bro, because we're gonna get there eventually, fam.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
just,
because
you know
the
what I
thing
mean?
of it is, like, we both know really that like everything is everything. That's
Everything is
that's the
everything.
that's the be all and end all of all this existence. Everything is everything, fam.
Yeah.
Like you really could have like the most beautiful existence and all that. Yeah, you really could be like having the greatest life here. But it's like if the because life is there's 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 something further to it, and if you never acknowledge that, yeah, you're never gonna like really see the true potential or value of even just the people around you,
Word,
because you
man.
can't see further than the next move that they'll make. So even your brethren, who's the illest rapper you ever heard, fam, you can't see that nigga like battling some guy and beating man, fam, and just like being the next like hottest thing. You like if you cannot see that,
Mm.
you're never gonna see it, dog.
Yeah.
And even when your boy's like doing the next, like, oh yeah, he battling like the hardest guy on the scene, and he just beat man, you're still gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, more, there's more there,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
if you cannot recognize that, it's
And you
like,
see,
man, you're never gonna see it for yourself.
yeah,
That's the
no,
problem.
for real, man,
That's
and
like
it
you can
go on.
see it for everyone else. That's very cool. But if you never see it for yourself, what really tends to happen is that, like, if if I feel really bad about my prospects in life, yeah, I'm just going to be very sad and very depressed and all the time, just like, I'm gonna be low, no energy. I'm finished out here, dog. But then if one of my peoples come around and they got that up energy and they like, oh yeah, now we could do this or we could do that or we could do this. It's like it helps that process. But then
Yeah,
at the same time, yeah, then you become dependent on those people to
yeah,
like push the process. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? You
yeah,
then become dependent on those people, like let's say like they feedback.
mm,
This like the numbers thing. This like the numbers thing. You then
yeah,
become dependent on now like how much feedback you get from other people and how they be like, oh yeah, this is the greatest song I ever heard, or maybe they might be like, oh yeah, nah, this is whack, bro.
yeah,
And it's
yeah.
like now you're so hung up on all of that
On the
ridiculous,
external, innit? Yeah,
all that ridiculous mess of the outside world, fam. And it's like, no, you didn't realize you've already done it. You've literally already succeeded, bro. If
yeah,
if somebody's like, oh yeah, nah, this thing that you did, this is like the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. You've done it. What more?
bro,
What more did you want to do? What
bro.
more did you want to do? Cause that nigga go and tell 10 niggas. Oh yeah, there was have you ever heard of A Solo? A Solo? He's
Artist.
like a battle rapper. Yeah, he's like a battle rapper.
Okay, 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 okay.
But he had a scheme, yeah. And I was I heard it and I was like, wait, I need to figure out what's happening here. He like one nigga bring two niggas, then two niggas bring three. Then three niggas bring four niggas and four niggas come and alert me. Right? But we've already gone past like 20 guys, bro, at this point now, fam. And then like four guys bring five guys, and oh no, he like three niggas bring four niggas, and four niggas bring five, and then four niggas bring five niggas, and five niggas bring more. But that's a ridiculous amount. Like, bro,
Yeah,
if you think about that bar, yeah, that's
that's a
like
lot of people.
40
Yeah,
people from.
yeah, that's
That's
a lot.
like 40 people that got brought from him just being like one bar.
Right, 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 right.
You get what I'm saying? It's like, bro, like we don't understand how deep our reach can go, fam. Like
Yeah,
you can literally, okay, you can change one person's life, yeah, by like saying one bar, but then
yeah,
that one bar and that one person might have like 30 people around them. And he
legit.
gonna be like, hey man, listen, I had this nigga Drizz and he said this and that. And like for real, it changed my life. And then
Yeah,
now all those 30 people around that nigga like, damn, what did this nigga say to really change the man's life? Fam? They want
yeah.
to hear. They want to hear that. And it's
Nah,
like that's we live in a beautiful world, man. I keep trying to tell everyone this, bro. The world is beautiful. All
yeah,
the people inside it, although they might do dumb, ugly things, it's like they're so beautiful, man. Because really, what they're trying to do is just be the best. They're just trying to be great. And it's
mm,
like, man, sometimes we we get caught in our ego so much that we can't let other people be great, fam. We don't
mm.
want them to be great. I don't understand what the reason is. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I don't get it myself.
You know what I
It's like
think it is? You know
sometimes.
what I think it is? I think it's ultimately, again, you have to remember human beings are, although we're social creatures by nature, our conscious mind is shifted to that of a self centered creature, like self preservation. And
Oh, because it's because the perception. Sorry, it's because the perception. We
yeah,
can't see anything other than what we can see. So it
other
makes
than what
sense
we
that
can see,
yeah.
do you get what I mean?
So
So
it
it's like
makes sense. Yeah, it
essentially, it's
makes
like a
much
whole
sense.
thing where it's not even so much people don't want you to be great, it's that people don't want you to be greater than them. So if everybody's
That
great,
part.
then it's cool. But if you're greater than me, because
Chance.
what that does, it expose, again, we spoke about like purity and shit. When
Expose the
someone
weakness
when someone, I
and the
guess,
impure.
ascends you in whatever field you may be speaking about, it exposes where you are in comparison to where they are, if that's how you're viewing it. So if you're viewing it in that sense,
It,
there'll be certain things where it's like that person is beyond you now. And again, it comes back to that same thing about accountability. What happens is a lot of people don't want to have to be accountable for their position because they want to be like, nah, like I'm cool in it. Like I'm like, when really those situations are designed where the people always say they want God to speak to them or the universe to speak to them stuff, and they don't understand that it happens all the
nigga,
time.
if God
Like,
spoke to you, you'd lose your mind, bro.
bro,
What you
but it
talking
happens all
about?
the time. He speaks to people in a way that they should understand. Say, all
Yeah,
right, Will's my guy. We both do
but
music,
if
yeah. And Will's booming. He's God, he's doing his thing. He's trying to get looks. And like, I'm still trying to, you know what I mean, get my thing together, whatever. But Will's booming. Now, if me as Will's brethren, if I start to be like, man, like, nah, you know
this
what, like,
nigga, man,
bro, like, man won't
he
even,
sold out.
fam, man
He
won't even
sold
really be
out,
like
dog.
on it, like if I wasn't really with him back then, like that, you know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like,
All
my
that.
man's
He
doing a whole
sold
bunch of
out and
different
all
stuff
them
now,
things
like,
there.
man's switching up, do you get what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, man are changing and that, like, you know what I mean? Man think they Hollywood, and what it is, yeah, what I think that thing comes from, it's ultimately, in any artist, yeah, there's a, or at least there's a conditioned level of insecurity in the sense of the wanting to express art and give to others comes from a place of compassion. And compassion is the cousin of vulnerability. And vulnerability is like second cousins with insecurity. Do you get what I mean? And
Okay.
so what
Yeah.
it is when things like creating art, especially how it's conditioned now, it's like people, it all comes down to value. So if it seems like your thing is booming more and your thing is going more, it's, oh shit, his thing is worth more than mine, but this is all I have. And what people don't realize is that all of this shit works in waves and patterns like the ocean. Like in the left quadrant of the Pacific Ocean, there might one time be a big wave and da-da-da-da-da. The other side of the ocean, the left quadrant doesn't go, yo, like, why the wave so big over there? I'm like, what? Like,
It
we
just
over
be
here too. Like, you know what I mean?
in
That's not what happens because the ocean has an inner understanding that it is one being, and sometimes the wave is over here, and sometimes the wave is
and
over
then
there,
sometimes it's over there somewhere. And
and
sometimes there's no wave at all, bro.
sometimes there's
Sometimes
no
there's
wave
just
at
no
all.
wave at all.
Do you get what I
Mm.
mean? And like the thing with like a lot of artists is they'll get into that thing where they'll start to badmind people because it allows them to create a reason why that person's in that position that doesn't make them look inferior. So again, if I use the example hypothetically, like me and you and your thing's going, I'll start like I wouldn't obviously, but someone would start saying like, oh, like man's like he's switching up, you know what I mean? He's like he's putting on the funny clothes and that, like he's trying to go pop, he's trying to
And all that. And all that.
make you a villain because you're succeeding and or ascending, let's say. And in your ascension, this is the thing that's always baffling in it. Like I completely understand that there are artists who sell out to get a back. Like that's the majority of artists,
No, but
unfortunately.
I mean,
But
it's
the thing that's mad, yeah, is that when you know people start bubbling and stuff and whatever, that's where they often tend to speak about getting like haters and stuff like this and da 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 da. And people want to villainize your ascension to throw you off your course. Again, it's the same thing about energy, fam. It's the same. It's energies conspiring, fam. But it's like the wind and the tide, bro. Like the wind has to rise for the tide to come in, fam. And what that means is in this thing that we're doing, you have to come into conflict with energy that works against you for you to be able to overcome it. Do you get what I mean? When you go to the gym and you
lots
lift
of times,
weights, the first time, bro, you can't go in there and lift like 50 kg on the arm curl. You
man.
can't do that for you can't. But what you have to do,
you took
you have to
you took.
work. You work with the resistance that you can take, and the universe will always give you the resistance that you need, because your muscle can only strengthen with the resistance against it. If you go in there and you lift in
Easy.
5 kgs for 10 years, nothing is going to happen. Do you get what I
I
mean?
mean,
You
something
have
will
to have the
happen, but
resistance
it's
to.
just your muscles will get used to pushing 5 Ks, and then they'll just be like 5K muscles.
Do you get what I mean? And it's like, in order for
Mm-mm.
your muscle to get stronger, it needs resistance. It can't do it, like, it
Okay,
can't do it without it.
we.
And that's what we are, bro. That's what we are in this thing.
I'll say it like this here. This is one thing that brought me to that realization, because I also realized the same thing. It's like, so obviously, ever since we moved to the new crib, I've been like going to shoot hoops every other day, fam. I
Yeah.
think like this week is the only week where I'm not probably gonna get a chance to go shoot hoops. Yeah,
Right.
but ever since I got there, I go there, I shoot hoops, fam. I'd like to do 1v1s with the niggas that's there, whatever. Like I do 2v2s with the niggas that's there, whatever. It's like, okay, this is like pushing me. The first time I did the 1v1 with the nigga and shit, like I beat him still, but like I had to like get into
But
the
he
mind
pushed
bag.
you. He pushed you, like,
No,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. I had to get into the mind bag and be like,
Right.
yo, nah, you're not gonna beat me, dog.
Like, you had to
Uh-huh.
do that to get to him, like,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I had to like switch from
The
a
physical, yeah.
physical like exertion to like a cerebral like, oh dog, I know, yeah. If I put man off his game, you're not going to score for him. But
Yeah, yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
I'm going to score for him because I'm on my game right now for him.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm tired.
I just need to
My
knock you
chest
off
is
your game.
burning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm tired. My chest is burning, but my shooting arm is lit, bro.
Yeah.
Let me stand there somewhere outside that 3 point, fam. I'm gonna close this game, fam. We're gonna end this game now, fam.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
And it's like you have to. The one thing that I've realized about all of this life thingy and stuff, yeah, is that like, man, it's really as simple as you make it.
Yeah, word.
That's
Word.
like that God's honest truth here. It's really as simple as you make it. So you want it to be complicated. You want to be a goddamn, I don't know, like you want to be a I don't know, some kind of like a structural engineer or something, and you want to know like how all the bits work and how everything all like comes together, and then it makes a bridge, and that's very cool. But like, if I'm not a structural engineer, and like I I help to build the bridge, it's the same. It's the same. Like I get the same feeling out of it that you get.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? You the architect of the bridge. You drew the plans. You know how everything should be. You know
Yeah.
how to like to the millimeter that like every screw should be like this long or whatever. Right? That's cool. That's very cool. But
Yeah.
as soon as other people start getting involved, that's when that starts getting very difficult
Yeah.
because every one of those persons is like, damn, I've seen a bridge before. I know what a bridge looks like. I can build a bridge.
Yeah.
But then you gotta think that's like 30 people. Okay, like, bro, I remember like speaking to my dad here, and he told me about like obviously how like it was not easy for him to like build up what he built up, yeah. But he built up this company where like basically Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola, not like no random branch or whatever, like
Yeah.
the Coca-Cola. Yeah. They called him and said, "Yo, you and your people's the ones that be doing these big infrastructures and that. We need you to do this, bro.
Right. Right.
We need you to build this factory for us so we can continue to make more Coca-Colas in Southern Africa. Dog, like, listen, fam, I, I, I understand. Like, oh damn, there's so many sides to this whole thing. It's like, okay, I could understand it from a perspective where like it's just people that don't have anything, and then like there's just like opportunities placed in front of them. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
But then a second way to look at it is that like, bro, this nigga was like 20, 23, 24. I don't know, he might have been like 24 or something like that. 25, 24, 25, somewhere there.
Yeah.
It's like these huge bro, we're talking about Coca-Cola, dog. We're not talking about no
That's a
like
big deal.
goddamn
That's a
like
big
a
deal.
little sign. Bro, them niggas were looking at that nigga like he a big deal for him.
Right.
And for sure he was a big deal for him. He, like I said, he was the one that got the contracts to build the Coca-Cola factory. He got contracts
Mad.
to build like all like mad bridges and what like bro, like these important infrastructural things from. It's not like oh yeah, man was just like there doing things.
Like he's
Nah,
really
bro,
a
like
shot caller in it. Like
yeah, bro, like I'll put it like this. Imagine if the motorway was not built, yeah, and
mm,
then like there's just some nigga that like builds the A roads.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
There's just
yeah.
some nigga that build the A roads. You're never gonna know that nigga's name from. You're never
Never.
gonna be like, oh yeah, that's like Trevor from Boston and he like laid the road down. You're never gonna do that from.
Nah, legit,
But this is
legit.
what, like, bro, this is what I mean. Like, our parents, the lineage that we came from here, they did things here, not for the looks and not for the oh yeah, nah, it's cool on the gram. They just did it, bro. And it's like, bro, our dad, bro, you're here now. My little brother just walked in the room. Our dad, yeah. Let me tell you a story about dad, fam. I'm pretty sure you never knew this. There was a time when he must have been about like 21 and he got a job offer. But he lived in Harare, like, which is like way there somewhere. And he got a job offer in Kamchad, where we now have like homes and properties and stuff, right? He got a job offer there, yeah, but he had no way to get there. He didn't have money to get the bus. He did nothing. You know what he did? He walked there, fam. From I want you to Google it right now. Google it right now and just see how actually long that walk is from Harare to Mutare. Bro, like, dog, he told me a lot of things, fam. Like, on that walk here, he lost shoes, he lost peas. He could, like, there was so many things that, like, would have now, in our day and age, been like, oh, nah, you know, I don't gotta deal with that. But they had to deal with that. They had to go through with all that stuff, bro. They had to
Yeah,
do that, bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nigga, imagine walking to a job interview and losing your shoe, fam. And you still gotta get to the job interview, fam.
Legit,
And you still gotta have like a nicer clothes to wear, fam. But
legit.
you've got nothing in your pocket, bro. My nigga. I'm telling. Look, I
Different,
see. Like,
different.
I want like the generation that came before us here. They're much different to us, bro. They're really very much different to us in the sense that like they didn't really care about like what everything looks like. It's utility.
Yeah, yeah.
Like how useful is this thing, nigga? My mom, yeah, she has right now. She has certificates that are like, oh yeah, you a typewritist. You a typewriter. she got certificates for that.
Right.
But it's like at that time she thought, what could put me up in the game where I could like do things and not have to spend loads and loads of time. Typewriter, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
It. You know. You know what?
I'm so.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
Mm. No, I was gonna say I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but it's like, damn, we we really do not appreciate our parents like that, fam. We really don't, fam.
Nah, I hear
We
you.
say we
Yeah,
do,
man.
but
And we
we
think
really
we do.
don't
And we
deep.
think we do. Yeah, we think we do. But when you really deep it, it's different, man. Like, disconnected. Just while Will's reconnecting, like it's so true, man. Like, and I think one really important aspect that I've learned just from my own journey of life and stuff is, I think, having a parent that wasn't born in this country, and by I mean this country, I mean the UK, England, like having a parent from a different nation, like that has different cultures and values and morals and a different mindset, like it really, as Will said about like passing on the DNA and stuff, like it really, that energy, it courses through you. Like Will told the story about his dad walking all of that way for a job interview because that was the opportunity. Like, who in this I don't want to make it that, but who in this country from this, because there's a level of, privilege and that people are born with, and it's like, I think having parents that come from that lineage where you have to really fight, and dog, if I get on here and tell my mom or my dad's story, fam, like it'll be a mad thing. Like, I had to, like, a lot of things, bro. Like, my mum wasn't wanted by either of her parents. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's not even like the worst of it. Like, it's a crazy thing, and it's just when you really sit down, especially like as an adult, and you really just deep, like as Will said before, like our parents are just kids that got older and figured their way and then had kids. It's like, rah, look how much you did so I could be here. And once I was here, look how much you did for me. Like, we really don't take the time to appreciate like our parents. And I know that not everyone has good parents. I know not everyone has a great like upbringing. Like, trust me, like I know that I'm fortunate enough to have spoken to a lot of people from a lot of different walks of life, and a lot of things like that. One sec. Well, if you can hear me, I'm gonna move you to the listeners and just request to jump back in the thing, and I'll try and connect you in it. But yeah, like when you really deep kind of just parents not born in this country and the things that they had to do to get to this country, or make their way and stuff like that, like it gives you, I don't want to say a new level of appreciation. You realize, and I say this to my mom all the time, like there's nothing that I could ever do to pay you back. If I become like a millionaire tomorrow or a billionaire and give you all the money and the riches and you can retire early and this, and like I can't ever repay you for what you gave and sacrificed for me to be in the position to have done all of that. Do you get what I mean? And it's right. It's mad, bro. And a lot of times, people don't, or parents don't even get into that stuff with their kids. It's like, oh, don't worry about it, kid. I don't. And I understand that. Like, I can understand that frame of thinking, but I do think it's important to have these discussions with your kid. Have these discussions with kids if you've got them. That is, what I mean? Like, a lot of times when parents do that, unfortunately, it's like in a manipulation way, or like they're trying to use it to like guilt trip you, or something like that. But when your parents tell you these stories, like you should really take the time to deep what they're saying. But like, listen, at my age, the things I had. Like, you should really, when they get into all of that, like deep what they're actually saying, because if you can try and put yourself in the frame of mind, and especially back then when maybe the world wasn't as progressive let's say, or accepting or whatever as things are now, it's like we have to really applaud our parents, man. They did. And again, I know not everybody, and that's why even more we should applaud our parents, because there are unfortunately so many examples of people not being good parents. And what it does is, in a lot of cases, it releases a human being into the world that's been brought up in really tumultuous environments. Do you get what I mean? And you know, there's this whole phrase about like breaking generational curses and stuff like that. But it's a really important thing to take heed of, man. Like, it's like Will said before about, well, I think I said it, but passing the baton, it's like if you're in like a 4-man relay race and, you know what I mean, you're not looking to win the race and that, and the guy who's supposed to pass the baton to you, for whatever reason, he trips up, or, you know, he falls, or he's not as fast as everyone else, or he falls behind for whatever reason, you can make a decision where it's like, oh man, you know what? Oh, well, he fell behind, so I'm not going to be able to think now, because what chance do we have? Because he's fallen, so what can I, like, you can make a choice to be like that. And could someone say that it's justified? Potentially. But I rather think of things more in the sense of, if that's the case and your man that's passing the baton to you has fallen behind, your job in the little time that you have, the little stretch of field that you have to run or wherever you're racing, your job is, all right, we didn't start in the best position. We didn't start, you know, the best way. But while I have this chance, I'm going to make up as much space as I can do. I'm going to make up as much ground as I can make up. And hopefully that will be enough to give the next guy a better chance than he would have done. That's what I think the whole point of this thing is. You know, and I don't know where Will's gone, man. I don't know where Will's gone. I think his connection dropped or something. I'm going to try and shout him in a bit. But yeah, it's like we were speaking before about like music, and you know, I was sort of just talking about how when I release music, I not even just release it, when I'm like creating and stuff like that, the thing that sits with me whenever I'm in that process, like in the studio, whatever, it's, I don't think about like, oh, let's make like a banger, or let's make something that like is gonna play in the club. Like, you want to make something that sounds good. Like, if you want to make something that people want to dance to, you want to make something that goes hard. Like, you want to, yeah, I get all of that, and that's cool, and that's energy to draw on. But the thing that sits with me the most, because I'm a rapper in it, or at least I rap, I use my words, you know what I mean? It's like, again, if something were to happen to me and I was taken from this world and I wasn't able to say any more things in this physical form, and people go back and listen to the things that I've said, what are they going to take in this little bit of ground that I had to make up, in this little bit that I could do? What can people take from what I've done? And the thing that I always land on, the thing that I'm set on, is I want my music to speak life. I want my music to speak life and prosperity and betterment and honesty and truth. I want my music to educate people about the terrible things that are going on. I want my music to make people feel empowered, that in spite of all the terrible things that are going on, you have the power and the capability to overcome all of it. I want my music to make people who feel rubbish about themselves feel better about themselves, and not just because feel better, but because you're not perfect and you're not supposed to be perfect. But in your imperfection, you have something that no one else has. You're you. You're the young Messiah. That's what the whole thing is. Like, I know in on tracks and stuff, I refer to myself as the young Messiah and why I am and all that, like, because I am. But the whole point of it is that I'm the young Messiah. You're the young Messiah. They're the young, like, you are that. And like we said before, the Bible's an allegory. What is the story of Christ? The story of Christ is this. He came, he tried to help people, he tried to spread a message of love, and tried to lift people to a thinking and spiritual space to overcome their circumstances. And they killed that nigga. Nipsey Hussle, who's from Crenshaw in Los Angeles, was a gang member who was gifted with many talents. I don't want to just say the talent of music, many talents, who decided that he saw the need of the people around him. He saw where there was a space and where people needed help because people were dying around, and he dedicated his life to trying to help his people. And they killed that nigga. And I'm not laughing at Nip. I don't want it to ever come across like that because, again, not even to get into all of that yet, but the Bible is an allegory. I look at the story of Paul, and Paul was a tax collector who used to like fuck people over and shit. And he was just like, yeah, this is what I do. Like, I get my bread and I don't really care. And one day he was on the road to Damascus, and this was after, in the Bible, it says this is after Christ was like crucified and resurrected and went to heaven. And basically the Spirit of Christ like came down to Saul at the time and said like, yo, listen, dog, there's a better way to live. This isn't it. I know you know who I am, and I am the I am. Tell people this message. Forget all of this other stuff. Use the rest of your life to tell people this message. That's the only thing that's important. And I feel in the story of a lot of this, I kind of feel like that's where I fall. I feel like, you know, a lot of my life, even up to current points to a certain degree, I feel like a lot of my life I'm not really living my full purpose. Whether through like work or different things, I feel like, as Will said, it's so easy to get distracted in it. And I feel like I'm Saul. And I feel like this YM thing is the Spirit of Christ meeting me on the road to Damascus and saying, brother, forget all this other stuff. Just dedicate your life to doing this. Just do this. If I'm being honest with you, I don't even feel like I've fully even done that yet. I feel like I'm still trying to be a tax collector, but do that too. And you get to the point where, and it's not things I'm aware of, but you get to the point where you have to just look at it and be like, okay, like, are you willing to do this or not? You know, and it's a difficult road. It's a difficult road. Do you get what I mean? And it's, I think, because again, it's the same compassionate stuff that I speak about. Like, you see, one thing about me that I know about myself, I've always been someone where, like, in my life, if all I have to kind of worry about, quote unquote, is myself, like, I'll leave some shit in a heartbeat. I remember there was a job I had back in Leeds and stuff. Like, I'm from Leeds originally, in the UK. And again, I got this job like right out of sixth form, so I was like 16 or something like that. And this is around the time, like, you know, there's not really jobs for like young people like that. And this was a job that was like a call center kind of job, but like adults work there and stuff. Like, usually kids, they can only get like jobs at McDonald's and stuff around that time. Like, you couldn't really get no job that could pay you like real money. So I got this job, fam. I was working like 15 hours a week, and I was getting like, bro, like £600-700, which at the time, big bread to me, fam. I'm from Chapeltown, dog. That's big bread at 16 to me. Like, fam, lit, bro. And like, I ain't have to commit no crime on that, bro. It's all just legit. Gang. And I remember, obviously, time went on. left, school and stuff. I was just working there, and it got to a point where I was just like, I don't want to be here, man. I don't want to be here, dog. Like, I don't. And what I started doing, like, again, it's a call center, so people call in, you speak to them about whatever and thing. People would call in, and I would just hang up the phone. Like, you just hang it up. I won't even say hello. It's just a call coming, I'll just hang it up. The call coming, I'll just hang, like, because I've always someone, like, when I stop caring, it's a very drastic thing. Do you get what I mean? And I remember they called me in for, like, a disciplinary, and they were like, yo, we've noticed that you've been doing this on the call, and I was just like, yeah, like I did. Oh man, like, well, why did you do that? Because you understand that's against our policy and our rules, and you understand that's a really big deal. Like, to be honest with you, I don't really want to be here anymore. Like, I don't, I don't enjoy being here. Like, I don't enjoy this. Like, I want to be here. I remember I got fired, and I remember there was like a work bus that took us to and from, like, this place that I worked at, and I remember it was like the middle of the day, because obviously I had the disciplinary. It was like the middle of the day, and it was sunny, and the work bus kind of ran every 10 minutes, but usually it'd be like people going there in the morning and then people coming back in the evening. So like in the day it's just like the part-timers and stuff, so it was like quite, like, not a lot of people on this work bus in it. And I remember being on it, and it was like a coach, like the work bus was like a coach type thing in it, but I remember just being on it and looking out the window, and I just remember the overwhelming feeling of freedom that I felt. Just like, raw, like, I don't have to worry about, like, waking up tomorrow to go to, like, I'm free of it. Do you get what I mean? And again, obviously, just through life and stuff, and like, the position I'm in now, like, I believe, again, compassion. I have a lot of responsibilities to people I care about deeply, and where the kid that, if all he has to do is just pack up his stuff and leave somewhere and figure it out, happy to do that, but I don't leave my people behind. Like, I can't do that. In all the films where the hero's like, we don't leave no one behind, and you're shouting at the screen like, you're so dumb, get out of there, everyone's going to die, get out. And it's just like so corny. That's how my compassion works. In that situation, I can't leave y'all in here to die. The only way I could do that is potentially if, we can save more people by that. But if you're my people, I can't leave you all in there to die. Like, I don't leave my people behind. That loyalty thing, that compassion thing, that love thing, like, I really mean it. And the thing with that is, everybody comes with their stuff, and a lot of times when it's people you love, you take on a lot of, I don't want to say burdens because that's not the right word, but you take on a lot of things to help your people. If you see your people struggling with a bunch of shopping bags, you naturally go over like, let me help you, but the bags are heavy. Do you get what I mean? And you're helping them, but you realise the bags are a bit heavy, and I feel like, for myself, it's a matter of finding the balance between living the purpose I'm supposed to live and not leaving my people behind. And I'm not loyal to a fault. Like, don't get me wrong. If somebody's intention for me is clearly just coming from a self-centered place and they don't want good for me, like, I have enough self-love and self-respect to remove myself from certain relationships. Like, that's easy. That's not a problem. It's more so when, again, I keep saying my people, like, it's more so when your people, like, who want the best for you and want, like, who are on your side, like, it's very hard for me to just step over them or step past them and just leave them where they are. And some could argue like you could be in a much better position if you did that. Which maybe, but how much of my soul will it cost me? Do you get what I mean? Like, how much of my mind and my heart will it cost me to do that? Like, the one thing I always say, and the reason that I operate the way I operate, is because I always need to be able to look myself in the mirror and know that I'm a good person. But what I also am, more than that, is an honest person. One thing I've never been able to do, I don't get how people do it, I can't lie to myself. In the sense that even if I'm like fucked up for whatever reason, or I'm in the wrong or whatever, like, I can't act like I'm not in the wrong if I know that I am. What I can do is try to understand the wrong and try to understand why I operated the way I did, or why I did the thing, like, and try and understand where that comes from and how that became what it became. But for me to just be like, nah, I didn't do anything wrong, if I did, like, I can't do that. And so we were speaking about it before, and I was saying to Will how the ultimate thing for me in a lot of situations is accountability. It's the accountability of understanding that in any kind of interaction with people, you play a part and a role. Do you get what I mean? Like, if two people are having a conversation, it takes the two of them for it to be a conversation. Do you get what I mean? Otherwise, it's one person speaking at another person. And, whenever relationships go sour, or, things happen and you find maybe people's behavior or mannerisms towards you don't seem to be in your favor or benefit or whatever, I think it's always important to be accountable for the role that you may have played in that. Now, some people might be like, yeah, nah, but some people just switch up on you. And that does happen. Like, that does happen. But I think it's always important to think, like, okay, how did I contribute to this being the case? If I think I'm a good person, and I honestly in my heart try to live as a good person, why do you think that I may not be a good person? Like, what is it that I'm displaying on? What is it that happened that made that perception be warped that way? Do you get what I mean? And it makes you face the reality of, well, are you a good person? And if you can look in your heart and be like, yeah, like, I've made mistakes, I've done certain things, but in my heart, like, I'm, you know what I mean? And again, for some people, they can lie to themselves about that and convince themselves and da-da-da-da-da. But for me, it's, your heart will tell you. Like, you'll get a feeling in your chest when you ask yourself certain questions. Or if someone, that's why, you know what I mean, when people break up and that, and like, oh, don't say that name around me, don't say that person, because you can't run from your heart as much as people try to. And I spent like a period of time trying to do that. Like, I spent a period of time, because the world teaches you that's the way that you deal with things. And for myself, I learned and realized that that's not gonna work for me. And so, okay, if I'm in this way, like, if I'm in a bad way and I can't lie to myself about it, what can I do that will help this? You can be honest about it. All right, so what's the honesty? This is what's happened. This is what you did or didn't do. These could be the reasons why. Like, how do you think you may have come across? How do you think the things that you did may have affected the people affected? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's accountability for the part that you play in any of these kind of interactions and stuff. And again, we were speaking about it on the pod, man. And it's a shame that Will's dropped off. I'm not sure what happened, but what I found in just a lot of interactions in life is I try to always operate in in a loving way with people. Like I try to always approach people in love. And even one thing my mum's always taught me, it's so funny. Quick sidebar. I was speaking to my mum at the weekend, and I was talking to her. I was just saying, "Oh, like saying this stuff on the podcast and stuff." And she was like, "Do you like talk about me on a podcast or anything?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I like all of your sayings that you used to say. I bring them up all the time." She's like, "Oh, that's so funny." Like, but nah, my mum used to always say to me that you can disagree with somebody, you can have a difference of opinion. If you think somebody's done something wrong, if you can voice and have that opinion because it's valid. As long as you speak to people with respect, with dignity, with love, as long as you deal with people correctly, like you don't ever have to be a yes man or just agree with somebody. Like you're allowed to disagree, but you disagree with respect, because the respect isn't just like the way she sort of framed it was like, if an adult says certain things to you, like you can speak your mind, but speak to them with respect because they're an adult. But the deeper lesson that I learned is the respect isn't just for the adult or the child or whatever. The respect is that you are your own person with your own point of view. And the same way I want my point of view to be respected, I have to reciprocate that and respect your point of view. Do you get what I mean? And that's just something that my mum instilled for me in young in it. So whenever these sort of things have popped up in my life where people have an issue with me or my thing is always, all right, well, what was the part that I played in it? Like, what did I do that triggered this? And am I willing to stand behind that? Do I feel reasonably justified in the reason why I may have done X, Y, Z? And so, like again, in a lot of that stuff, it'd be like, yeah, like I feel like no, I don't feel like I've done anything wrong there. And you're allowed to be offended by that. You're allowed to not like that. This is my whole thing all the time, yeah. Say me and someone have a disagreement. I'm always willing to go back and forth and to exchange ideas, and because the one thing I always live by is just make it make sense. If it makes sense, it makes sense. Like, do you get what I mean? Truth and honesty, bro. Just make it make sense. And if you say something to me, and I think like, I'm not sure about this or that, I'm gonna tell you that I'm not sure about this or that. And if you can make this or that make sense to what you're saying, well, you know what? That makes sense. The thing to me is that I try to always deal with people. Say if you have a disagreement or anything like that, or anything like that, I try to always deal with people with love and respect, even if I disagree with how they have treated or behaved towards me. So again, there is like a real life example I could give, but because of that same integrity that I speak about and that same compassion I speak about, I won't even do that. But instead I'll say that a person had a disagreement with me about stuff, and this is a person that I went out of my way a lot of times to hail up and big up, and make sure that they, you feel like you with the people, man, like you with us, man, like we fuck with you, bro, like, do you know what I mean? And never like best friends painting each other's nails and nothing stupid like that, but like, nah, man, like I rock with you, dog. I rock with you in it, like, do you know what I mean? And even in a lot of situations, like going out of my way to come to the defense of man, being in places with man where I could see things getting sticky and stepping in and making sure that's not the case, bro. I have nothing to gain from it, fam, but drama, fam. But I step in with love and just be like, fam, listen, like, boom, boom, whatever. And it's just like, I never have a problem with anybody disagreeing with me. I never have a problem with anybody having a difference of opinion with me. I never have a problem with anybody taking issue with something that I've said or done. What I do have an issue with is when people aren't willing to be accountable for themselves. Because usually what I find happens And I don't mean, again, I'm not trying to say I'm always right, or I'm not trying to do that, but I'm saying what I find happens a lot of times is I try to speak from a place of truth as much as I can. I try to speak just from a place of honesty. And the thing about honesty is, a lot of times, like we spoke about purity and impurity, the thing about honesty is that it has a tendency to expose dishonesty. It always happens. If I just keep being honest with you through the good and the bad, at some point, if there's any dishonesty in you, it's going to be triggered by this. And it's like someone took offense or took an issue with something in regards to myself, and really not only essentially try to like ambush me with it, in terms of like didn't do the due diligence of talking to me on a one-to-one, or saying like, you know what, like I've got an issue with this, or like in a sense almost using an opportunity to ambush me with like, you did this type of thing, and then victimizing themselves in the process of doing that without being accountable for the maintenance of their own being. Like, that's what I don't like. I know that was really specific, and it's mad because I said to Will, I'm trying to talk about something without really talking about it, but I think that the lesson is important. I think the lesson is important because even with somebody who's dealt with me in a wrong way, my heart for you is good. Just because I tell you honest truths, and you know what they say about the truth, it hurts. We have all these sayings and people don't take them seriously, and I don't know why. We say all the time the truth hurts. Hurt means you feel pain. Hurt means something not good is triggered. The truth hurts. And I've tried to craft my life around speaking truth and honesty the best way that I can do it. And for me, in a lot of situations, it's like, I feel like I've shown you way too much compassion and genuine love and all of that for you to deal with me like this. Whereas, like, even if you have an issue with me, you should be like, you know what, Drizz is a good youth. I'm like, I ain't like this, or I didn't this, or you did this, or whatever, but I know that you're not trying to like fuck me over. Do you get what I mean? I feel like I try to give enough to people where even if I'm not in the best state of myself, people will be like, you know what, man, like, if he's being like this, he's just clearly not in the best state of himself, because he's done enough and showed enough to us where we can surely say that the character of this person is good. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, when people have dealt with me in a bad way, I always go above and beyond to still try and deal with them in love. Man tell me, fuck me and this and that. Man tell me, and not, I don't want to say man like it's a guy, but you know, we talk in the UK, but someone tell me like, fuck you, and call you all kind of stuff. Someone who's supposed to be for you. Someone who's supposed to be on your side. And my thing is, like, I'm still going to deal with you with love. I'm still going to deal with you with love. Because me doing that isn't based on the reciprocal nature of it. I don't show you love so that you'll show me love. I show you love because of who I am. That's just the man that I am. And so even if you do me dirty, there's still a level of respect and love I'm going to show you. Now, I'm happy to tell you that you did me dirty, fam. I was like, dog, like, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, you did this and that was not cool, man. Like, the thing with me, I'm always willing to have a conversation because I'm always willing to hear it. Anybody have a problem with me, tell me, fam. Again, Will's not on the call, but Will will tell you, dog. Every week after this podcast, because I'm very, like, I'm on it with the podcast now, trying to upload to the YouTube, you know what I mean, get our things going and that. And I say this to him every week, like, bro, if you ever listen to this thing and you hear there's something that you think I could do better or I'm doing wrong or not doing great, like, tell me, bro. Tell me, fam. I always want to learn, fam. I always want to be able to be better, fam. Like, tell me what I'm doing wrong. And just explain, like, why and how I'm doing it wrong and how I can do it better. And I'll go on that, fam. That's all I need. Cool. Do you get what I mean? But for me, it's like I always try to deal with people with a loving heart. Because what I understand, again, like Will said that he doesn't really like confrontation and, you know, stuff like that. What I understand about myself is that I'm all with the fuck shit. I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm all with it. Like, confrontation, aggression, violence, malice, bad, like I can be all with it. I can do that. Because the thing about truth isn't good or bad. Truth is just truth, and honesty is just honesty. And what I try to harness about truth and honesty, the best way that I can perceive it, is I try to use it for good. I don't try to use it for bad. I try to use it for good. But truth in itself isn't necessarily good. There's a lot of truth that's bad, fam. Again, why do you think they say the truth hurts? Because there's a lot of truth that isn't good, dog. And the thing about truth, again, somebody won't play with me, fam. Like, I said it in a bar, like, what was the bar? Like, man, want to play, but just know you can't play me, dog. Truthfully, I'm always down to play, but just make sure that you're playing safely, dog. Don't worry about me. I'm always down to play, but you play safe. This goes back to football days and that, bro. Like, listen, you might want to play dirty and this and that. Cool. We can do that. I just want to play ball and I don't want to hurt nobody. Cool. But if you, man, are on that, we can do that, bro. Because I'm better than y'all. Respectfully. Respectfully. And that's how I feel about, like, a lot of these things that happen. It's like, people deal with you a certain way, and it's almost, again, the Bible's an allegory. When Christ was on the cross, and he said, Lord, why have you forsaken me, fam? Why, God, why are you letting these fuck niggas play with me? You know what I mean? And God saying, like, and then he said, like, yo, forgive them, they don't know what they're doing. Do you get what I
Yeah,
mean?
son. So
Yep.
my fault, son. I had to like deal with the thing here where I
Nah,
was at.
cool,
I'm
bro.
sorry,
Nah,
man.
to be honest with you, bro,
I'm
I was going since you were talking. To be fair, like, I was just, yeah. Again, like, your words were filling
damn,
with energy, fam. To be fair, I can pick up from where we last thing. I've been going the whole time.
damn, homie, damn. I feel. Oh man,
You'll
I'm
have to
sorry,
listen.
bro.
Like,
Oh man, I feel like
nah,
damn,
I knew
homie.
that you had gone though in it. Like, I knew that you would think, but I just, the words were just going in it. But you was telling a story about
Damn, homie.
your dad obviously walking for the like
Oh,
that
you nigga.
interview.
No, we googled it. It was like 234 miles, bro, to
Do you get
go
what?
and find a job just so that he could situate us, bro.
And
Not even us, because I wasn't even in the picture at that point, I think. Like, it was just he, my mum's, and he was like, hey, I'm gonna sort it out for you, and you gonna have a nice crib and
I'm gonna
all that.
do,
Like, bro,
yeah, yeah.
he was on some other stuff,
And you
bro.
know what I was
And I was,
saying? Like, I was
yeah,
saying, one significant thing that I've kind of realized in just when you hear people's stories and stuff,
mm,
you're making a point, like, we don't appreciate our parents enough, and that's so
for
true.
real, fam.
But on a deeper thing, like, we don't, and I know it's a bit different for you, but still, it's still
Mm.
the same. But
Oh,
parents not born in this country, like,
oh, damn.
we don't
Them
appreciate,
niggas.
like, what it actually took. Do you get
Because
what I
we
mean?
don't get what they went through, fam. How do
Because
you
we
gonna get
don't,
here and
Yeah.
all you have is a jacket on your back, bro.
Yeah.
How you
Like we
gonna be in
don't.
a country
Yeah.
and all you got is like the shirt that you wearing, fam? That's
Yeah.
something else, bro. And to
Yeah.
get to the point where like you have a house and you've
Yeah.
got kids and you're sending them to school and they go
Bro.
to blood, like
Bro.
that's something else, bro. That's a
Immigrant parents,
different
fam.
thing,
Because
fam.
again, the point that you made was like our parents are just kids that got older. Do you get what I mean? And it's
It
like you
is,
said,
fam.
when you look at your parents, and to you it's your mom and your dad or whatever, but when
Mm.
you really deep, like right, you came here when
You're
you
just a
was
baby.
you, and
Yeah.
you accomplished all of this, and I'm here, and this and that, and when you again. You were telling the story about your dad, bro. If I start telling you like the life story of like my mom's and my pops, bro, like the pod will be a mad thing. Like it, my mom's story is like crazy, bro.
What
Like
about a short one? What about like a little short thing,
in
like a
in
little quick?
the
Ah, yeah, just so you know.
in the quickest. All right, I guess mom's story is like she was not wanted by either of her parents,
Damn. Hold on,
and
hold
and
on, hold
that's
on,
not
hold on,
even.
dog. I can't hear you.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah. No, I was saying like I guess a synopsis without even going too far into. The thing is disconnecting, bro. You know what? Cool. Cool. Maybe the energy just don't want me to tell that story. Then fine in it. Because every time I go to say it to you, the thing disconnects in it. So maybe just not get into it. But
Nah, they ain't trying to hear all that, but that's what it is, isn't it? Like, bro, we gotta just push through that, fam. We can't just be listening to these men talking about, oh, yeah, nah, don't say that, fam. Nah, say it, bro. Say that shit with your whole chest, dog. What you mean,
nah, it's
fam?
not even like that. I was more so saying because obviously you has to be like, oh, a quick synopsis of the story in it. And
Yeah,
obviously
yeah.
but I'm saying every time I was going to tell you like the thing like about our mums and that, it would cut
Mm.
out for that little bit. And again, we
Oh,
always talk about the universe speaking in it, and it's like, okay,
I troll
this
that.
just happened 3 times in a row. The universe clearly don't want me to say that particular because the thing
Yeah,
I was going to say
nah.
to you was a very particular thing in it, and it's
Mm.
like, all right, cool, I'll allow it then. But anyway, what I'm saying yeah is, Mum's story is like a mad story, full
Mm.
of a lot of trial and tribulation and
For real,
bad
fam.
times. Do you get what I mean? And like when
Mm.
you really deep that and think like, rah, like how much the odds were stacked against you and what you've
And you
been
still
able to
did it,
do
fam.
with
And you
that.
still brought me, and you still
But
brought
bro,
these other three
deeper than
niggas and
that though,
shit.
fam. Deeper than that, fam. Like even to the level where because of how much you've been able to
Mm.
overcome, you're even more resented in a lot of ways because of that now. Like my mum's story is like deep, bro. Do you know what I mean? It's like a mad. I could cry if I talk about
Resented,
it.
fam.
It's like my
Damn,
mum
I
had
know,
to my,
damn.
my mum had to overcome like so much to kind of get to where she got to,
Mm.
and she's resented by people, family, because
You
she
know,
overcame that. Do you get what I mean? Like
yeah,
it's
you
a
know the
mad thing,
problem
bro. Like
is, you know the problem is, it's this, bro. I've realized something. Yeah, we we would be alright, fam. We'd literally be cool here if it wasn't for this like Western idealization of like, oh yeah, this should be like this, or like, oh yeah, it should be like this, or like your mum should be like this, or your dad should be like this, you should be a man like this, or your mum should be a woman like this, and blood, all that, yeah, blood. That's what fucks everything, fam. Cause now, yeah, you're sitting there as a kid expecting your parents to be a certain way. But it's like, tell it, those people are just people, dog. And then the fucked up thing is now you carry the expectation out into the world and be like, oh, I expect these people to do this.
bro,
No, they don't. They're not going to behave like that. They don't give a fuck about you like that, dog. So
fam.
why should they? Why should they do anything or keep to anything that makes you feel like, man, nigga,
Brother,
man,
you see how you
cause,
said about
cause when you
disrespect,
did,
blood?
yeah, cause when you did the parents thing, yeah, like nigga, them niggas, okay, my parents here, my mum, yeah, she came here like when she was, I don't know, maybe like 21 or something, 20. She had nothing, bro. She came here to like do a fucking nursing degree,
Yeah.
and now she lit, bro. She got yeah, nah, my mum's is lit right now, fam. She
Yeah.
like she on leveling, fam. But
Yeah.
it's like it took so much, fam.
Bro.
And like we
Bro.
looking at her, we're just like, oh yeah, mum, I see you every week. You know what I mean? I see you all the time. Oh yeah, it's just my minute. But dog, you don't understand what that human being had to go through to make sure that you never know that she had to go through all that
Bro,
stuff.
and that's the maddest part, fam. Like, it's never done for, and this is why I say the thing about like parents not born in this country, because it's the same westernized thing you're talking about. Yeah, like it's a culture and a way of thinking and a set of morals that are different, bro. Marcus Garvey told us that we need repatriation, fam. Like
We
our
need repatriation.
bro, like
Yeah, nah, I've heard that bar like
see,
100 times, fam. I'm
fam,
not even gonna
fam,
lie.
fam. Because again, what I realize is like I can't get too caught up in the compassion thing where I allow a message to be compromised, bro. Like that's what the balance thing is. You know what I mean? It's like what I realize, fam, and why we have to appreciate our parents that
I have to
aren't
take
from
time out to
here,
find my center and find my balance.
bro.
Stop it, man.
Bro,
Nah, you like you touched me with that one, fam. You did touch me with that one. Still, I'm not even gonna lie, fam.
yeah, I was listening
That
back to
that
that track one
yeah,
time,
nah,
and
that
like
yeah,
I
that
literally cried listening to the song, bro. Like, yeah, that
word,
project
fam.
is a different thing, fam. Like,
Nah, it's a different thing, isn't it? See,
yeah,
see if you cry when you listen to your shit. Yeah, nah, you like that's a something else, bro. That's something
bro,
else, bro. Because how
yeah,
do you
like,
think other
yeah.
people gonna feel when they hear that?
Because
You know what I mean?
I don't want to get into like the whole thing now because we're talking about a great thing, but just quickly, fam, I remember when I started kind of thinking that project and like in myself, I remember just feeling in like a low space and stuff. And I remember just
Mm-hmm.
listening to stuff and just being like, you know what, man, like I want to get out of my own way, man. Like this YM thing that I can't keep just saying shit and then me trying to like, I need something greater than me to do something like Jesus take the wheel, as they say in it. Like I don't
Or
want to just
something.
do
Somebody,
this great,
somebody
you
do
know what I mean?
something, bro. Yeah.
And it's like when I again recording this stuff and listening back, and I'm listening to some of the things that are being said, I'm like, dog, listen to the universe talking to you, fam. Like when I'm listening to the words that have come out of man that I've not pre-thought about, bro, it's just a spirit has spoken through you to speak back to you, fam. Like the road to success is a difficult climb. It's an uphill, bruh, like, fam.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
yeah.
know, fam.
Anyway,
Charlie, listen, let's not
any,
start that right now.
we're not gonna do that right now, fam. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying here is our parents, especially the ones that ain't from here, because if they ain't from here, then they did something to get here. Yeah. And especially in the time when they did it, where the world wasn't maybe as accepting or open minded, or it was a different time, innit? And it's like when you
Much different,
really
fam.
deep
Um,
what they had to go through for us to be in this experience as we experience it. For me to be able to be alleviated enough where my mind can go to think about these other things. Do you get what I mean? Bro, I remember when I was a kid, oh no, I was younger and I was talking to my mom one time. I remember she always said to me, like, she said when she was younger, like, she didn't kind of know, you know, how things were going to turn out because, again, very tumultuous situations.
yeah.
And she said, you know, the one thing I always said to God, like, I always said, I don't want my child to be born here. I don't want my child to be born in Jamaica because I was born here and I didn't ask for this that I got. And I wouldn't want to have a kid here for that. And she said, you know, I didn't know how it was going to work. I didn't, but I know when I said that to God, God was going to make a way. But again, we speak about time being on infinite loop, right?
In the
The
infinite loops,
same
bro.
resistance that my mom what needed to get me away from, like a spirit told her, like, he can't be here. It can't be here. It has to be somewhere else.
It has
That
to be
same
somewhere.
spirit is what allows me to thrive here.
Exactly.
Do you
Because
get
it's
what I
like,
mean?
her spirit told you, nah, you gotta come here.
Yeah. Do you get what
Yeah,
I mean?
her spirit said you gotta come here, bro. Like you're not gonna have a Drizzy Francis
Do you get
if
what I
you
mean?
don't come here.
It's not gonna, you're
Do you
not
know
gonna
what I
have,
mean?
bro, like, fam, sometimes, fam, when, like, you know, you take your mum out or you get them stuff or, you know,
Or
things like that,
something, or
and
anything,
you just
anything
feel
little,
that
fam.
joy and you just feel that thing, and it's like,
You,
rah, dog,
fam,
I'm so glad I
you,
gave that
you,
to
to- you,
mums, you know what I
you,
mean?
you talking about giving her things. You just go to the crib, fam, and just
And
be
that's what
there.
she always say, fam, and that's what
That's
she always,
it, fam. That's it, fam. She
yeah,
doesn't want anything from more from you, fam. Because realistically, she could get all the other stuff. She could get all that stuff by herself. But it's the fact that like you did it. You know what I
right?
mean?
It's
It's
mad,
the fact
fam.
that like you put that in front of them. You gave them that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, hey, that's something
But
else, bro.
it's like you always say the thing like, "Yo, mom, I could never repay you for all the stuff. Like I could never." And she's like,
Never,
"Listen, like
ever in life, bro.
I remember my mom said to me one
And
time,
they
she's like,
and they're
"Listen,
always
like
so humble about it as well.
fam, it's like I remember I said that to my mom's once in it, and she was like, "Yo, like before I had you, like
You,
I got told I would never have kids. I got told I couldn't have children. Like you've repaid me more than like
more
anything
than
you
you
could
could
ever
ever
give me.
think,
But
fam.
like you
But this is what I mean. Like uh,
different,
this is
yeah,
what I
different,
mean when I say like these people that we look at parents. Yeah, they're just kids. They just got big, and the things happen to them. They just like got in situations. It's like they just got wiser on how to deal with certain things. Do
yeah,
you know what I mean? Because like obviously, if you've got a kid there, you gotta like move a certain way. You gotta like be different. Do you know what I mean? You can't
yeah,
just like
yeah.
my nigga.
You
Like if I
know,
had a kid now,
for
yeah,
you more
I
in it.
can't. I can't like live the same way I'm living now. If I'm sip
Yeah,
every day, fucking smoke every day, like I can't do that. I can't
yeah,
do that anymore, dog. I have to cut that off and be like, nah, the kid is more important than
yeah. Than
me
any.
having like a good, because even let's say like a smoking habits, let's say it's like it's like you get to a point where you're like, oh no, do you know, like this is not really like doing anything for me. It's not helping me in the way that I thought it did. But then you also think like, oh damn, like I've always like I always do this. Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
always like do the thing, so like it's a minor thing. You know what I
and
mean? But it's
and that,
like nah, it's not. It is a minor thing, but it's not at the same time because it's like if you were to have a kid now, you would dash all that out the window for him because you
yeah.
gotta like make sure like you know what I mean.
It's
Gotta make
you're not
sure the
living
kid
for yourself
ate.
anymore, man.
Yeah,
You're not.
yeah, I'm saying you're not moving for yourself anymore. You moving now like to make sure that oh yeah, the kid ate, the kid got shoes, the kid got this, that, the kid you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like it's a different thing. You can see even like let's say like in Travis
yeah,
when he was here, yeah, it's like fuck man. Like as soon as he had that kid, that was a different guy from. I
guy. Yeah,
remember the I remember actually the exact day that that little baby was born from, and like we was chilling, we was kicking it. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember what he was talking about. He was talking, though. He was preaching, though. He was saying a lot of things. And
mm.
then his phone rang. And he was like, oh, hold on, guys. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, when he came back, he was pale, whiter than a ghost, fam. And he said, oh, guys, I got to go, bruv. And we were like, what do you mean you got to go? And he was like, oh, yeah, nah, my baby's been born, innit? And he just did, bro. And it's like ever since that single same day, I never saw man like really be like wayward with this thing. Do you know what I mean? He started to like pull it in a bit more and be like, ah, do you know, like I can't be dealing with like 100 gal every 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I got a daughter now. Do you know what I mean? I got a daughter now. I can't like be out here just out here. It's different, fam. It's different. It's much different, fam.
and that's the thing, man. And that's the thing again. It's like
Mm,
for most people, you at least hope like when you have that, that's the same thing that comes over you, man. It's like right, it's not just about me anymore. It's not just
mm.
about like what I want or da 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 da. It's like there's a whole person who didn't ask to be here who is dependent on me. Do you get what I mean? That's the other part you gotta
Man,
remember, like, or at least they didn't consciously ask in this form. Or maybe they did, you know what? Who knows? Who knows? You know what I mean? But as
I
far
think
as you're aware, you know what I mean? Like
mm,
they didn't really have a choice in it. They here as a result of something that you did. Do you get
you
what I mean?
you chose to like you sleep with that girl, and now all of a sudden you guys having a baby. That's uh,
Do you know what I mean?
that's life, bro. That's life, Charlie. That's life. That's what I mean. But it's like I I hear people talking about how like like having kids with like no, I wouldn't want that because this, that, and this, that. It's like okay, I've been hanging out with kids for the last like few days, and every
Mm,
time I come here and hang out with these kids, I'm like, damn, I can't wait to have kids of my own, fam. And
yeah,
I can't wait to like impart some of this like wisdom on them to the point where like every time I see these men here, I'm giving them relationship advice. I'm giving them life
yeah,
advice.
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just advising them, bro. I sound like a goddamn uh, 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 advice tape recorder or something. Yeah, I'm just out here if I'm like, nah, you shouldn't be like that because you should be like this, and it's like, man, I think to myself like, dog, like that's what the difference is.
Yeah.
That's and like fam, I see it with other people around me. They
Mm,
don't they don't have the same reaction to kids
right.
in a sense that like let's say I don't know, man. Like damn, like kids can just be random and just like weird and childish and shit. You know what I mean? But it's like they're all those kids. They want to just be. Fam. They don't want to be great. Don't want to be successful. They don't want to be. They just want to be, bro. And it's like, man, we want them to be all these great things, and we want them to be successful, but they just want to be, just like you want to be also. But now you're trapped in all this stuff like, oh yeah, no, I have to be successful, otherwise, and I have to be this, otherwise, and I'm gonna do this, otherwise, all that noise, fam, all that noise, fam. But it's like, look around, just put your eyes up and see, fam. You see your parents, your mom, your dad, that they have. All right, I I realized something. Right, it's like we all have hurts within us, fam. And it's not the faults of the other people that maybe might have even done the hurting, if it were. But it's like we, as children, had expectations of these adults here that was supposed to be these superhuman kind of like superhero type people where like they never did anything wrong or like they never like was involved in no badness or nothing like that, and they're just there and they're just like, oh no, you should do like this or you should, man,
Right.
They're just kids. They're just babies. And they got older. And they had to eat. And then I said, oh, damn. I gotta make sure that my little me be's better than me, fam. They're just trying to make sure that, like, oh, little me has better chances of being the greatest me. It's
That's it.
selfish. It's really very selfish at the end of the day if you really think about it.
But bro, that's what we started
But
with,
that's
innit?
the
Like,
thing about it, fam. It's like, yo, fam, there's no one on this earth that's not selfish, fam.
that's the
Everybody,
animal that we are,
man,
bro. That's like
it's,
again the
it's,
self-preservation, fam. I
in
pass
it.
my
It's like,
day on for the best chance for it to survive, fam. Like that's the whole
in
thing,
it.
innit?
It's like that's the nature that's within us, bro. Oh my gosh, I did have topics, fam. I did have topics. Hold on.
You know what's mad?
Uh,
You know what's mad, and what I've
okay.
been noticing recently,
Uh,
just before you go, and I'm gonna just clear out these voice notes, and then we'll go right into the topics, innit?
oh, there's voice notes. So
Yeah.
oh shit, there's
We've been
bare
going,
voice
bro.
notes,
Now,
fam.
yeah, now we've been
Oh
going, fam.
my gosh.
But now, what I have noticed in like the last couple of pods, which I'm really loving, man, is like I feel like the level of conversation is like it's elevated, and
Mm.
again, I know for myself, I feel like in a lot of ways, I would try to, as we so eloquently said before, swim in smaller fish bowls. And like
Hmm.
what I'm really enjoying is like, nah, bro, like we supposed to swim in the ocean. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
this is good.
we're
Like, yeah,
aquatic beings, dog. We're
and
aquatic beings who are made of water. We should really be in the water, dog. That's
we
what
should
it
really
really
be in
should
the
be.
water. And just because
Mm.
other people only want to swim in fish bowls, like that's okay,
No,
but
that's not. That's for them. That's okay for them. But for you, no, 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 no.
yeah, and
Me?
the best way that I can put it is like I really feel like we've been swimming in the ocean these last few pods, man. So big up to you, bro. Like for real, for real.
Nah, big up to you, my brother. How
I
do you
try.
mean? I can't swim in the ocean by myself. Yeah. Okay, man, because bro, like I have these conversations with me all the time, fam.
All the
That's the
time.
thing.
That's me, bro.
That's the
All
thing
the
about
time.
this pod, fam. Like we talking now, yeah. But I had like, I've got like a lot to say, fam.
Fam,
And like
you know it's a
sometimes
mad thing.
I don't even get to the topics that I'm like, oh yeah, we should talk about this.
You know what's a mad thing, bro? When you
Mm,
in the yard on your ones telling yourself,
mm.
bro, save it for the pod or try to, because you in the crib having a full
And
blown, like, you know what I mean?
by yourself, just you on your own. You're just talking. I know.
Fam, listen, listen. Let me run through these voice notes. You know,
I
They are
know.
allegories, but if you really start to delve into all those texts, you start to wonder about the interpreters. The people actually interpreted the stuff they want you to read. And
Ooh,
what
okay.
intentions did they have in what you understood
Ooh,
and what they
right
wrote? You
now,
know what I
my
mean? Like, are
shit.
you supposed to
Hold
really
on, hold on.
understand what they
Let me really
interpreted?
close this door properly.
Because if you
Let
read
me,
it right now,
yeah, nah,
it's kind of
yeah,
confusing. And the
nah,
truth
dog.
shouldn't be confusing. It should be the whole
Hell
truth
no,
and nothing but the
never.
truth. So if you got,
Yeah, you
no pun
shouldn't be
intended,
backed by the
I'm just
truth,
saying,
fam.
they removed a lot of chapters. Why do you suppose they removed
Yeah,
those chapters? Do we
my
not
nigga, because they didn't want
require
you
those
to know,
chapters?
fam. Man, I be trying to tell these niggas this
When you
shit,
omit
dog.
the
But
truth,
niggas,
are you still a liar? I'm asking for a co-worker.
mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely, yes, 100,000% yes. Because the problem is, in this day and age that we living in, we all want everything to happen right now, fam. We want everything to be now, right this very instant, right now, fam. But it's like, the universe doesn't work like that, bro.
For real. For real.
The universe doesn't work like that. It needs a little patience. It needs a little, you know what I'm saying?
See?
Like, you can't just be out here and be like, oh yeah, nah, the
I was
world
just
gonna give me
listening to
everything
another
I
room where they
need.
were talking about Alice in Wonderland, and eventually that led to a conversation
Oh,
about the Matrix. And now the way y'all are
oh, okay.
describing the way we are as humans, right? Like with the spirit and being able
I've
to
been trying to
sense
tell
a
y'all niggas.
disturbance in the code or whatever, it's really got me thinking, like, what is this a
I've been
coincidence? Like
trying to
we're
tell y'all
just
niggas.
talking about the Matrix, and then y'all are talking about something
No, it's
similar.
not.
See,
Interesting.
fam,
Wait,
that's the whole thing, bro. That's
who
the
said
whole
that? Who
thing.
said that? Who said that? Who said that?
It's
What's?
Reefer in it. Shout out to Reefer. That's
Oh,
before
my
you
nigga
go, bro.
Reefer, my nigga
Before you
Reefer,
go, bro. Yeah, shout
dog.
out to Reefer,
Okay,
fam.
no, okay,
That's the whole
no,
thing,
no,
fam. Like the
yeah, my
Matrix, the
nigga
spirit,
Reefer, dog.
all of these things. It's all an allegory, fam. Everything is a metaphor to help us
You got
understand
like
that
niggas didn't really get it, fam. It's like the story of Jesus is the story of you, fam.
the
But
story of
them niggas
Jesus is
talk
the story
about
of Leo,
oh,
story of like,
oh,
bro.
all that from, all that
All of them.
from, all that from. Because there's a reason why in any one of those stories, he just goes away. He just disappears for some time and he comes back when he's like 33 from.
Oh,
I'm
and what
telling
always
you, okay,
happens.
okay, why, okay, why 33? Why 33? 33 yeah, is the number of vertebrae that you have in your backbone. Those little connector backbones that you have here, there's 33 of them, fam. And they're all performing a very perfect function. They're all just there in very perfect harmony with each other, those 33 vertebrae, dog. So if you were to leave, if you were to like go away from your body, yeah, for 33 years, like that structure does not leave. That like structure does not like stop happening. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mm.
that 33 vertebrae structure does not stop happening, fam. So it's the same idea, yeah, when it comes to like like man don't get what I'm trying to say. Of course they don't, bro. Cause you talking on like the 32nd vertebrae level, fam. And
Yeah,
they just like on the 10th level.
yeah.
They're just on the 10th vertebrae level, fam. They're not gonna get it, bro. They're really not gonna get it, fam. It's and as much as you might try to explain to them, like, hey man, chill out, like you can get to like the 33, they ain't trying to hear all that from. They're like,
Yeah.
damn, I had got to like 22, so like, this is where we must like be getting to from. Nah, Reefer, you the realest dog. I don't know what you was listening to before, what you was at before, but nah. Yeah, that what you just said now, yeah. Oh my God, this is to pop my brain, bro. Because I'm like, no way, fam. So these men think here that all these like little, fam, it baffles me, fam. Because it's like, bro, you've got full control over like what happens in within your kingdom. You literally have full control over like the information that comes in and out of your kingdom. You have full control of how the kingdom works. And yet here you are busy asking me about how things go. Tell I can't do anything for you, dog. I can't. I wish I
Well,
could. Man, I really wish I could. And I really wish that I could like make it easy for you or like better for you. But I cannot do that. Only you can do that, bro. Only you literally can do that.
but
Because
your lack of not doing that, I can't allow that to compromise me. Do you get what I mean?
no,
Like when it ultimately comes
because
down
I'm
to it,
I'm
I
always I'm always gonna be me, dog. I'm always gonna be me. Yeah. I'm never gonna have like a time where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not me anymore.
Exactly.
You feel me?
For real, man. For real, man. And again, it's like we always say, the thing about something like love and them sort of things, and like if you're you and you have people in your life that love you for
Mm.
you, then even if you mess up at some point, the people understand that you're capable of messing up because you're always you. You don't put on a front like you can never mess up or never get it right. And if your
That's
people love you, they're gonna have that in consideration and understanding with how they deal with you because they love you.
that's
Now,
that's
if
why
that doesn't happen,
that's the reason why I love you guys so much, dog. My friends, my people that I'll be like, oh, you my friends. That's why I love you guys so much, dog.
nah, for
And
real,
even when we have like discrepancies or disagreements or everything like that, I'm never gonna like bring it to all the other people that are around me and be like, oh no, yeah, no, because I love you guys and we're gonna sort this out. It'll be alright.
my brother.
It's nothing.
You
This is
speaking from my perspective, like even in just
mm,
our experience, that
mm,
there have been times where I've, not even come to you, but we may have to discuss something, and I'll say, bro, you
mm,
know what? I don't even want to talk to you about this, fam, because it's unfair.
mm.
Compassion again. I can't help it, bro. It's
Yes, I
unfair
know, I
for me to
know, I
even
know,
put you in a
right?
potential situation where this could make it like I don't want to do that to you. Do you know what I mean? And it's just
Mm.
like, yeah, man, I that's just who I am in it. Like that's just, and
Yeah.
I've learned to accept that. Unfortunately, there have been people in life that I've felt have taken advantage of that thing, but I've learned to accept that I'm a
You know the
compassionate person. You know what I mean?
you know the crazy thing about life is I'm I'm just like you, bro. We're the same. We're literally the same. Uh, the only difference that I'll say is that not in like no crazy way or nothing like that, but I'm just me and I operate
Yeah,
how I operate, and I
yeah, yeah,
understand that people don't move how I move and don't
yeah,
think how I think and operate how I operate. But like, no, I mean, hey, it you know what it is? I think I took it a bit too deep in my own in my own like mind, and to the point where like I'm trying to open the door for my man. I can't even open. I opened it. Yeah, boom. He's inside. So my little brother in it, he was trying to open the
yeah,
kitchen door, and I couldn't open it. But it's like it's that same thing that happens in us all the time, fam. It's like me and you, we can talk, yeah, we can have these like connected conversations like all the time, fam. That's not an
yeah,
issue.
yeah,
But other people, mind you, other people, no, because they don't get it, fam. Because me and you, we get each other. We understand each other because we know like what the other's plight is,
yeah,
as
yeah,
it were. But
yeah,
other people, they don't have like that thing of being like, oh, I'll switch off my plight and see what's happening with these guys, or like I'll see what's happening with Nyman or whatever. Like they
yeah,
don't have that. They really don't have that thing in them, bro. They
yeah,
don't care about what's happening with you. They just want to know how you being a part of their plans can help them.
yeah.
I'm also talking to my little brother. I'm holding his arm right now while he's trying to walk away from me. But I'm telling you, dog, this is what I was telling you before. Those friends of yours in high school. Okay, Drizz, how many people? Okay, how many friends did you have in high school?
I use the word friend differently, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no,
I
no,
had
no,
a
no.
lot of
But like,
I had a lot of
how many
people,
people were you connected with? Let's say, how many
like
people were you
a
connected
fair
with? Let's say,
few, like a fair few people, like
yeah, right.
10,
And
20. Like,
how many of those people now today, to this day and age, do you still be like, oh, yo, what you saying to me, dog?
um, not many people will like maybe contact me because
Okay,
they see the stuff I'm doing, but
numbers wise though, fam. Numbers wise though. Let's talk numbers, fam. Because I'm trying to like impress an idea
it's
on my
very
little
minimal.
brother, fam.
I would say maybe off the top of my head,
Yeah,
there are like 4 people who will actively contact
four
me.
people. Okay. Imagine your whole year group. Yeah, that's all your peoples, right? You'd be like, oh yeah, this is my peoples. All those people, yeah. Out of all those, only 4 of them are gonna make it, dog.
But you see
And
what the deeper
really,
thing to
and
that is,
and
though. Like,
really, and really, yeah. Only 4 of them are gonna make it to the point where, like, oh, you guys talk like every once in a while. But it might be really just like 2 people that you'd be like, oh yeah, nah, for real.
but you know what the thing on top of that as well is, though. Yeah, is like it's 4 people that might reach out to you, but all the people watch you, especially if you're doing something with your life and you like chasing what you want to do, and that, like,
Or
that's why I was
sign.
like, I know what your brother was asking me and that, but that's why I wanted to kind of give that context in it because what I do see
Nah. Is
is a
it
lot of these
like
people, like,
it was
they,
it was me trying to like because I was trying to like cement an idea,
yeah, yeah,
or
yeah,
not even an idea yet, but just like cement what really is
how it
for man.
happens. When
And it's
you're in
like
something,
you,
it's hard to
yeah,
see beyond
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah,
sometimes.
yeah.
But someone who's been there and can speak from an experience past that, like,
Get
yeah,
me?
man.
Like
But that's what I'm saying, man.
if I can tell man about how like how bad it was for me when I like tried to like be cool with everyone and then it didn't really work out and then now like I'm trying to like all that like yeah that's I feel like yeah that's much better than trying to be like oh nah you can be cool with everyone dog you can have
No,
whoever you want dog it'll be alright dog nah it won't because real
and
life is real
it's
life
like you
dog.
said, oh man, it's like even the people who may not necessarily even speak to you and like that anymore. It's like once if you're doing something with your life that again you truly want to do and you choose to display that for people to see, like they all watch and they see and they
Oh
pre
yeah,
and they keep up, like,
they're trying to
you
get
get
out.
what I mean? So it's
Mm,
like just because I remember being in school, and as you said, there are times where you try to, I don't want to say fit in, but you know what I mean. You want to have
yeah.
friends and that, and what you realize when you're older is the greatest weapon you have in your arsenal is being you, because whatever
Mm-hmm.
that is, that's the thing that's going to push you towards your calling, toward your gifting, towards what it is you're supposed to do. And when you do that,
Mm.
all of these people that you once upon a time almost wanted to impress are going to be so amazed by you and what you've become
Now they
because
want
you're
to
being
impress
you.
you, dog.
Now they'll want to impress you, and all you had to do was be yourself. That's the secret weapon. You
It's
get me? And I know it
simple.
sounds it sounds mad corny, but when you get older, that's
No,
what you
it's really
realize. Like,
simple. It's really
it's
it's okay. It's like how girls try and like figure out niggas and shit, right? It's like, huh, my love, we're very simple. All you have to do is uh, give us some, some insides. Let us eat and just let us be. We'll be back. We're not going anywhere. It's not,
um,
you see, but they don't get that. They don't understand, bro. They don't understand. Like, no, we'll be back. We'll be right back. Wait, I just need to like think about some things and make sure like these things are like good for us and blah blah blah. But they don't want to hear all that. They just want, oh yeah, nah. I realize he doesn't want to speak to me anymore. He doesn't want to sleep with me anymore. But it's like.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not getting it, bro. I'm trying to do something much further than that with you. All you're focused on is like how we're not sleeping together. That's silly. That's very silly.
And again, for a lot of people,
Because
if
I
you show
really want
that,
to make you a queen. Charlie, I really want to make you a queen, but you're out here moving like you're some kind of like a thought rocket dog. And I'm like, damn, I
But
thought
it's
you were
important.
better than that.
But it's
I
important
thought
for
you were
that to
much
be
better
the
than
case.
that.
Do you get what I mean? It's
Huh?
important because again, we speak about moving with like purity and stuff like that. When you give
Mm-hmm.
people that energy, it forces the impurity to expose itself. It
Oh,
always happens, bro.
damn.
So when you
It
see that,
does.
all again, all we can do, all the real currency, bro, is energy. That's the only thing that's a tradable asset to people is energy.
Every
And
time.
however we manifest that energy, that's what it is. Money only has value because we all agree that it has value. That's energy. Do you
Mm.
get what I mean? In the same way with this whole thing, like with the girl thing that you're saying and that, it's when you have pure intentions for somebody, when you really in your heart, like I wanna really
Mm.
build with you and this and that, that purity and stuff, it forces whatever's truly in them to show itself, like the venom symbiote. Do you get what I mean?
Mm.
It exposes and
Because
forces everything to
because the
come to the
universe
surface.
because the universe is not just gonna let you be in a situation where you don't really know what's happening.
Do you
It's
get
not
it?
gonna let you just be out here loose, bro. That's not gonna happen, fam. Like you cannot
Well,
just be
it
loose.
will if you choose
No,
that you want to live
it will.
loose. But for someone
And
like
you know,
yourself
and you
who's
know,
trying to live a proper, you know what I mean? The
yeah, I was
universe
gonna
won't let
say
you down.
because you know the thing is like I could be loose, you know what I mean? But then it's
Yeah,
mad for me because like it doesn't really like match with my life or how like things go for me usually. Do you know what I mean? So like, yeah, I could like I don't know. I could, bro. Like this the thing. This the thing of it. Yeah, is like I'm not like I I could get girls, fam. Do you know what I mean? Like I could, fam. I've unlocked a lot of things in my brain. Yeah, where I'm like, raw, nah, and
yeah,
like any girl, fam, I can get her, fam. It's not. That's not the problem, fam. That's
yeah,
not the issue. It's
for real.
just, what kind of girl are you? And it's like, no, I haven't met any girl like till like still, since then until now, yeah, that I'm
Uh,
like, oh, you know, like, yeah, nah, I'm like, I'm ready to give up time for you.
right, right.
Because it's like, all of you, you just want something silly. You know what I mean? Not in like a sense of like, oh yeah, nah, you're like your like your wants or your wishes are silly, but it's like, okay, you're so worried about me being funny and me having money that if I'm not funny to you that instant, or if I don't have money for you that instant, I'm out the window. But then
Yeah,
that's stupid, cause like you really could meet the nigga you like. I'm talking to the girls right now, fam. You really could meet the nigga of your dreams, yeah. But then you gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, he ain't got money, so I can't even be with him like that. You're silly. You're foolish.
bro.
Foolish.
You know, even on a thing to that, yeah. Not even to get all manosphere or nothing like that, but you,
Mm.
it speaks to the condition of society because you have to understand that that comes from a place of arrogance, and the arrogance is this year. And sometimes when I have conversations with my girl, I'll speak to her on this kind of level in it, like I'll talk to her about these
Mm.
things. But it's like, you see the thing with gal, yeah, you don't have to do anything other than
They really
be a
don't.
gal that's sexy. And if you decide that you're gonna go out one night and you're gonna find a man and you're gonna fuck that man, you don't have to do anything else but just put
Nothing.
on your sexy
Just
stuff
be
and
look
go
good.
out and be found,
Just look good
right?
and be found in.
As a like in the most crude way possible.
Man,
Like
if I was
gal
nah,
gal get gal get dick because they have a pussy in the crudest way possible. As a
yeah,
man, we don't operate in that world. I can't get
no,
pussy
dog.
because I have a
If I
dick.
want
You
if
know
I
what I mean?
want to
Like
get pumps here, I gotta like do things. I gotta like dress nice. I gotta like go a place. You know what I'm
said, I got
saying? I
big
gotta like
money. I
make
got,
sure.
you know
You
what
know
I
what I'm
mean? I
saying?
got,
My yeah, I'm saying my trim done. Yeah, I'm saying I'm like there's so many things that I have to do, yeah, to get your. But this is what they don't see. Okay,
this is what they don't get.
I've been I've been doing this thing this week here, and like usually, it's not really my cup of tea, man. But then there's a guy called Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, MTR, basically, and he's one of those like manosphere guys in the sense. But then his approach to it is kind of like a bit more understanding, which I like. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, fine, you're
Small back.
acting like this. Yeah, it's like you're acting like this and you're expecting this, but then like this is what actually happens when you act like this, or like this is what actually is happening nigga Z when you like this is happening. I'm like, damn, he is absolutely right, fam. Because there's been girls that I've been with and they just do modern women things, dog, and I'm like, nah, you gotta chill out, because like that's crazy, right? But then like like you can't be like, nah, that's wild because your cheeks is out.
Right.
Unless it's like your girl like that, fam. You can't be like, nah, that's wild. You can't be just out here with your cheeks out and that for everyone to see and shit. Unless that's like really like your girl, fam. Otherwise she just go and tell you to get the fuck out of here, fam.
And that's
And it's like, that's
misogynistic.
what we
Trying
live
to
in now,
police
fam.
her
Yeah,
body.
all that,
Yeah.
fam. And then it's like, okay, so you're looking to find a nigga. You're looking to find a guy that's really nice and all that stuff. But then you're you're forgetting the fundamental part that those nice guys, they don't want all that drama in their life, bro. Okay, imagine there was a girl that proper broke it down very nicely, fam. And I was like, damn, nah, that's exactly why, fam. Why don't guys want to date strippers?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Essentially because bear man have access to them on like a sexual
In
level.
it, in it. But it's like girls, I don't know what it is. They just think they're like, oh yeah, this like sexual level that they like have within them. It's just
I can
something,
explain
and
it
they
though,
can
fam.
just like
I
slap
can
it
explain
away,
it to you,
bro.
fam. I can explain exactly what it is, bro. It's the
Mm.
conditioning of society. So you have to remember, yeah,
No.
once upon a
Okay, no,
time.
that's cool, but we've also got some conditioning in our
No, I know.
society,
So
bro.
listen. So what I'm saying, yeah,
Okay,
again, in the simplest, most crude way possible, base level, animalistic thing, yeah. Man, them don't go out looking for love. Man, them don't go out be like, yo, you man, tonight. I hope I meet the girl of my dreams. Man, them typically, if they going out looking for gal, they trying to get pumps. What women
yeah,
understand
yeah.
is, again, like I said before, they don't have to do anything else than be an attractive physical being for a man to want to lash them. Like if you go up to like a 10 and you talking to her, not you, but just a somebody, and they talking and she
Oh
goes,
yeah,
yo,
fam, I'm gonna talk to a 10, bro. What the
no,
fuck?
I know you, no, but not you in the example I'm giving. I'm saying if somebody went and talked to a 10, yeah, and the 10 was like, oh,
Oh,
yo, by the way, like I can't read in it, most man wouldn't really give a fuck about
that's
that.
mad.
Like
No,
most
I,
man,
I give I give a fuck about that, bro.
that's why I said not you, bro.
How do you
That's
mean
why I
you
said
can't
not
read,
you.
bro? What do you
That's
mean?
why I said not you, fam. You thought I was trying to rub you out, bro. That's why I said not you in it. But I'm saying
How do you
most
mean you
man,
can't read, cuz?
if the gal is fire, that wouldn't deter them too much, bro. Listen, there's a term called
But you know
settle
the.
chick. There's a term where basically they lure men with sex because men are so reckless and willing to just do whatever to get a bit of pumps. Like women,
Anytime, fam.
women understand
Anytime, fam.
that that's one of the most powerful weapons in their arsenal. So we live in this version of society now where essentially the girls are told like, yo, this is the weapon, fam. Use it and bust the whole clip. If they want sex and titties and that, that's what it is. And now we can walk around with our cheeks hanging out and they can't tell us nothing because they put women down for so long. And all of these things are true.
All that,
They
fam. All
all
that. It's
hold
true.
validity.
It's very true.
But
Uh,
but again, it becomes like the thing about human beings is that we live in extremes too much. Because in this part of the world, again, like yeah, we walking around with their ass cheeks hanging out. But then in other parts of the world, women are forced to wear a whole bunch of clothes and you can only see their eyes. Like, we as human beings have a tendency to just force extremes too much and not understand that balance is the key to life. Do you get what I mean? Like,
oh
understanding
God,
that both
listen.
elements have a place. Like, because cheeks
Mm.
are amazing, bro. A beautiful set of cheeks
Oh
can really
God,
make your day.
that
Like,
shit, that shit is mesmerizing, dog.
it's amazing, dog.
Hip,
Like, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to shade a
hip,
gal or nothing like that, fam. Like, yeah,
hypnotizing, dog.
different, bro.
Because
It's a
when you see
beautiful
those hips, you're like, Jai,
like,
I'm
it's a
into it,
different
fam.
thing, bro.
I'm
It's a
into that,
different
fam.
thing. You get me? And that has a place.
Mm.
At the same time, the modesty, I guess, that people in the other side of the world, like, that also has a place. And like, two things can have a place. We don't have to force
Do
the
you know,
extremes.
you know
You know what
what's
I mean?
proper ill, fam? Do you know what's
Mm.
proper ill about that, yeah? Is like, I'm more attracted to the girl that, like, only show her eyes, fam. Like, maybe that's just me. Maybe
you,
that's just them, man.
you know how I move, bro. Like, I would even speak to it, fam. Like,
Hey, man, hey. I ain't gonna say nothing like that, fam. But I'm just saying, like,
you
to
think
me,
you like them,
honest,
bro?
but personally, like me personally, fam, like, bro, like, I'll be on Instagram, right? And I see girls like, oh yeah, they got their cheeks out and all that. Yeah, that's cool. But then let me see a girl that got like, yeah, she got like the full like covered, like everything covered, fam. But she still look way fam. Like, nah, that's it, fam.
Yeah,
That's the product, fam.
yeah, fam. Yeah, fam.
And the girls don't get that, like, bruv, we don't look
Too
the same
much
for
of
the shit
anything
that they
isn't a good thing.
in
Yeah,
it. We don't look the same things that they look for in a relationship, fam.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's the see, and that's the problem right there, fam. We don't we don't have the same, like, oh yeah, I want this or I want that, fam. It's like, oh nah, she want this, she
but
want that.
again, well, like you
And you know
said,
what the
the
illest thing is?
arrogance,
The
though, the
man, the
arrogance.
man will always.
I would say,
I
like, the
was gonna say that.
arrogance. Yeah, the
Mm,
arrogance is a lot of women aren't willing to, like, all right, let me hear what he wants, because in a woman's mind,
no,
again, I can go and get another
niggas,
man. That's how
niggas
they
just
think.
wanna, yeah,
You know what I mean?
because niggas
Like,
just want pumps. That's what the thinking is.
and
But
so
it's
when
like,
you
that's
challenge that
ridiculous.
thinking, again, we go back to accountability. Rather than be like, you know what, let me actually be accountable. Let me hear what's being said. What happens is, or what, you don't like me. You don't think I'm this. You don't, that you get
Mm. You don't
villainized
think
when
I'm
you're challenging
attractive. You
somebody.
don't think I'm this, or you don't
Yeah,
think
but I
I'm
mean,
that.
and then you
It's
find
fucking
yourself in a
stupid.
position where you're now trying to defend a point of view that you didn't even make. Because all it ultimately comes down to, yeah, is, again, it's a lack of accountability. If I can villainize you, then you essentially have to explain your way out of it, as opposed to me having to be accountable for what you're saying to me.
Mm.
Like, what you're saying to me don't even matter right now because I'm upset. And ultimately,
Nanny,
do you know how many man, like, and this is just things that some women say, like, oh, any guys would love to be with me, and it's just like,
my nigga. I saw a video today. Yeah, I saw a video today, and it hit my spirit, fam. Cause this girl was like, oh yeah, nah. Any girl, any man is gettable, fam. I said, wait, hold on. Any man is gettable. And she was like, oh yeah, nah, I've dealt with like high class man, low class man. I'm like, okay, how you deal with all? Because like you deal with all these class men and shit. Okay, cool, right? But then it's like, ah, you, yeah, just out here, bro. And then you're gonna expect me to take you in and be like, oh yeah, nah, no, well, that's not as 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 it goes. Yeah, that's not how it happens, fam.
you see a
As
lot
it
of girl
goes,
that
fam.
think
That's
like
not
that.
how it happens, fam.
A lot of girl that think like that, yeah, like that any man is gettable. You see when like they try and get at you and you don't want them. Them the type of girl that call you gay in it. They call he's gay like he didn't want to fuck me. He gay like
2 minutes every time, like, oh yeah, nigga don't want them. Oh yeah, he gave him or something, like
because
something,
they can't
something.
comprehend the world where a man doesn't want them. Do you get what I mean? Like that's
In it, in it.
it. They
Man,
can't
I've been getting
fathom a
fucked up
world
over this
where a guy
shit.
can be like, yeah, you sexy, but so what? Like, what else? What else can you do? You know what I mean? They can't fathom a world where they breasts and they batty ain't
Cause,
enough.
cause they
You know what I
don't,
mean?
cause they don't got anything more than that, bro. If they
And
did
that's not
have
all
anything
women.
more than
Like,
that,
that's
yeah.
definitely not
If
all
they,
women in it,
no, hey, that's not the whole woman. That's
but
what I'm saying.
a
This,
lot though.
like, not I'll say this. All modern women, fam. All modern women, fam. It's like they have this concept of like, damn, they've been watching too many of these fucking Disney movies, bro. Do you know what I mean? It's like, bro, like love doesn't work like that, bro. Life doesn't work like that at all. At all, 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 at all. Not even in the least.
You know
It
what I
doesn't
will
work
say?
like that, bro.
Oh, I will say, like, not even in defense, because you're not saying anything that needs to be defended. Like, but I'll say,
No, I'm not saying
what
anything
is
crazy.
dope about a woman, especially like if you
Mm,
find a woman who genuinely loves you, like
mm.
she may not
That's
fully
good.
get a lot of this shit that you say, but if she genuinely loves you and again knows the character of who you are, like she will try to hear some of this shit to a degree. Like again,
To a
I'm not even trying to
degree,
say
I.
this on like caping shit, but even like
To a
you know how
degree,
long I've been with my
I.
girl in it, like I've been with my girl for time in
Oh
it.
yeah,
And
nah,
obviously in
yeah,
that
nah, you
period
guys.
there's like difficult shit that like fucking goes on. Do you get me? And
Oh yeah, nah,
you know how I
you
give
guys,
it up. Do you
no,
get what
no,
I mean? Like
no,
you know me, we love.
you guys are like an inspiration for me, dog.
And it's like again, it's one of those ones where to even be that, like it's not always the easiest thing. But one thing I can say is
It's
like
not.
I know Shorty in my corner, and even if we
Mm,
have disagreements or this or that, because I've seen Shorty at her worst and I've seen Shorty at her best, and I've seen how she's dealt with me.
mm,
Like I know even if she don't always get it right, Shorty in my corner, and because again I've
yeah.
displayed the person I am to her, even when she might not be happy with certain things or whatever, she know like this nigga in my corner ultimately, and so that's why I can
Mm-hmm,
have certain level of conversation with her and talk about these things and like tell her like yo like
mm-hmm.
this thing that
Yeah,
you're
you gotta chill
conditioned to
out.
think like it's not the be all and end all that it's bro the thing I say in like the simplest way, the relationship I have here, like we're not like married legally or anything like that right now at this moment in time, but like I'm like yo listen, this relationship has lasted a lot longer than a lot of marriages, dog. I promise you, fam. Like there's women that have been
Yeah,
married
that's
a couple of
very
times
true. That's
that
very
would
true.
give their left hand to have something like we have, dog. Like the way that we're
This
able
is
to
very
communicate,
true.
like not a
Mm.
lot of marriages don't last as long as this, dog. And I remember I asked her one time, I was like, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to have been able to have been married, even if it was shit, or to genuinely
Oh,
because you're gonna find love, right? So what is love? Is love marriage? Is marriage love? Is that what love means? Like what is love? Do you think you can have like do you get what I mean? And it's not because oh fuck it's not anything like that, like however you feel about it, but it's to challenge the
mm,
concept of these things that you're conditioned to think that this is what it's supposed to be. It's not necessary to say that it's not supposed to be that way, but you have to be willing to challenge your own thoughts as to why you abide by certain things. So again, hypothetically, say a girl asks for a
hold up.
Birkin bag. Okay,
You gotta be
why
able,
do you want why do you
to
want a Birkin?
explain why you want that.
Like
Yeah,
why do you
you
want a
gotta be
bag?
able to,
And
innit?
if you could give me a real valid reason that compels me to be like, you
I
know,
bet.
fuck it,
I
I want to
bet.
get you a
Word. You
Birkin.
know what it is?
I,
You know what it is? Yeah, I'm gonna get you a Birkin bag from. I
but
know they're
again,
like 20, 15, 30 grand
but
from now. I'm
you'll
gonna get
get
you
it.
that from.
But
I'm
you
gonna
see
get
the
it.
thing with a nigga who's willing to do that for you, right?
Mm,
Again, someone that operates on this level that we speaking of, we thinking of and shit. Like, but in your reasoning, though, you have to tell me. You can't try to trick me, because if you try and trick
Yeah,
me,
no, don't trick me. Don't trick me. Don't trick
and if
me. Don't
you
try to
don't
trick me.
know, it's better you go away and think about it. Because if you try to give me a reason that I know isn't the
Mm,
reason, because most of the time,
that's
if you
where
come in
that.
with something like that that's silly, I kind of know why you're asking me that. But I need to know if you know why you're asking me that. And if you don't know, then you should ask yourself why you're asking me that question before you ask me.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Choo choo.
Like,
Choo choo. Choo
and
choo.
again,
Choo
bro,
choo.
like,
Choo choo
uh,
answers choo choo questions, fam.
no, for real, fam. For real, fam. 'Cause again, like, say your girl comes to you like, oh, like, fuck it, I don't know. Why, oh, you're always liking these girls on Instagram and da 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 da.
Mm.
Okay. What about, like, what is it that's a thing? Oh, well, I just feel like, I don't look like those girls, or did it, and it's like, okay, like,
Ah,
now
does
you don't,
okay.
like, you don't, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, the thing, and again, this is a hypothetical in it, but it's like the way you approach that
Mm,
is like, all right, cool, like, you're right, you don't look like that, but I'm here with you. Like, if it was a matter of
mm-hmm,
trading you for this person, like, I wouldn't want that. This is just a nice thing to look at. Like, you just look at it, it's nice. I'm not gonna, like, go for
mm.
the rest of my day thinking about this thing. Like, it's, oh shit, that's nice. Like, the same way if I see like a cool picture or something, I would like it. It's Instagram. Like, that's what it is.
Yes,
But again,
yeah.
because women are conditioned to be valued by their physicality on the front end, meaning
Mm.
if there's a badder gal around, all the bitches is like, oh shit,
They're gonna feel it. They're gonna feel away from. Whereas
because
niggas, if it's a nigga around, that's be like, oh damn, he gonna take all the gal. Like your first response is to be like, I need to like up myself so I can get that gal from.
bro, I'm gonna tell you the truth here. You see the way that the thing motion now, and again, obviously, I got my girls. I'm setting it, but it's one of those
You
ones like,
said, man.
if it was a situation hypothetically, like I'm single or whatever, and it was like somebody Drake come in the club,
Mm.
my thing is still like, yo, like, that nigga can't take a girl from me a day in his life, bro. Like, if he can take a girl from me, that is not the girl for me. That's not the girl for me in any way.
What is
Any girl
a
that's for me,
hundred,
there's not a nigga on planet
a
Earth
hundred
that can
thousand
take
percent
me,
from
because I'm me.
a
Because
hundred
I'm me
thousand
though.
percent.
And if she into me, fam, there's
There's no
nothing
other
else I
you,
know
bro.
then.
Yeah, there's no other you, bro.
There's no counterfeit.
There's
I'm like, if you into
no.
this, you can't get this anywhere
Yeah,
else.
that's
You
what
know what I
you
mean? Like,
get. Oh man, it's crazy because it's like you can have me, right? But you're so focused on what everyone else has got. You can have you can have the greatest relationship of all time, of all time. All these bitches been looking at you like, damn, I can't believe it. But your issue is that like I like other girls' pictures.
do you get what I mean? Do you get what I mean? But you see, the reason again my relationship is able to flourish is because, like, my girl know that I'ma keep it real with her. Like, that's one thing. Like, I was gonna
Mm,
say before, very quick sidebar. You see, I was saying before, like, I've never really been Mr. Gallus, like, chat up gal and it, like, but the one thing that I've always
mm,
found has always just made girls cling on to man. It's just I
mm.
just keep it trill, fam. Like, I just keep it
Just
100%,
chill,
even
fam.
if it's truth that you
Um,
don't want to hear. To
Well,
the point where,
I've learned this now from.
bro, like,
I'm
to the
like
point where
yeah.
certain times you deal with certain girl, and man would be like, listen, I'm not trying to beat your man. Like, I'm gonna be cool to you, I'll be nice, like, all of that. But I need you to
Mm.
understand, you know what I mean? And if you're not happy with that, that's cool as well. Do you get what I mean? It's I never force nothing, but I just
That's
want you.
also cool.
And again, bro, like, because they live in a world where man is willing to lie to them to try and get what they want. I'm not. I told you before, fam. I have this thing called integrity, fam, and I can't get rid of it, no matter how much I've tried, bro. Can't get rid of it, fam.
It's not something that you can
And that's,
work out.
again, I understand about myself that I have the capacity at a time to just want to fuck bitches, bro. Like, but the thing that I never did,
Mm-hmm.
I never lied in order to do that. Anything I was ever
Mm.
dealing with, it was like, this is what it is. And if you're not cool with that, I completely accept that, and I'm not gonna treat you a bad way or nothing, like, because you're entitled to that. And more time they'll be like, bro, like you told me the truth, fam. Like I ain't going nowhere, and it's like, fam. But
Nah, chill out. You gotta
the
go,
whole thing
dog.
I'm
What
saying,
you
yeah, the
talking
whole thing
about?
I'm saying is the reason why, like, my relationship I've been in now for like fucking bad time, like almost 7-8 years, fam. Like, is because
Yeah.
I keep it 100% with my girl. Like I tell her truths that are uncomfortable, and I explain, like, listen, you have to understand the creature that you're living with. If you got a pet Rottweiler, yeah, and the Rottweiler fucking
Yeah,
be
no,
like running
you
down
can't be
like the,
cool with
the
that nigga and
neighbor's
be like, oh
pet and this,
yeah,
that, and
yeah.
it's like you have to understand that this is the animal that you're living with. Like, this is what it does, and you can't be mad at the Rottweiler for doing Rottweiler
It
things.
bites sometimes. Yeah, it bites
Exactly.
sometimes.
When you get a Rottweiler, you have to understand that that's the animal you're dealing with. And what I've explained to my girl over the years is, like, what a lot of niggas do is they'll put on their best self in order to, like, impress you and this and that and da 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 da, and conceal the worst parts of themselves because they don't want to
Yeah.
make the deal fall through.
You know,
What I do
you
is
know what it
the
is? It's
like,
that's the people thing. That's just the people thing.
no, of course, yeah.
Everybody does that.
Nah, you're right. You're
Everybody.
right.
Like
But I'm saying in the
you've never met anyone. You've never met anyone in like for the first time, and they just like themselves. Like that's not a thing. You've never met anybody that's just like themselves.
But what I mean is in the concept of they conceal the worst parts of themselves, especially in like a courting
Mm.
process, like in a courting process, in it. So I'm saying, like, anytime, like, say my girl and stuff, when we first sort of thing, like, I told her, like, the fuck shit that I was on. Do you get what I mean? It's like, yeah, like, this,
Yeah.
like, my thing is, because we was like friends at first, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, bro, like, this, like, I'm out here. Do you get what I mean? But ain't no, like, beef with nobody because everybody know what it is. Do you get what I mean? And it's like,
So
my thing.
can I ask you something? Just this is a real nigga to a real nigga. It's gonna sound like a mad question, but it's not really a mad question, fam.
Now go, fam.
Um. Okay, so we have quite a good relationship. I'd say we quite have a good relationship. Yeah,
Right.
to me,
Of course, man. Of course,
right,
man. Absolutely, bro. No
right,
doubt, fam.
and obviously, you know, I have other people that I'm like I got relations with or whatever, and
Right.
sometimes like you know it's good or it's not good. It is
Right.
up down whatever. It is what it is. But the realest question I have for you is that, like, okay, so wow, yeah, hey, I don't want to talk too much, but yeah, have gotten to a point where you like, oh, you know, like all this stuff, all this talking and all this other stuff, yeah, that's cool, but like, man, I really want to know what you like, fam. Yeah, that's all cool and everything. Like, oh yeah, you might make me pasta or whatever. Cool. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Like ain't nobody's business, then. But then at
Right.
the same time, it's like, bro, like you don't understand how many other people are trying to do that for me. You know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean? Like you don't understand how many people are trying to make dinner for me, dog.
Right.
And it's like that's the part that girls don't get from. It's like,
So what was the
bro,
question? What was the question?
oh shit, what was my question? My question was, damn you, oh shit, you had said something, and I was like, oh yeah, nah, I gotta like
I had
say
said
something
that I,
about that
like,
because I
kept it
got
real with my girl in it. Like, the reason why our
right,
thing was able to think that way is because through the years, from the beginning, I like
wow, It's the
when we
it's the
first introed,
it's the
I
it's
was
the it's
real
the
with,
yeah.
yeah.
It's the I think it's the real part that like caught man. Cause like
Okay.
man, I've been 100,000% with certain people. Fam.
Mm,
I've been 100,000% with certain like there's certain people right now here that know like more about my life than even you guys. You guys, my best friends.
mm,
There's certain people that know like even more about my personal dealings than
right.
you guys, fam.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
guys
yeah.
will look at me and be like, "Oh yeah, he this or he that or he gonna be like this or he gonna be like that." But it's like that girl, she's always going to look at me in a sense of, "Damn, I can help that nigga.
Right,
Damn, like that nigga ain't gotta like be going through all that like that."
right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, this is what I mean. I don't know how to ask this question that I'm trying to ask you. It's
Just
like,
ask it. Just ask it,
are
fam.
you are you very damn, hold on. Are you so fun.
Just ask it, bro. Don't think. Just ask the
I'm
question that you want. I know you're
no,
trying to
cause,
ask it in the
cause
right way, but just ask it, fam. We'll figure it out later, fam. Just ask it, bro.
yeah, you're right. I've been telling them niggas a week, bro. But I just ask. Just tell me what you're trying to say. Alright. What I'm trying to ask is is like, are you really that like involved in damn it okay, no, I'm gonna ask it because it seems silly for me to pull it back and be like, chill out. But like,
This is a safe space, bro.
bro,
Honestly,
all right.
fam. Like, this is a place where you can
I
ask the questions that might sound wild. Like, you
I
know,
I
um,
yeah, no. I'm trying to ask it so that like maybe you might be able to give me an answer because I know that like some questions can't not be answered.
then what I'll
You
say
get me?
is ask me. I'll give an answer, and if I don't quite answer what you're asking, then that might
Good.
help you
Okay,
rephrase the
fine.
question in it.
Right. So my question to you is, right, you're a you're a guy, right? You're like you're in this like thing that we're in. We didn't ask to be in this thing, but we understand like there's rules to this
Yeah,
thing. Like you
yeah,
can't just
yeah,
like show up to a girl and be like, "Oh yeah, here's my penis, lady. Yeah,
yeah.
and look at me now." She gonna be like, "Fuck out of here, dog.
There's a
What are you
code of
talking
conduct.
about?"
Yeah, there's a code of conduct.
Word, a code of conduct, right? And it's like, you, you my dog, fam. And so I not always want to know what's happening with my peoples in the sense of like, oh yeah, tell me your business. But like, it's cool. It's cool to know, like, hey, man, he doing
Someone who
his
has the
thing or whatever.
experience of some, like, you can ask them
You're,
for the advice on an experience.
yeah.
Something. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but I can ask you. I know I can ask you, fam.
Then
Because you
ask
the
me, bro.
nigga that had all the experiences, fam.
Then
You the
ask me,
nigga that
G.
had all the experiences, fam. I'm trying to say, all right, damn. If every nigga here is just out here trying to get pumps here,
Right.
doesn't that mean that every girl that's out here, I'm trying to figure out this question. If every nigga out here is trying to just get pumps, that's like their main primary goal. Like that's the only thing that they figured.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, you know, if I do this, I'm gonna get pumps.
I hear you. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a nigga, right? But what if that that way of looking at things is like it's not correct, bro? Because what uh if let's say I'm a damn I'm a nut nigga, right? I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to put this shit into words.
Let me
But
try to answer you before you.
I'm a nut nigga. I'm a nut nigga, right? And I'm like trying to not even convince you that I'm a nigga. No, I'm not trying to convince you that I'm a nigga and shit. But it's like, do you know how the damn? It's not even audacity, fam. That's like it's all of these words are mad, fam. Like addiction, audacity, madness. Like all of those things are like
Just
that's
fam,
mad,
we
fam.
wordsmiths, fam. We understand words because we understand like words in it.
Alright,
So
if
even if the
you
words are
if
mad,
you
use the words, fam.
if you look at reality a certain way, yeah.
Hmm.
If you be like, oh yeah, boom, this guy provides me a reality like this voodoo, yeah.
Yeah,
Why is it that you're gonna be mad at me, yeah, that I chose somebody that doesn't care about all those things?
yeah,
You're gonna be so angry at me that I chose like let's say a white girl.
right.
But then that white girl that I chose, she doesn't care about like putting makeup on all the time. She doesn't care about like all that stuff. She just cares about like how it bees in the household.
Mm.
And it should be. And like, dog, we're building something very nice. We're really like building something very nice. And then here these niggas come talking about, oh man, you ain't gonna have no black babies and shit. Oh damn, you gonna be like, oh nigga, listen. I've been help me,
Okay,
dog, help me.
okay.
I need this is
So
why I need your help, dog. This
okay,
is what I
so
need.
a good way to explain the context is like my girl isn't black. You know what I mean?
Mm.
She's not white either, but um
Yeah, I was gonna say she ain't
the
white, dog.
in I
Hell
mean
no, she ain't white,
if
dog.
she was I would rep it, you know what I mean? If she was she would rep
Hell,
it.
you
Like you get
still
me?
you
But
still gonna rep it.
like but what I'm saying
But
is
she just
for me, I kind of always had an understand. All right, because I feel like you've asked me
mm.
different questions, so I'm gonna fire back the
Oh,
questions that I think you've asked, and
I
then
might have, I might have,
so the first
I
question I
might have.
heard you ask was, "Is the way that man think about gal like man will do anything to get pumps? Is that the right way of thinking?" That was one. The second one I think I caught
Yo, dog.
was is say it, why would a girl be angry at you for choosing another girl who doesn't care about the things that you
Mm.
potentially like aren't necessarily into and stuff like that. And so I'll go kind of on that one in it. And I think it comes back to the conversation we were having earlier on about accountability. And let me get through this because
Try.
I have to explain it.
No,
So
run it,
it's
run
like I
it,
was
run it,
touching on
run it, run it.
before. Like we live in a
Mm.
conditioned society where women are conditioned to understand that a man will do pretty much anything for the opportunity
To
to get
get
some
some.
pumps from you.
I know,
Do you get
I
what I
know, I
mean?
know.
And men, again, there's a term called a setup chick where gal will lure men to get robbed or beat up or whatever because they're like, ooh, come and a random gal can go up into you in the street and flash her titties at you and be like, ooh, yeah, you know, and there'll be
Today,
a guy
bro,
somewhere,
that
there'll be
that
a
can
guy
happen
somewhere
today, fam. That
a
can
guy
happen today, fam.
who will be like, "Yo, fam, I'm on this, bro," because men give their body frivolously. Like men, we don't have an
Mm.
emotional attachment to our body because we're conditioned as such, and just the practicality of the external genitalia as opposed to the internal. Like we you growing up in like your high school and stuff, and you know people start to be sexually active, all this sort of thing. Like we
All that.
as young men, you don't look at sexuality like you waiting for you when you married and find the right one, and it's like
Nah,
rah,
hell
fam, like
no,
all
dog.
the G's them are doing this,
It's
fam.
like, damn, she.
I got, you know what I
And
mean?
it's like,
Like,
oh no, she ain't about that. No, I need to find me a something that's by it like that.
do you get what I mean? Because it
Mm.
taps into that primal instinct of what a man is, which is again. Well, I always say, and again, I know I'm going on tangents. Just I promise you, I'm gonna get
No,
to because
go
I think
run,
it's
please,
a good
please.
question.
Because I did the same. I also did
Look,
the same. Come on, please.
in nature, yeah, if you
Please.
just look at nature, you look at animals in heat and mating season and stuff like this, there are animals that are willing to tear each other to shreds, fam, just for the
Oh,
opportunity to
my
get some
nigga,
pumps, bro.
my nigga,
Just
my
to,
nigga,
they'll tear each other to pieces and
my
annihilate
nigga.
animals that once upon a time wouldn't even have beefed each other, fam, for just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, those
if it's
niggas was
me or
cool,
you
dog.
to get the pumps, like I'll kill
Yeah,
you for
nah,
it.
you did us, fam. You did us, fam. If
That
if it
base
if it
animal,
if it was in it, if it was like a question between like, oh, I'll drink some water or I'll get some pump. Oh, Charlie,
fam,
we're
pumps.
all dying today, dog.
And that thing, fam, that base animal thing, which is essentially is a chemical
Well,
reaction which perpetuates again the continuation of your DNA. You get this intense drive to need to fuck something because your body just
at
it
least.
needs to pass on its DNA. That's the whole purpose of it. Like it's a primitive thing in it. So we go to society now, right? Understanding that base energy. We go to society now, right? Where again we live in a time where the modern liberated woman, as you would say, where women are encouraged to embrace their sexuality and I'm not necessarily saying I'm against that, bro. I see that.
There's nothing really wrong with that. There's really
You get
nothing
what I
wrong
mean?
with that.
It has its place. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, but just like anything, we as people always tend to go to extremes. So when these things happen, you tend to see the extreme version of them manifested. And what happens here is it becomes the cool thing. So if like again, you have to remember being a kid in high school.
Mm,
That's where a lot of this shit starts. You have to remember like from there,
mm,
like the kid, like the young girls now are encouraged to be on all of that bad bitch time, like all of that. You know what I mean? And in school, that creates status, that gives you a place in the pecking order where you have respect from your peers. So what a lot of people will do, like young women will emulate those behaviors from a young age. So they put their makeup on and their nails and they this and they that because that's what the bad
all
bitches
that.
do. And what it does, it conditions, because again, this isn't something that starts at like 18. This starts from like 10, 11, 12. Do you get what I mean? Like it's a conditioning over time. And so what happens is those things that are status quo, your young girls now 22 years old, let's say, and fucking she's been doing this for how many years and now this is a part of her
Yeah,
identity.
how
It's a
how do you
deeper
go
thing.
come to her and be like, yo, chill out, you can't do that.
Do you get what I mean? Because
Please, please,
it's no
please.
longer, it's not just, you don't have to wear makeup every day. It's, you don't understand that every single day for the last 7 years she's put makeup on and she doesn't really leave
Yes.
the house without it. It's a deeper
No,
thing. And so what happens,
it's
say if you as Will, you find a woman who didn't come up under that conditioning, who has a different mindset and she may not fit the traditional kind of things, you know what I mean? Like she might just like baggy clothes and just chill out and a bit, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Wavy and
I
just a
really
different
like
vibe,
that. I
you
really
know what I mean?
appreciate that, bro.
And
Where they at, fam? Where those
like,
girls at, fam?
bro, that's why I tapped out the game, bro. You know what I mean? Like because
Man said,
it's
nah,
one
I'm
of
out of
those
here,
ones.
dog.
It's like you find said someone like that and your spirit is drawn to them because you can feel the richness of their spirit because they didn't have their mind polluted to where they felt that this embracement of sexuality is what they needed to be a woman, because that's what happens a lot of time. The young girls are taught in order to be a woman, you
What?
have to embrace this sexuality and you have to use and your curves and your this and this have to look like this. And do you get what I mean?
Oh,
And it's like
that's
a lot of
oh,
these things become a part of identity. So you picking this other girl who doesn't do any of these things, she just wears baggy t-shirts and sometimes
yeah.
her hair's a
Just
bit messy and she don't wear that much makeup, and
all
like
that.
you picking that girl over her, it essentially, and the girl, she's not conscious of
It
this.
makes
What
no shit.
happens? What happens is it faces her with the conflict of, rah, I've dedicated my kind of existence to upkeeping this. And the girls that upkeep that stuff, it's not easy, dog. Like all this BBL and all this stuff that's happening, fam. Like
oh
people are
God, it's really
carving up,
not easy, dog.
bro.
It's
People are
really not
carving up
easy,
their
fam.
bodies for beauty
They
standards, bro.
full actual bodies, fam.
Carving up
Like
their
no, no,
bodies,
no,
fam.
no. Hey,
You get what I mean?
but
And
like,
destroying
bro,
their bodies, dog.
I be trying to like, bro, like I'm at a point where like in my life, yeah, like I don't want the people around me to like experience the things like not in a damn. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I know what I'm trying to say. I I don't want the people around me to have a negative connotation to, let's say, being grown up or like being an adult. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, like we did that. We already did that
Yeah,
already,
no,
fam.
and that's how
We
you can
already
recognize.
we
That's how you can
it's
recognize
like
it, man.
yeah, it's like we've already lived this thing already, fam. We've already lived this already, fam. And it's like we've already put ourselves under such terms where like now to the point where like I can't talk to my daughter, bro. I can like if I had a girl child, I cannot talk to her, bro. I cannot say all the things that I want to say to her. Really, like, oh no, you gotta chill out, like, cause you know these niggas be trying to like eat you, and like not even in a good way. They trying to eat you like you
Consume
food,
you in it.
bro.
Consume you in it, like yeah,
They trying to eat you like you food, cuz.
yeah.
And I'm trying to tell you, like, nah, dog, you shouldn't, like, you know, just give yourself away like that.
But
it's not
again,
just
what you
free.
have
It
to
shouldn't
remember
just be
though,
free.
yeah, what you have to remember
But
though,
they're
again,
people.
a
They're
lot
just
of this is like
people.
conditioning though. A lot of it,
I
again, when you're meeting these
know.
girls and stuff, this is like 20 odd years of conditioning. And that's what I'm saying. Like you have your daughter and stuff. If you know, we're blessed to have kids and stuff. Like these are
Mm,
the things that you want to, because we're all beings to be programmed as a JavaScript. We all need one. Everyone has to be
mm-mm.
programmed and conditioned with something. The job of the parent is
No.
to try and condition your kid with enough substance to understand that these things are designed to take you away from yourself. Because again,
Every
just
time.
imagine the concept, yeah, of every day you leave the house, you put on like essentially paint and charcoal and stuff on your
Oh
face,
yeah,
and
that's why
that's how
that's
you
why they got
view
cameras.
yourself.
That's why
Do you
they
know what I
got
mean?
cameras
Like,
at the crib right now, fam. Like
bro,
nigga,
like,
them shits is actually right now, fam. Like there's a camera in the like it's looking at me right now. I can see it right now. There's a camera in the kitchen looking at me. There's a camera in the living room looking at me. There's a camera like in the front door looking at me. There's a camera even the outdoor looking at my nigga. Yeah, yeah. Nah, I get
it's
it, dog.
like
Cause I
it's a
understand,
conditioning
fam.
thing,
I
man. It's a
do.
conditioning thing, and that's what it is.
Mm,
To sum it up, it's just whenever, if you were to pick another girl over like the one that's kind of followed the beauty trends and sacrificed whatever part of themselves they've done to try to upkeep that, it
mm.
essentially makes them feel invalidated. Like all of this, I've did all of this lashes and this and all that. Like, and so what people do is they'll try to justify why you're fucked up. So it'll be like, oh well, you
Ah,
fucking with these white
damn.
girls and shit, which again
Damn, I
is a
mean,
valid point
I
if
do
you
be,
look at the history of our
yeah.
melanin. I'm
I
with
was
that.
gonna,
I get that,
I was
but
gonna say, I do be fucking with the mic business and shit, dog. I like them, man. I think they look kind of cute and whatever. You know
bro,
what I'm saying? But
listen,
that's just
I
me.
have
That's
I
just
have dealt
me.
with plenty of white chicks, fam. Do you get what I mean? I think again, but it's not something
Yeah,
that
they be
I
looking all
like. I
kind of
don't
cute and
shade
whatever,
it or
man.
nothing. It's
So,
just
hey,
it is what it
yeah,
is. Do you get what I mean? Like
it
I've
is what it
dealt with
is.
a couple of things. Like it's just, you know what I mean? Like again, and like I said, I'm, for me, in terms of like a relationship and stuff like that, I
Mm.
just don't think that would be something that I would be able to do.
No,
I don't
it can,
judge people who
bro.
do
Like
that, but it's just not really for me.
bro,
But
in it,
it's like
in it, in
it
it.
doesn't take
It's
away,
like,
like, yeah, nah, I've dealt with some things, because like you said, bro, like the pumps thing is a different thing in it. Is
yeah,
it don't even,
no. Dave Chappelle said it, fam. If I could have it in my wallet, I'd pay for everything with it, dog. But I
Yeah,
can't.
yeah, and that's what it is, and it just
Dave
ultimately.
Chappelle said if I could have pussy in my wallet, I would have a fucking pussy in my wallet every day, dog. And then I'll give it to the bank, and then they'll be like, "Damn," scratch their head and be like, you right. You good. We gonna help you
And
out.
that's what it is, man. It's just essentially the price of pussy is high. If it was a currency,
Very,
it'd be a
very
good
high,
investment.
fam.
Do you get what I mean? It'll be a good investment because,
Right now, it's very high,
bro,
fam.
think about this, yeah. And again, this is
Uh,
something I try to explain to my girl when it comes to like just the concept of just you have the ability to want to fuck like random multiple bitches. It's like think about this, yeah. There are men that work their whole lives, build businesses and gain
and
great fortunes and stuff, get
just for
wives, all
just
this sort of stuff,
just
bro. And
just for the simple fact that like, all right, I've got a wife at home, and I want to make sure that my kids that are there with her are like having a good life.
do you get what I mean? And there are
Mm.
men in the world, bro, who have all of this amazing stuff to lose and risk all of it for some pussy.
For some poems, bro.
For some pumps, bro. Like,
it's
sorry,
and
I don't mean to swear in it.
and
Like,
you
for
know
some pumps,
and
bro. Do
you,
you know what I mean? Like,
and
I
you know what the maddest thing is. You know what the maddest thing about that whole thing is like that pumps that you're risking it for. It's already yours, dog. It's already
and
yours.
that's
It's
what I'm
yours.
saying.
You
It's
can
the
do whatever you
exact
want with it,
same
bro.
primitive energy that will make two leopards tear each other apart or two moose rip each other up with their horns, and that it's the same thing. Like it's not the primitive drive is spread your DNA as far and as much as possible. That's the absolute base element of it.
Mm.
Is any opportunity you get to spread your DNA, spread it.
Spread it, dog. How do you mean, bro?
That's what that thing is. That's the thing that will have man dealing with girl. That man, because bro, I'll say it myself. And like my girl cusses me sometimes, but I've dealt with couple girl that I really shouldn't have been dealing with, fam. Like
It happens. It
I am a
really
great
happens,
human
dog.
being,
It
fam, and I've
happens.
given myself to some scallywags, bro. Do you get what I
No,
mean? Like,
you know what it is. You know what it is. Like, I'm put it like this to you as a nigga that had like had these thoughts running through their mind. No, you're a clean nigga. You're a clean nigga. The reason why I say you're a clean nigga, right, is the fact that man, life is life is peak, dog. Life is up and down, all kinds of battles and bubbles and whatnot, dog. But like, you see, okay, I'm standing here right now, yeah, and I'm looking at a mouse and I'm looking at a brush. I'm standing here looking at a mouse, which would control all sorts of what is happening, even change the screen on like the little buttons or mimers that it's got. It's like, see this mouse and uh this brush. This is what life is. And we're trying to hide it from each other and we're trying to do other things. But that's very ridiculous. That's very, very ridiculous if you ask me. But then it might just be me. It might just be me being like, oh yeah, no, that's ridiculous. But it's like, okay, this brush that I'm holding right now here, it says, what does it say? It says premium brush. It says crop protect on it and then nothing, right? That's so it says premium brush. But then I have a set of other brushes that also came with this brush, and they also say premium brush on them. all three of them, they also say premium brushed. So there's three levels. This is the softest. There's gonna be another one that's a little bit softer than that. It's a little bit hard, and then there's gonna be even another one past that. That's like hard, fam. It's like every time you scratch the bristles, you're like, damn, that's a hard that's a hard like way of living, fam. And again, I'm trying to tell you guys that, man, no matter how deep you get into being with somebody, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's like it's you and that person. It's you, mass versus the person. And if you cannot communicate with this brush person, what makes you think that you can communicate with me? What makes you think that you can talk to me and tell me all the ideas that you have about all of this stuff? What makes you think that you can just like have all the ideas that you have and like bring them to me as if there's some kind of like a new idea? What makes you really think that like all of this um what makes you think that all of these damn, I don't even know how to explain, like all these sleepy niggas, what makes you think that all these sleepy niggas, because when we really get down to it and people start breaking down the whole thing and things, like, yeah, nah, everybody sleep. But what makes you think that all these niggas asleep to the point where like they can't even advise you?
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
the point where they like, to the point where they can't advise me.
Yeah.
Look, I'm saying this, all of this year, while I'm staring at a microphone that says G604 on it. And I'm pretty sure to like the young niggas, they gonna be like, yeah, damn, a G604, oh my God. But to me, that shit don't make no difference. I'm saying to you, you you wanted to see something much greater in your life. Well, let me show you something much greater in your life, dog. We're here right now, fam. Look, G604. Yeah, slap that on the ground and say, yeah, G604. The ground in and out, fam. But it's like I I did this already. I did this. I've done this like 100,000 times, bro. You
Yeah.
really want to be like with me? No, you gotta like push this away and be like, oh damn, 100,000 people. It's not gonna be like, alright, fam.
Yeah.
That's the real physical shit of what we dealing with, fam. Because
One step, bro.
we
One
could
step.
we could. Mm.
Big up my brothers. You already know what the time is.
Oh, my
It's a
nigga,
late
fam. I
one.
know it's
But I'm
hard,
kind of
bus. I
pissed
know
though,
it's hard,
car. I didn't
bus.
even know you man was on. So I only tuned in quickly to find out what was popping on there before I hit the sack. And I see you man on there, so big
Nah,
up
we lit,
yourselves
fam. We
anyway.
lit every day,
Hopefully
bro.
next week, Monday or Wednesday, I can catch you a bit earlier. Big up.
Nah, stop, bro.
Yo,
That means
Drizz Will
we.
sounds like he's sauced. Super
Oh no, I'm
sauced.
source, bro. I'm
Yo,
source,
jigger.
bro. No way.
He definitely does, fam.
No, I'm sourced, bro. I'm not, like, bro. I'm not like, bro. I'm trying to explain the thing to you guys. It's like it takes a certain amount of understanding. It takes a certain amount of like being like, damn, okay, I gotta chill out with this or with that or with this, like whatever it is. It takes a certain amount of like, oh damn, I gotta chill out.
bro,
for
it's one of them
you
ones, man.
to
It's
really experience the what we're trying to bring in. Because like I know Drizz. I've known Drizz for like bro, like bro, like where
a
we at now from
minute.
this
Yeah,
2022? My
like
nigga.
10.
I've been knowing this nigga since he was like fucking before all the 20 started counting fam.
Yeah, but
That's how long I've been knowing this nigga fam. Before the 20 started counting fam. And it's like I get it, man. I understand what all these new fresh girls are trying to bring to you guys and be like, oh yeah, nah, you can cool like this. Yeah, it's cool. That's very cool. And I will never stop that. I will never be like, nah, chill out, you can't. No, I don't gotta do all that. You know what happens? All those niggas, they come to me and be like, Jog, I don't even get it, fam. I thought like maybe this girl would be the one for me, and maybe like this girl would like do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. And you know what I always told them niggas? You know what I always told them niggas? I'll be like, yo, listen, yeah, that's cool. Like you trying to like tell me whatever you trying to tell me and shit, that's cool. But like, man, I can't do anything for you in this state, fam. You, you, you mad at some other niggas about some other things that happened. Okay, that's very cool. But like, there's no way that you're gonna like be okay with me being me when them niggas been being them niggas all this time and they're bringing it to you like that, fam. They're just bringing it to you, fam.
yeah, I think it's
And
also
it's like,
like a thing of where
mm,
it. One thing you have to always look out for you. Again, the universe only works one way in it, and usually, if you're
every
putting a
time.
particular type of energy out into the universe, a
Mm.
woman of that kind of ilk, in some way, shape, or
Yeah, she's
form,
there
is
somewhere.
usually
She's
drawn
there
to you in
somewhere.
it. And
Yeah,
so,
she's
if
there
you find
somewhere.
that
She's like,
you're
God
in a
damn.
situation where there's someone who potentially isn't really fond of you being you for whatever
She
reason,
gonna
you have
tell
to
you
kind of
like, nah, that's ain't it. That's ain't
yeah,
it.
do you know what I mean?
Where they
And
at, fam? Where these girls at, fam? Like, fam, I feel like I'm, do you know what? Nah, maybe that's
you
what
gotta
it
stop
is.
look, bro. The trick is, fam, you just gotta stop looking for them, fam. Just it's like
Yeah, nah,
you were talking to your little brother earlier, right? And you were telling him about
mm,
friends in high school and shit. And we were saying the mad thing is, bro, like we are conditioned in school to try to want to fit in and be cool and have friends. And you realize when you get older, the way you do that is just by being you, fam. You want to find
just
them,
be
bro?
cool.
Just focus your energy on being the greatest version of you, fam. Like, just
In
get
there,
yourself sharp. Look
in
at the
there.
things in your life where you're like, you know what, this is something I need to address, or this is something like. It starts with you just being on your path and on your deen, because once you on that, the universe only works one
Amen.
way. It will bring you everything you need, bro.
Amen.
Do you get what I mean? So
Amen.
just be on your deen,
See,
fam,
that
and
yeah,
don't get
that
distracted
Dean that
by
I was
the
gonna
fine
say,
things. Like, don't get distracted
yeah, I
by the
was
fine
gonna say
things.
that Dean thing that you said, yeah, nah, man's on that.
Yeah, man, just be on
Man,
your deen, bro.
it's like
Do you know what I mean?
I can't. Like I've realized, I've like okay, you my guy, fam. I'm so like there's no like amount of like happiness that could come from this conversation that would make you feel like, oh yeah, nah, this nigga really love me, fam. It's like
Right,
bro, I have so much love for you, bro.
my guy.
It's insane, fam. Niggas will look at me and be like, yo, dog, what's wrong with you, dog? Why you? Nah, that's my that. Yeah, nah. It's like that, fam. It's like that. That's just what it is. it is, this is what it is. But when you're gonna challenge that and question it, you know what's gonna happen when you challenge and question it? You're gonna find yourself in that same exact shit, and you're gonna be like, damn, this nigga love me for real, fam. Cause
Yeah.
I do, fam. I love all my friends, bro. I
Yeah.
do, bro. It's
Yeah.
it's not like a friendship thing of like, oh yeah, nah, you guys cool or whatever. I don't care about
You want
that,
to
fam.
be genuine.
Me, myself, me personally, I do not care about that, bro. I really don't care about any of that stuff. That stuff doesn't make any difference in my life. But what does make a difference in my life is the people that are there.
Mm.
The the young cousins, the you yourself, Drizz, the
Mm.
the other cousins that are just like they'll just show up. It's like I can't tell you guys to be like, oh, get out of here. But then at the same time, I want you guys all to be here at the same time.
Mm.
I want you guys all to be here and feel what it feels like to be inspired
Mm.
at the same time. I don't want to be like, oh, damn, get out of here because you got just like figured out how to do this and you like still young and you're still an infant and it would like all that, yeah, man, that can happen for me. But like for me, personally, as a as a as a guy that like understands what is happening around, not only just what is happening around me, yeah, but like how I affect what's happening around me. Nah, listen, whatever that thing is, yeah, let that run, fam. Whatever that little like pedestal, like, oh yeah, that's it. Nah. Because I'm going to really tell you why it really is, fam. Because I've
Yeah.
got younger cousins that are younger than this person that we're talking about right now, fam. And they
Mm.
come to me asking about all kind of things, all kind of advice and all them things there, fam. And like, sometimes I'm like, I don't know, dog. I don't know, I can help. But like now, like times like this, yeah, I'll say it like this. I've been trying to say this all week, fam, because they like her and her friend have been doing this like thing of like you know, hands are not like this, and I put it like, I literally laid it out, yeah, and said, guys, listen, you see the hands that you look at, yeah, and say, oh gosh, this is gonna be like my man or whatever, yeah. If you do not respect those hands, it's over for that relationship, dog. It's
Mm.
really over for that relationship. Because there's no way that you're gonna respect a man, yeah, for being a man and he can't like do man things with his hands.
Mm.
He can't lift you guys up with his hands. He can't make sure that you guys are safe with his hands. She gonna find somebody else. And you know the illest thing is, it's so many people they've never even thought about like how the dynamics work. So they just like, oh yeah, yeah, send that, fam. Send it. But it's like, bro, you you live you live in a time and a position where like you really could be anything you want from. You legit could be anything that you want from. But like here we are stuck in this position of like, oh yeah, no, this is the cool guy. He get all the cool girls, so like he cool. That's so ridiculous to me. That's ridiculous because you really could have all the things that I have. You really can have that
all the things I have, you really could have that. But you just don't want it. You just don't want to take it. You just don't want to take the responsibility that comes with it. Because with a girl really liking you like that, it comes with, oh damn, I want to like, be around that nigga all the time, bro.
It comes with a lot of shit, man.
And
It comes
yet,
with a lot of shit.
in it, and yet at the same time, it's like, oh damn, I'm trying to like show her that like I'm really into her, but I don't really want to like be into your business like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's like, man, we live in this nigga. We started this whole thing of being like, oh nah, you know, there's like there's like different ways of looking at this thing. Yeah, it's like it can be circular, or it can be whatever you choose it to be
Linear in
from,
it. Yeah,
right? It can be circular, linear, goddamn squarular, goddamn triangular, goddamn pentacular. I don't know, dog. We going through all the shapes,
mm,
but it's like all those shapes, yeah, are options that this little picture that I'm looking at right now could take and make sure that that's not a thing.
right.
But because my little brother had shaped it so that like he there in the middle, my dad's there on the my dad's there on the side, my mum's there on the other side from because he had set up like that. Yeah. Every time I'm gonna look at this thing, I'm always gonna be like, damn, I'm somewhere in the middle, but like there goes my old man. Oh damn, I'm somewhere like on the other side, but there goes my mum fam.
Right, right.
And they're laughing and smiling, dog, in this picture. They're having a great time. And it's like, we really, we really do have much problems when it comes to like, how can I even like put this into words?
Before you go,
You
yeah.
see,
Before you go. We at
mm,
5.5 right now. We at five
five
and a
and a
half
half
right now.
what? Hours.
Hours
Shy. Okay.
because I think yeah,
One
yeah.
last thing, and then we'll like do the wrapping up and what. You see, I see my parents, yeah, and like we, I don't even know how to explain it, bro. It's like we've got like a certain way of looking at things. We've got like a certain like you know the whole graphic like oh yeah, if you look like this and you look would do all
Right.
that fam. We have all that, yeah, but then it's like it's much it's much deeper for me because it's like okay if I have that, yeah, and now I'm trying to like tell like my little brother, yeah, and he ain't even trying to hear it. Like my that knowledge didn't go away from me,
Yeah.
and my being able to put that in a certain position did not go away from me. What does go away is the fact that like oh damn, like I had lots of bars, and then 30, 32 of them got nyama by like somebody, and now they putting me in a position where I gotta put more bars up from.
Right.
It's like every time that we connect with ourselves, oh shit. Every time that we connect with ourselves in the physical, let's say like we connected with like a bunch of people that are like they're like a hundred years like before they haven't figured it or whatever. It's like those people they can never really respect you the same thing. They always gonna know that oh yeah nah this nigga gonna do something. He gonna do something different. He ain't gonna be great and he ain't gonna speak to us and he gonna be like this and he gonna be that's cool. But you didn't like speak your truth, fam. And it's like your guidance is waiting for that shit, bro. Your the guiding spirit in you is waiting for that shit. It's waiting for you to be like, damn, I didn't even need to be here.
Nah, you know what?
It's
Man?
literally waiting for you to be like, damn, I didn't even need to be here. It's cool that
That's
like, you know, we're like doing all this and we're like mashing all these shapes together and like we're being all this, but I don't need to be here right now.
yeah, man. And I think that's definitely like the whole ethos behind this whole episode. Really, is just like speak and live in your truth, man, because that's your superpower in it. I think
Every
like
day,
with
fam.
everything that we've
Every
said,
day.
it kind of comes round to that. It's just once you harness the power of your own truth, like you're unstoppable. Do you get what I mean? And
Okay.
I'm only cutting in, yeah.
Even
I'm
if you're
only cutting in
stoppable.
because my guy will just keep going. Like when he sauce like
Oh,
this, bro, he'll keep flowing.
forever
You
years,
know what I
fam.
mean?
Forever,
And we have
fam.
to make sure that we
Forever, fam.
can put these episodes up and that. Do you get what I mean? So what we're gonna do, yeah? What we're gonna do is this. Y'all have got way more than we usually give, and we give a lot more than most. You know what I mean? So there's enough food for y'all to eat on this one, yeah. We're gonna allow the final thoughts for this week. So I think we're giving you lot so many thoughts. Go and listen back to them, and once you get them, if you can get all
Okay.
them,
Yeah.
we'll run you back a final thoughts in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
one
what we're
time.
gonna
One
say is
time.
this,
One
yeah.
time.
What we're gonna say is this. Big up to my guy Will, Secret Life, you know what I mean? The guy who's been dropping so many bars, on their heads up, you know what I mean? He's been
Okay, guys. I'm just here for you guys, dog. I'm just out here dropping all these gems for you guys because like I could keep it to myself. I know what time it is, fam. I can see,
you
I
get what I
can
mean?
really see. Like my eyes have been open since I was like, what's the day today, bro? No, my eyes have been open since about a year ago, cause like not in no like oh yeah nah I'm trying to like find it like nah like I okay I'll put it like this.
Bro,
A
bro,
year
bro,
ago,
bro, bro,
no,
bro.
wait. Let me land with it so that people know where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? It's like a year ago, I thought that I knew this thing, and like I knew like I could like oh yeah, we can traverse this whole like the conversational universe and what. But then it's like, oh damn, no, there's niggas. Oh damn, me nigga. Oh damn, me nigga again, dog. Oh my goodness me. It's like there's no you really have to get into a mode where you're like ready to face all the things that are really like mad about you, dog. And it's
Yeah.
like it's cool to like put that in front of people in the sense of like, oh yeah, nah, I got angry like this or I got mad like this because this happened or that. That's cool. Yeah, cool. But when you're really angry and you're really deep in it, there's there's no one around you that's gonna be like, yo, chill out. There's no one around you that's gonna be like, yo, nah, that's mad, fam. You just have to kind of deal with it, as they say. Give me all that, fam. Give me all that, fam. What's that? Yeah, nah. See this this little roll of tissue paper that's inside the thingy here. You're rolled inside this little tissue paper here, the same way that I'm rolled into it, fam. And if I start unraveling it and showing you the real bigger picture of what it actually is that we're looking at right now, fam, you're gonna be angry at me, yeah? But there ain't no reason to be angry at me, fam. It's just
I'm just
it's just
showing you.
I'm showing you what it really is,
Yeah.
fam. And then like the thing is, like you mad. at the fact that like it is what it really is. But then at the same time, like you can't even be mad at that because it is what it really is.
Because it is what it is, but you mad at me for telling you that it is what it is.
No,
It's like, bro,
yeah,
like
that's what I
I
mean.
didn't make it this way, fam. Like I didn't make
That's
it.
what
It
I
just
mean.
is what it is.
Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. Just open the reality.
Yeah.
I know
But listen,
there's a lot of
listen.
people that are like not they're not happy with how reality is going for them, but it's it's really sad because like damn, reality could be so beautiful for you, dog. But then like goddamn, you waiting for Drizz to be like, listen, man, we can't do this right now because you know niggas gotta find their own way and woo doo. Like, man, I
Yeah,
understand that, dog. Cause
yeah,
goddamn, I'm trying to like feed you, fam. And you're
yeah.
telling me how my feeding you is poison. Okay, you're gonna eat, dog. At some point, you're gonna eat.
Because you hungry, fam.
And
And you
yeah,
so hungry
and
that
the
your belly hurting,
thing,
fam.
yeah, and the thing that I really love about my niggas, dog, I'm, I ain't never had a single day where I had to convince my niggas to eat, fam.
If
Never
it's
once,
food
fam.
there, eat, bro.
Yeah, because if it's there, yeah, you know exactly like I know that, like, oh yeah, nah, that's edible food, fam.
Yeah, fam. Because
We're
my nigga
not,
would
we're
never give me
not,
no food I can't eat, bro.
in it, we're not wasting time out here, fam.
Yeah.
Niggas gotta eat, bro.
I'm not trying to
We're
question
not,
Will like, oh well,
yeah,
did he put poison in
dog.
the nah, bro? If Will bring me
Why,
food I can eat, bro. And vice
in it,
versa,
what
fam.
would I do? Exactly, what would I do? What would I poison you, my people?
So
We
yeah,
all
me.
gotta eat and survive, dog.
But some people think they don't, fam, and that's what you
Yeah,
realize. You
some
have to
people
just
fucked up, dog. I know, fam. I realize I've been
you can't
realizing
just
this with
because
love
someone
for
else don't want to
food.
eat the food, you can't let that convince you that the food ain't good. Do you get what I mean? So for me,
Nah, the food
my
is
thing is
excellent,
about
dog.
listen, do what you need to do in it. Me and my people is gonna eat, and whatever you gotta do behind that, you
That
gotta do
time,
behind
fam.
that in it.
That
Like,
time, fam.
do you
That
get me?
time,
So
fam.
it's like we said,
No, the
man.
food.
Listen, the ethos of this episode, yeah, and I'm not gonna let you go again, bro, because you're gonna keep
Nah,
going.
just
You know what I
allow
mean?
me, fam. Stop me, fam. Stop me, fam. Stop me. Cause
The
I'm a,
ethos of
yeah,
this episode, fam, is live your truth, man. Keep it real,
every
fam.
day, fam.
The truth isn't
Hmm.
good and the truth isn't bad. It just is what it is. And once you learn that and you can comprehend that, you can become
You
better.
good?
Listen, sometimes we hear truths and they're uncomfortable truths, fam. They call it the painful truth for a reason, fam. Like,
Up it, throw that.
it's one of those ones, what you do with that and how you act on that, and it will show you who you are. And if you're willing to be accountable for who you are, you can always become better. And if you're not, then you won't. It's as simple as that.
That part.
Listen, episode 66 of the OnlyMans
66.
podcast.
We've been
You know what I
kicking
mean?
it. Where you been at if you ain't been here?
You get me? Where we lift up our G's, you know what I mean? Where we lift and speak power into our people.
Nah,
Fuck
but
that, bro.
I just would like to say one more thing before we do end the thing here. My friends, my people that I say are my friends. I love you guys so much. You guys don't understand how much I love you guys, man.
Word.
Like, bro, like it's so, bro, like parents maybe might understand how much I love you guys, dog. You feel me? Like I love you guys, fam. And so like when we have our disagreements and we have our discrepancies and yeah, it's like it's cool, like because I feel the disagreements and the discrepancies. That's there, fam. But I love you guys so much here that it doesn't matter to me, dog. We could literally been having like the deepest, like maddest, like argument today. Yeah? I'll see you tomorrow and be like, my brother, what you saying? What you saying to me, fam?
Because that's
Cause
what
I
that's what
love
love
you,
is,
fam.
bro. That's what love is, fam. It's like, yeah, we
That's
had
what
the
I
argument.
mean,
Yeah, we
bro.
did,
That's
but so, like, so
in it,
you
in it. It's like you my nigga, fam. And then there's nothing like we. again, we could have lots of conversations that could separate us and make us feel like, oh, you know, like this nigga doesn't really like, that's cool. But like when you're here and like when we're having these conversations, the love is that like it's there, fam. Like there's no even if you were like, oh yeah, nah, we're not gonna like argue or whatever, we're gonna like make it so that like it's just peaceful all the time. It's always gonna be love, Charlie. Because the thing about it is that like all of us, we just want to be loved. And like our thing is like, oh, okay. Some people's thing is that they can't let it go from.
Yeah.
They can't let other people have that bright spark of love, Charlie. But then it's like, no, you can't fight that all of your life because you're gonna be fighting that all of your life. Because how many times your people's gonna like come up from? How many times is like your boy gonna get a promotion? How many times your boy gonna like be up in the world from? How many times like you and your people's gonna have like all these opportunities to like do stuff? Like yeah, no, just love yourself, guys. Love yourself.
And that's the
That's all
ultimate
that
thing, man.
there is.
Like we said, bro, that's the
Yeah.
lesson of this episode. Just love yourself and be true to that shit, man.
Mm,
And even if you find yourself in the position of being someone who finds it difficult to let shit go, like you have to be accountable to understand that that's how you feel. You know what I mean? And
that part,
understand that,
Charlie.
you know what I mean? The same way that you want your feelings to be respected, you have to respect the feelings of other people, man. Which
That
is why
part.
even when people deal with me a certain way, I still try to move in a way of
You
love
still
towards
have
them.
to move in a
You know what I
certain
mean?
way of love towards my nigga. That's why you my nigga, dog. I love you, man. I fucking
Love
love
you,
you,
bro. I
dog.
love you.
You for
Yeah,
real,
yeah.
dog.
and
Man,
and
you
and
my
you've
nigga,
seen it
dog. I
firsthand. You
don't.
know that. You know I'm not just
I
chatting.
know,
Do you
man.
get what I
It's
mean? You
not
know I'm not
talk,
just
fam. It's
chatting.
not just talk, bro. Yeah, I
Like you've
know, fam.
seen
I
shit in
seen it.
real hand.
I
Do you get what I
seen
mean?
it.
And
I done seen it with my own. Fuck it. I done seen it with my own hands. I done seen it, dog. Not like my eyes. I saw it. No, with my hands. I saw it. I know
you
it.
get me.
It's mad, but I saw it with my hands, dog.
And that's it, man. And
I
that's
saw
it.
it all with
Yo,
my hands, fam.
listen, we giving you all enough, man. Go and digest this, man. This was a great episode. Like
Yeah,
this went really
two
long,
times
but
you
there
need to
was.
digest it.
Yeah, there's a lot in this, man. Like, make sure y'all listen back to this shit. We're gonna get this up on the YouTube in a couple days' time because the files take a few days to come through and that.
Yeah,
But
time I don't know
listen,
what
man,
it is,
episode
dog.
66, Will, thank you so much for your time. I
Hey,
love you,
nah,
bro. It's
thank you,
always
my boo.
amazing, fam.
Thank you, my boo. Because
And
honestly, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you before we leave, yeah. Like there's a lot of things that I really like would have liked to have said, but the environment that we in and the environment that we've built, yeah, it's like there's just love there. So we
it's a
can't just
beautiful
be
thing, man.
bringing no BS. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
But
beautiful thing,
nah,
man.
mm,
It's a beautiful
nah,
thing. And this
I'm
journey
very
of
appreciative.
life, yeah,
Mm,
this
I'm
journey of
very
life is like it
appreciative of
brought man
you, my guy,
to
fam.
bro, same fam. It's like we talk about all this stuff and just being true to yourself. And in me
Mm,
trying to do that, the universe brought me alongside my guy Will, who I just happened to meet, quote unquote, by chance. And look how many
by
years down the
chance.
line, because the universe will always bring the people that you need.
Every time,
And
fam.
I recognize
Every
that,
time.
and I value that kind of friendship, that
Mm,
brotherhood. You get what I mean? Which is why a brother like Will, like that's why I can give it up like this. And like I said, when we talking, I know he know the same way that I know that it's not just talk. Like this is, it's really a way of life and a way of being. And all man can try and do is, all I can do is be who I am and just be honest about that.
mm.
I know I ain't perfect, and I
I'm
accept that.
I'm so
But
glad
if
for
you my
that, bro.
people and
I'm
you
so
love
glad
me,
for
you're
that,
supposed to
bro.
love me with all my
And I do.
imperfections because I love
Listen.
you with all your
I,
imperfections.
I,
You know what I mean? And
my thing is, I don't really care about all your imperfections because that's silly to me. You don't understand what I see when I look at you. See, so you looking at yourself and being like, "Oh God, all those imperfections." That's dumb. That's so. I mean, okay, man. It's not silly, but then it's like,
Bro,
man,
brother,
I
no,
can
stop,
see,
stop, stop,
I can see more, bro. I can see more.
stop. I
I'm
know,
sorry.
bro.
It's not my
We know,
fault.
because
I
we gonna
can't
keep going, bro. We gonna
because
keep doing this,
because
fam,
it's
because
you
the
and me,
energy's
bro.
alive. Because
Yeah,
the
that's
energy
the
is that,
problem.
fam.
It's you and me, bro. Like we
Bro,
can do
and
this
that's
all
it,
day,
fam.
man.
And that's
We
it, fam.
literally can do this all day, man.
All day, bro. Y'all don't understand this real energy like that, and that's why I love this guy, and that's why this thing, yeah, that we've built, fam, like solid foundation, solid foundation. Do you get what I mean? All the way around the whole perimeter, fam.
Man,
The roots go deep. Do you get
I
what I
know,
mean? Listen,
I know.
episode 66, y'all. Fuck with your boys. Subscribe to the YouTube.
Trust me,
Follow Will.
but
Follow me.
yeah, where you at?
Watch
Where
us
you at?
build and grow, man.
In
Come
it,
on. Come on.
in it,
Come on, fam.
in
We
it.
out.
I wish,
We out, fam.
yeah,
Brother, I
trust
love
me,
you,
fam.
fam. This
Yeah,
was
I
fucking
love you,
amazing.
my
I
bro,
love you,
fam.
bro.
Hey, listen, okay, please keep yourself safe, fam, because I need
I,
to talk to you next week, bro.
yeah, for real, fam. For real, fam. For real, bro. Stay safe. Stay dangerous, fam. One time for the
Trust me,
real ones,
every
fam.
time, bro. Every time, my bro.
My guy, peace.
Peace.